big.
Yeah.
These aren't like elementary kids. These are college kids. Yeah. You know? And they weren't just like law school and all that. That makes you wonder. I mean, the other people in the Justice Department have to build.
I bought these as winter boots. They lied. They're brand new. It's ridiculous. Really?
No way. Never get cold.
I got frostbite on my feet, so I need it.
They go for social on the floor by me.
Yeah. $30. Yeah, it's a mouth. That's what they're called. We'll never get cold again.
What's left to take?
I'm Reno Lightfoot. It's another militia, I'm 3%.
Your buddies thinking about coming down to that?
They all bailed right at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Everyone. Yeah. That's what just fired me up. I was flat just smoking. I can't take the exposure. Like, what the hell? It's not like you come down here to do anything wrong.
We might be.
Looking over this article about the earlier rally in Tucson where opposition mysteriously showed up with the same misunderstanding, thinking that these protesters were racist. Really unhappy. Counter-protest movement. I wonder when these people are getting their information. Is the information coming from the FBI? To try to investigate the problem. Somebody's made a nationwide effort to get these communist groups on the street. And they're giving them false marching orders.
Okay, these are pictures from Tucson. Scott, if you're listening, your microphone's off right now. All of these people are facing charges right now. One of the interesting aspects of the arrests this weekend was the arrest of one of the Donald Trump's campaign coalition co-chairs. He represented the veterans. His name is it's down here somewhere. Dilemmas, what was his name? Federal agents have arrested Jerry Dilemmas, the local Tea Party leader who stood with climbing Wendy's line his house mansion in Nevada in 2014 in connection with the standoff and alleged assault. Court officials described Dilemmas as a mid-level leader in the organized crime conspiracy. He recruited, organized, trained, and gave personal support to young followers who had shipped leader and organizer of armed patrols at security checkpoints on the Nevada ranch. State Representative Susan Lewis confirmed that FBI agents arrested the husband Thursday morning. Fighting back tears, she told the union leader that That was all she would say about the arrest at that point. Jack Kimball, a former state GOP chair and a Tea Party leader, wrote on social media that DeLemus said the FBI agents forced their way into their condo with weapons drawn. DeLemus is also a co-chairman for run-ins for Donald Trump in New Hampshire. Here are the names of the 14 that were recently rounded up and taken into custody for their participation in these protests. Remember, the original protest in 2014 was over the Bundy family's cattle, and whether or not they would be allowed to continue their livelihood as they had for many decades, for many generations. Copy that. I just got a notification over Zello that in Orlando there are police approaching the crowd with bicycles, asking them about their credentials.
This is Staff Sergeant Mo reporting over here at the Portland, Oregon rally, and the crowd continues to grow. Let me just show you, oh, say hi. Hi. Let me just show you the difference in size already here in the So the counter-protesters have put themselves across the street and they're just yelling. Well-fed ranchers is what they're yelling.
Protesters! Put your lips back on the horn. It's the best thing you've done this year.
Curing Suckling is right there on the phone. If you could see him walking away, that's Curing Suckling right there. And those are his friends.
Okay, pretty. That looks so sweet. I'm jealous. Pretty.
And Lavoy, put in brush fire and Lavoy, it pops up. Hold up, the shirt you got on the shoulder.
Those are some nice designs too. Yeah, could you ask him to describe the types of items he sells?
Yeah, there's the front of the short sleeve. That's the I Am Lavoy shirt. And here is the back. It's got a quote from Lavoy where it says, "There are things more important than your life, and freedom is one of them. I am prepared to defend freedom." That's a quote from LaVoy Finicum. The proceeds from that particular shirt goes to the Hammonds, it goes to the Finicum family, and it goes to the Legal Defense Fund for the Bundys. And then Brushfire is also doing one where it's got LaFoy's face, where he's pointing and saying, "I want you to defend freedom." And the money for that Brushfire goes like a crowdsourcing type of thing, yeah.
I just want to be a part of it. That's it.
Sovereign, can you hear him?
It's a little difficult sometimes.
Oh, well, we got the news people coming up through here.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Let me pull you up over this way. I'll give you that view.
Yeah, give us a shot there.
We got more people pulling up. There goes the news media guy, because we've got both sides of the bridge. That side all the way down to the exit ramp on the other side, and then the other side of the bridge too.
Well, you can tell the news crew they could leave. We've already got it covered.
Yeah, I'll be sure to tell them that the Patriots themselves has already got their own media.
I saw one of the Leroy flags there. There it is right in front of us.
Yeah, let me see. My kids has got it. Here, hold your flag up so they can see. Hold it. Can you see that without me stepping in the road?
There it is. Yep, it's clear now.
Yep, there's a lot of flags. There's the Gadsden flag, and there are 3%er flags. There is a Come and Take It flag, and some Confederate States of America flags, and some marriage.
What a pretty boy. I think you're sweet. I served my country 13 years, 4 months, 19 days. How many times you served your country? Zero.
Don't worry about them.
Well, I'm sorry for being off.
All right. So hopefully we all pull back.
What's up, pretty boy? What's up, pretty boy? You got served with?
There we go. Keep it public. Everything that... Oh, I recognize him. The FBI agent. Huh. Interesting. Got a little bit of facial fuzz right now, I think, making him look different. Hiding behind a sign.
Thanks for the compliment.
Ooh, Night Stalkers. What are they dressed up for, being all warrior-like? Interesting. Well, just observing. Yes, I had dinner with him in Burns, Oregon. What's his name again? Jay, Jordan, Jeremy. I don't know. So there's that compared to, oh, I don't know, let's say that. And that extends around and behind this building. There were people at this corner, but also there are people all the way out into the park. This park is about 1.5 to 2 blocks wide. And then there are people at the federal courthouse on the camera right now too. And they're making animal sounds. They're making animal sounds. So, there you go. This is Mo, Staff Sergeant Mo, unbiasedly reporting right now. Just showing you guys what's going on across the street. It's a bunch of silly stuff. Birds, not Bundys. These are silly.
A petition instead of sedition. Try a
petition
instead of sedition.
They were pretty thin.
You too!
Where's your petition? You're only thin up here.
All right. Say bye, everybody. I'm here, Staff Sergeant Mo, and I'm here with someone extremely special.
Hi, I'm Hannah.
Hi, this is Hannah. I met her in the the Multnomah County Jail one night. And Deb and I were getting ready to go in and see Pete Santilli, and she happened to share the same courtroom with me, I think earlier that day, was it?
Bundy, with the Bundy case.
With Clive and Bundy, and the same judge who presided over Clive and Bundy, that was Janice Stewart.
Yeah.
Janice Stewart, who presided over Clive and Bundy, and I reported on that, as you guys know, and my concerns, as well as how we can file complaints appropriately through the federal government system in regards to judge code of ethics. And later, I was gone, but her husband also had to go before the judge. He is being held also in the prison right there with Ammon Bundy, and he's been talking to Ammon Bundy.
Yes, he has.
And I'm going to let her tell the rest of the story.
Okay, so I was sitting across the street, I guess, what would you call them over there?
The counter-protesters with biodiversity.
Okay, and this is the Bundy side, and Lavoy, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Before Finicum was...
So I was sitting across the street with my kids, whom were playing over there with them on that side, and I realized what was going on, and in my heart, it was heavy. Like I said, my husband called me and told me there was a protest going on, and was scared that there wasn't going to be any visits. So while we were waiting, my kids were playing, and in my heart, it just felt heavy, and so I had to get up, and come to the other side, because my husband has talked to Bundy, and he is a good man, and what is going on, I don't know the whole situation, but my husband doesn't agree why he's being held, and he should be let go. And so I just wanted to say that all these people I agree with, and it is reaching out to people that have no idea what's going on, especially people that have served for us and the right to do this. So I just wanted to put my input in, and I thank these people for coming out here and doing this, and I do support what they're doing. So thank you.
Hannah, thank you. Our work and our efforts to fight against injustices of any kind, a lot of times we run into people that don't know anything, and it's disconcerting. I understand that. But a lot of times you find Hannah. If you talk and you educate and you share a little bit of something, and I only had a moment with her, and I spewed a bunch of what I could think of that was possibly helpful, and I gave her my information, and I never knew I'd see her again, and here I am. Guys, peaceful education, it works.
It does.
Okay, so I missed a little bit of this rally because I was sitting with Hannah, but that was worth it so that we can see we're making a change and a difference with people who didn't know anything or know very much, and they're learning. But now I'm here again.
There's pride in every American heart, and they've got to take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died to gain that right to me, and I gladly stand up
Next to you.
and defend her liberty. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
You know what? I'll probably get a YouTube flag on that now, damn it.
Okay, so what's happening right now, I've missed a lot of it. The opposition came over to the park, close to us. They threatened one lady to kick her ass if she doesn't take those flags down. And now the police are here to escort them off. We're going to continue our rally, though, without this. And give them some space to deal with this issue. But this is the opposition that came over here to start. They're getting violent. They're yelling at the officers. And yeah, they're being very aggressive.
We're going to City Hall right now, everybody.
And we're going to go
who's participating in this patriotic event. Head over to City Hall right now.
So the Patriots are getting ready to just leave them here and deal with their own situation that they've created by coming over here, infringing on our rights. The officers have made it clear that we have the right to exercise our First Amendment peacefully, and they're here to make sure that that is conducted peacefully, and that is all they're doing. So the officers are...
The new legal precedent, a little shitty central commander precinct poverty tip just rewrote the Constitution.
All right, so Patriots are getting ready to go. We don't need to deal with all this ugliness. Yeah.
Are you Ben Franklin or Thomas Jefferson?
And the Patriot community is done with this scene. Bye, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, officers are making sure that they don't infringe on our rights. They're keeping them to keep their distance and keep them away from us. Very politely and respectfully they're doing so. Just to keep the distance. The counter-protesters are not supposed to infringe on our rally, our peaceful rally. So,
we're headed to the state building.
Yes, sir. There we go. See, the Patriots are done with that. We're not going to let anything deter us from exercising our First Amendment rights, our concerns, our redress of grievances, our support, our remembrance of Lavoy Finicum, and we walk away from this. Look at everybody go. Look at everybody walk. They are not concerned with that kind of conduct or evil. They are not concerned whatsoever.
Alright, let's see if I can get a hold of Bexar or Bear Prepper, and it looks like Bexar, so that's why I keep saying it. Let's see if we can get something going here. Oop, says busy. Let's see what's going on here.
I just had to go do
Alright, it was like these sleeves there. Yeah. I mean, it's like, and the helicopter was like, I mean, it's out there. And I've been hard because, I mean, we're that far away, the whole yard lit up.
I sent it to all three.
Hey, all right, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, if you turn your camera to the side, sideways, will the picture turn side? There we go. All right, let me get it up. All right, you're live from the Alamo.
Hello, people. Well, you see, we have a small group, but we are a group that stands for liberty and stand for the murder of Lavoy Finicum and for all our patriots that are currently being held against their will. And we have a young gentleman here that would like to tell you why he got into this.
So, I'm a patriot myself. I stand for liberty. I stand for my people of the United States of America. The murder of Lavoy Finicum was in cold blood, and I will stand for the fallen and for my people to protect this country from any enemy, foreign or domestic. It's my right given to me from my forefathers, and I will uphold it.
Thank you, young man. We have a small group, but we have large mouths.
Big heart.
Big hearts.
Oh, you beat me.
Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, we also, I got some people there that are trying to find you, I think.
Well, we're standing right next to the white tent in front of the Alamo.
All right, I think, let's see, Dixie's there and somebody else. I'm not sure. Texas lady might be there somewhere. But, yeah, we're just trying. You guys got some of your own problems with Red River going on down there? Heating up pretty good, I've heard.
Yes, we are. We're talking to people about Red River so they understand, and it's already coming here.
Oh, no. Well, I was hoping that we got a pretty good turnout in Portland. They're already having some problems up there. Idaho's pretty good. We're going to be also at the Ted Cruz rally here in about 2 hours. I mean, we got Bay City. They're strewn along the road. We got places everywhere. This is really turning into a major across the country, but Portland seems to be getting a little more dangerous as the minutes go by.
That's wonderful. Hopefully we'll get bigger as we move along. We're getting a lot of questions, and we're able to answer a lot of them. And we had many people come by and say they support us.
Rock and roll.
Thank you, Hot.
All right, we'll catch me back if anything's happening down there. Let me know. We'll come back and forth.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, bye.
Scott's working on getting his front camera working right now.
You guys are at Reno? Yeah. All right. Well, we're out of here. See you guys later. What are you guys?
My name's Scott.
Scott?
Yeah.
And Rob.
Rob, nice to meet you.
Yeah, we just started a group called American Freedom Fighters online.
American Freedom Fighters?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to pick up some stuff.
How about now, Sovereign?
More of a revolutionary.
That's good. Looking good.
Just a single protest. I got a lot more than.
Just saying a prayer right now.
Okay. Has anyone spoken yet? And is there a stage of sorts, or how are they doing that?
She talking to me?
Yeah, you could wait till the moment of silence here, and we'll pick it up again.
So we pray that you'll give joy to those men and help them to remember that they're suffering for doing good. It's a noble and honorable thing. And I pray that you'll help us to be just as bold when we must do what's right, even when doing what is right is not easy.
If I'm not mistaken, the young girls in the red, white, and blue are the nieces.
Okay.
You will stir the hearts of America, that you will turn the hearts of the fathers and mothers towards their children, and that you will turn our hearts towards one another and help us be united again as a people, and to remember that in loving our neighbor and being selfless and speaking out against the evil and the blood that has been shed in this nation, for this nation concealing and lying, committing adultery, breaks out, blood touches blood. I pray you'll help us to be able to have strength to overturn that, to stop the powers of darkness, to do so peacefully, and to bring an end to the bloodshed. The 59 million babies that have been killed since the 1970s, all the way down to the political awakening within these past few months. I pray that you'll also be strong and courageous, and look to you because we know that you're standing with us. In the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior and our King. Amen.
How's the audio on that?
We can hear.
Say again?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Could you hear the loudspeaker?
Yes, it broke up a little bit, but it's not bad.
To take on this terror. They have crossed our boundaries. There's no mercy. And we have now become the enemy. God-fearing, American-loving patriots. That's it. So it's not going to stop here. We will do monthly rallies. We're going to educate people on the Constitution so they know their rights.
Come on, darling, that's you.
Yes, links funded Tyranny. And we'll do everything that we can that justice will be served for Liverpool.
Is that a good shot?
Oh, you. Yeah. Did I use the wrong name, really? I'm so sorry. Get up here. You know what I'm talking about. I told y'all. I am. And she's one of my faves, really. You, lady, right there. You're going to lead us in the pledge. We can say. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. A couple things. Jessica is going to be coming up and speaking. I wanted to let everybody know. I know everybody wants pictures, as do I. But we have to give them a little space, and whoever wants pictures, just ask myself, and I'll pull them aside so we can get pictures. And then also, there's a gentleman here that is selling bumper stickers. Where are you at, sir? Right here. Okay. And these bumper stickers are $2.50 each, or $5 for two. And the proceeds will go to the Finicums. They'll actually go to them today as their present. So we do ask that if you have the extra, certainly represent. Can you let me see one of those stickers? Kind of hold up. Yep. Can everybody see that from there? It's the Voice brand. So if anybody wants the bumper stickers, you can see this gentleman over here.
I'm gonna get me a handful of them.
I'm going to ask Jessica to come up and say a few words, and then afterwards, the voice is
Patriots have to be locked up. It's federal prison.
what a beautiful song that I'll be playing for you all. Everybody welcome Jessica.
Hi everyone. It's very nice to see all of you here. Our family and the rest of the Patriots couldn't do it without every single one of you. And we need many, many more. And that's why we're here today, is to go out and educate. Many of you have seen the pages that our family has created. It's called National Stand By Me for Liberty. I actually created a website as well. It's nationalstandbymeforliberty.com. And you can find rallies anywhere over the country with that page. We also have an educational resource center that we've created so people who don't know what's going on can go on there and take constitutional classes, and they're free, and kind of learn about what's going on in Oregon right now, because many, many people don't know. I talked to 500 people on February 13th at my rally that had no clue what was going on. And I can't believe that a man can be shot, a great, great man like my uncle, could be shot, and people don't know. That is just ridiculous. And that's what we are out here, and we need to be out here for, is to get out there and let people know what is going on. That is for all of the Patriots that are currently in prison right now. You can find a way to write to them or to help them with their legal funds. This isn't just about my uncle. This is about America and what is going on here. People don't even know what their Constitution says or what their rights are. I didn't. I was ignorant, just like most a few months ago. And we all need to educate them. You'll also find a testimonial page on those that site.
No, you're there.
Having their rights abused or perverted, to go there and let us know, let America know what is going on with them. And with that, we're actually going to be asking every single one of them to fill out an affidavit. And we're going to be submitting those affidavits to the federal courts. And we're going to help every American that is having an issue with their constitutional rights being abused. Because, again, it's not just about my uncle. It's about America and us, we, the people. That's us, you know. I thank you all so much for being here. I can't do this alone, and we can't do this alone. We need more people to know what's going on. So thank you all for coming today and educating. That is a great book. Also, I wanted to tell you a few more things. My uncle signed a lot of books for people out there, and his own children didn't get a book signed by him. And we're asking any person who may have gotten one of those books to return it to the family, and we will get you a book signed by Jeanette and all of the kids, because we can't get those books for those kids anymore. So it would be so amazing if people would stand forward and do that. I know Jamie's going to, which is amazing. Thank you, Jamie. Another thing. We are doing some donations. The family, the extended family of Jeanette Finicum, has come together. We're making memorial pins for, it has a picture of my uncle's face and a ribbon, a patriotic ribbon. And we're hand making those. We are giving those away for $5 a piece, and 100% of that goes to my Aunt Jeanette. We don't know what's going to happen for her right now. The man who took care of her is gone. She has 11 children and a ranch now to take care of on her own. And so this month I've raised $2,500 for my aunt, and that helps her pay her mortgage. And I'm asking people to buy pins to help me promote the pins so that our family can continue to make those and get her mortgage paid if we can. We also have books. The family has gotten books, and we can sell those as well. We can take orders today if anybody does want to. We didn't bring them on our vacation, so I'm sorry. But we will take orders and we'll mail them to you. So if you guys are interested, we can do that as well. And that's all I've got for you. Thank you all. I want to sing a song.
How's the audio on all this?
Yeah, it was real good, Craig. I could hear it really good.
Awesome.
She's scared. Are you going to agree? Our freedoms are waning and we'll lose our liberty. Slipping one by one until there's nothing. Are you going to stand by me? Are you just going to let it be? The rapture's first, the next it may be me. We all stand together or we'll hang separately. Are you going to be? Are you willing to be free? It won't be any easier to regain lost liberty.
Sovereign, I'm not streaming.
Things are happening. So,
Audio is coming through. I'm not certain about the video. I don't see video, but possibly others do.
Going
Yeah, no video, but man, that's awesome. That's cool to hear that live.
You got no video on me, guys?
You might turn your camera off and then back on, see if that would kick back in.
Yeah, no video.
What about now?
Not yet. It seems to cut in and out. I don't know what's happening there.
Oh, there it goes.
Don't forget the boy. Don't forget it.
Here,
Don't forget it.
You saw something, Scott?
It went on. Now it's back on now. Oh, now it's off again.
Justice for the boy. Justice
Weird.
now. Justice for the boy.
I'll try reloading my window and see if that helps. I'll be right back.
I'm going to go off and go close my Zello. I left it open. Everybody's talking on there. I got to get off here and close it up.
Okay.
I'm just stuck in it. Yeah. Way into people. Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, you know, you're putting yourself on the front line all the time. Are you scared? You know, what do you see happening next? And he told me,
Are you there? What's showing
I am
up?
right with my maker, and I shall not fear.
You're live and your video is back. Thank you, Scott.
You know, I feel like I'm right with my maker too, but I'm scared. You know, I'm so scared. You know, what could happen out here?
I just got a message. Did
And
I lose you?
around everywhere. They're
Nope,
doing
you're live. You're good. We got video too. Thank you.
burning people's property,
You're not seeing me. You're seeing them.
violating us in the order.
No, I'm looking at you though. You need to switch cameras again.
So what he would say is, one, he
How about now?
would have
Good. That's got it.
died of pain. We won't let that happen.
Did you not pick up that song?
And it will take
Some of it.
every single one of us,
We got the audio, but not the video.
more of us,
Can you tell who's speaking?
make sure that justice is
Come
served
back.
on his behalf.
Do you know who is speaking?
And the rest of my days, if that's what it takes,
She's
to
a
make
friend of
sure
the family.
that justice is served.
Okay.
And that there is an open investigation on the FBI, there is an open investigation on the BLM, and his family can get some peace.
Hold nice and steady if you can, Scott.
I don't want to break down it. Only thing I can say is that I ask that you guys keep praying for his family. He has a very large family. And as they said, Jeanette is stuck there on the ranch. And Lavoy was the farmer, the worker, the provider. So she's going to need a lot of uplifting. If it's something as simple as a private message on Facebook, just telling her that you support her, and that you're sending prayers, starting prayer circles. A lot of his daughters are on Facebook. You can also reach out to them. Just let them know that we support them and that we will spend our days fighting for justice. Also, with our men that have been imprisoned, we may not have all agreed with them going into Oregon and occupying the refuge. In fact, at first I was hesitant. I thought there's got to be another way. Maybe we can do private property, or there's got to be a rancher out here. We can use their land. But they made that decision, and they made a pretty big statement by doing so. That was letting the government know that you're not going to push us around. And realistically, it was their constitutional right to be there. Property. If anybody doesn't know, they cleaned up the refuge. When they got to the refuge, it was a nightmare. There was rat dung everywhere, paper scattered. They had the archives from the natives just boxed up and getting ruined. Our patriots went out there and cleaned that area up. When the prosecuting attorneys, as well as the feds, went into the refuge after our men had been put in jail, they would not let any of the defense attorneys go in with them, nor would they let media in. They have now discovered that there was explosives, which, by the way, they were there from day one. Those explosives were owned by the BLM. So everything that they're doing right now, our men did not bring, they never intended to harm anyone. How many have seen the videos where they said, we will not draw arms. We want this to be resolved peaceful. Who were the ones that made it non-peaceful? Who did it? The FBI, right? They're the ones that came in. They're the ones that took up arms. And they're the ones who fired on our people. We did not. So that's one thing that we also need to remember. We have now 37 patriots that are in jail right now. I think I have most of them listed behind us here, over here where the Stand By Me for Liberty poster. If anyone wants to send them, again, a letter, or just to let them know, hey, we're out here and we support you guys. You can't imagine what one piece of mail means to these guys right now. It means the world to them. And they wait for the mail every day to come in because it just gives them a little bit of hope. We do have a couple of our men, our patriots, that are in jail right now that will be calling to talk to you guys. I believe Ammon will be speaking, as well as Blaine Cooper. And those, again, we planned it for 4 o'clock our time, which is 1 o'clock their time, because they're still in Oregon, which most of them with the new indictments will be moved back to Nevada. But as for now, they're still in Oregon.
And when I told them about the rally today and that, you know, you guys, we have the auxiliary, we have a way for you guys to speak, Blaine actually cried because it's his only way to reach out to people. So when he does call, as well as Ammon, I'm going to ask every single one of you to show them massive support because it will keep them going in there. And they don't have much hope right now. They're, the majority of them, which is Ammon, Clive, Ryan Bundy, Ryan Payne, Pete Santilli, and Blaine, as well as Buddha, Brian Cavalier, are looking at 2 life sentences with the new indictments. But we can help that. There's a such thing, one, as a presidential pardon. We know that our president right now isn't going to give them that, right? So we know we're looking at least, you know, January 20th of next year before we even have a chance to approach, hopefully, our new president, which we're not going to get political here and everybody state who they want to be the new president, but whoever it may be, we hope it's not Hillary or Bernie. And then we're going to ask for those presidential pardons.
Not to mention any names, but
In
the initials are
meantime, as
Hillary
long
and
as we
Bernie.
can, support them from the outside, any means possible. There's a lot of fundraisers set up. If anybody wants to donate, you can go on to my personal page as well as Liberty Bells, and you can find every single link. And as well, yes.
It has a link to every single legal account and their addresses, so you can go right to them. But you're going to find that on nationalstandbymeforliberty.com Patriot Support Center, okay?
Yeah, because I've noticed that a lot of them aren't getting much support. Even phone time for them is so valuable right now. Things that we take for granted. I spoke to Blaine this morning on the way here, and he was excited to eat a Snicker bar. When was the last time we got excited to eat a Snicker bar? When all your rights are ripped from you, when you're innocent, we can't imagine what they're going through. That's how I'm going to end that, is we really just can't imagine how they're going through, what they're going through. I'm going to pass this because this is an emotional, touchy subject, as Carolyn was very special to me, as well as the a lot of other personally. They're really special people. So Clive had just taught me. They have all the boys right now. Who is still 17. So Carol, and like she said a couple days ago, and she said to me, she said, you think that they have? I certainly ain't met the Bundy men yet, or the Bundy woman yet. If anyone knows Carol, she really meant it. She is a feisty little thing, as well as Stetsy and Bailey and everyone else. The Bundy women are just as strong as the Bundy men. So, just reaching out to show them love.
We're calling it?
Does anyone have any questions so far at all? You guys are being awful quiet. This isn't like Patriots. We're usually loud and proud.
My question is I noticed that they weren't allowed to receive letters. They are receiving the letters now?
Am I still on, Sovereign?
Okay. Has anybody questioned why they keep bringing them back to the other states?
Yep, you're good.
Like Cooper, All these other guys are supposed to have this going on from the state that supposedly did the crime. Why are they not being extradited back to those states?
That's true. It does take 45 days. But most importantly, when I was speaking to Rachel Ritzheimer, which is John's wife, she explained to me that there's a military term for this. And how it works is they try to break them down. So by moving them to different places, one, they don't want them to collaborate with each other. So they don't want them to be able to speak to each other. And as of right now, they're still not speaking to each other. Did you guys know that Clive can't even speak to his sons? Who's in the same jail. They're keeping them all separate. So it's just a mental thing that they're doing to kind of break them down to where they surrender and plead guilty, is what I'm understanding from Rachel Ritzheimer. I don't have facts other than I've only spoke to Blaine's attorney, and I know that he'll be moved back to Nevada very shortly, as will the other men that's been indicted on the Bundy Ranch in 2014. Hopefully, as the lawyer has told me, that the Oregon charge is a charge that can be beat. So we're going to be hopeful about that. And that's exactly why they're coming with all the new charges and the new indictments, because they know what they're charging them on in Oregon, it can be beat. But if anyone's looked at the charges personally for Clive's never carried a weapon. Never. Clive wasn't even down at he wasn't at the standoff. He was on the property, but he wasn't standing off. He invited the sheriff, Gillespie, to come and speak. He shook hands with him. He welcomed them into the property. So this is all just it's all trumped up charges. And why do they wait 2 years, job, to get to the bottom of it? That's why we're here. And this is why we're going to continue doing it. We're going to fight that justice be served.
I think we didn't have a bunch
For
of cops
all
around
of
there
our
and shot us all.
that are in jail, and
That
most
backfired.
certainly for our dear friend who
They
lost
fired
his
on
life.
us.
And I'm gonna ask you all personally to step up and do whatever you have to do, and don't be afraid. I know a lot of people are turning off their Facebook over fear. I probably received, I don't even know, 100 PMs after everybody started. In fact, a good friend of mine, Molly, a lot of you know her, Shiloh, writer, she called me and she said, maybe we should stop talking for a little while. I'm really concerned that, your phone is tapped and they're going to be coming for you. And out of there. It might take a while, as the lawyer said, but these are all charges that can be beat. There was never any violence on our end. It was always on the government's end. Rather, any ABC company out there that you want to talk about, the BLM, the FBI, Secret Service, whoever it was, they were the ones that were approaching us. Sure.
Anybody got a gold minivan that's parked over here by the gate? The construction crew's trying to get the gate shut. We need to have the van moved.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to cut it off because I'll keep going. I love everybody there, and so it's, like I said, it's a touchy subject for myself. And if anyone has any questions about them, they can certainly reach out to me on Facebook, ask me here, whatever it is, and if I can answer the we have no question. You can ask as many as you'd like.
Now, I realize that they've all got attorneys, and I understand that Pete Santilli also has UCLA representative with his attorneys as well. Is UCLA working with the other attorneys with the other patriots that are arrested?
As it looks right now, most attorneys are representing each client individually. Because you're absolutely right. She just answered that question. Oh, we answered that phone. That's actually the. I missed it, really. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry, yes, I did. So sorry, guys. I just actually missed a call from the jail, and hopefully you will call directly back. Darn it. In the meantime, I'm going to pass it on over. Come on up here, Miss Lady. I want you to introduce yourself and your group and share
Sovereign, we good?
for us. Kayla.
Right, all that sound is coming from that little box sitting there.
Is it pretty loud?
It's loud and clear. I was just amazed at how much sound is coming out of that little box that she was standing next to when it was feeding back. Oh,
Yeah,
we're listening here to see what else they're doing.
She said what? She missed the call from Ammon, or?
Yeah, I caught that.
I'd like to say a special thank you to the Finicum nieces for allowing Rebels Angels to speak about LaVoy on their behalf. Second, I know we're working morning at this time, but we believe LaVoy's message has never been louder and clearer. The first time I heard LaVoy speak was through the Burns rally video that Pete Santilli let out. I was moved immediately and heard my own conviction. His passion for liberty, how he spoke, the words he used. He spoke truth and spoke from the heart. My respect deepened for LaVoy and his family, and also the Bundys and their family. With the education that continued with the release of the videos at the refuge, I'm going to break this real quick. We got the guys.
Okay, we got him back. You there, Sovereign?
Yeah, Scott, could you mute your microphone if it's not muted yet? Thank you.
They actually asked permission to track our location. As a start.
No, Craig, unmute your mic. I needed Scott's mic muted. Your mic is muted right now, Craig.
Can you hear with that mic turned off?
Shared with law enforcement to accept charges. Press 1 to reduce charges. Thank you for using Securus. If at any time you feel that this caller may be at risk to harm yourself or others during your incarceration,
Sovereign, you there?
503-988. And enter 1 and 5 to report your concerns.
Yes, Scott, or Craig, stand by. Sounds good though. Your mic is up.
I'm okay. You're actually live right now. You're with a group of your favorite patriots here in Florida. I knew that you had a few words to say to them, so I'm going to try to make this as loud as possible for you guys. And when you're going to want to speak up, okay? Okay, you're actually live now.
Okay, guys, I first want to say this is you in your prayers and everybody else in your prayers this week, and that the Lord will be haste in getting us home with our families. At this time, I'll just read you something that I wrote from my heart that I thought needed to be said. That our lives are
State what's happened just as they killed LaVoy Finicum. They are saying, we the state are the power, you are the subject. Can you state your name and your title, please? I'm Gavin Syme, and I'm just a Christian and a patriot and somebody that believes in loving my neighbor. Thank you.
So you see the government and the federal court system very, very literally as tyrannical.
they are very literally as tyrannical. The law is very explicit. The law says, for example, under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, that the federal government cannot own land like the Malheur Wildlife Refuge. And of course, that's just one part of the message. Ammon Bundy, it wasn't just about a wildlife refuge. It was about not terrorizing farmers. It was about keeping the land where it belongs. It was about state rights. It was about individual rights.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just
I
trying
know.
to find
I know how
my
it
list.
works.
Cover in the rain.
Yeah, I know.
Like, oh crap! This is not good.
So at the end of the day, you know, people say, well, it's a shocking thing to call a judge a terrorist. Most people are terrified to go even into a courtroom to observe, and I would challenge anybody who does not believe me to go into their court and to watch and to observe what's happening in these courtrooms and watch the terror in people's eyes and on their faces and feel the terror that they're put under by this justice system. A justice system that's supposed to be upholding the principles of life, liberty, and property. That's the only job of our government, is to defend that equally. So I hope that answers the questions.
It does. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Do you have any affiliation either with cows or with any other?
I've worked with some of the cows people, and you know, I work with anyone who's standing up for liberty. So yeah. Thank you. It's still on. No, it's not on. Oh yeah, it is. Hey, okay guys, we're clear enough. The rain just came, so our timing is perfect, and we're going to move on to Salem and have a rally down there. And there's our wives over there, and Nathan. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. What's the plan? Yeah, I think we're going to ride down there. Hopefully the clouds are not that far yet, huh?
I'll be down there.
Good.
It rains about 150 days out of the year.
Yeah. Cyrus, you're on YouTube. Do you have anything to say about the law? Not today? Okay.
You're in Soap Lake, right?
Yes.
Sue Arbuthnot. I talked to Nathan at one point back in the day when you were on your show,
right,
and so forth. We were making a documentary. Richard and I were independent,
right,
documentary filmmakers here in Burns. We'd love to talk with you at some point about that event and how you, were able to.
Yeah, get in touch. You can email me. You can also get a hold of Nathan, and we work together all the time. Okay.
Yeah, and so we might just.
Well, that's rare. Well, except for when they put it out online. So.
I don't know how
That's
I
one of
got
our
it,
cards,
but-
so you can check up on what we do.
It's not bad hard to get. It's not really that hard to get a hold of.
We love the area. Actually, I worked on the Grand Coulee Dam Laser Light Show.
Oh, cool.
Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The new one?
Yeah, I just saw it last year.
Oh, you did? Okay. It just opened
It's
last
nice.
year.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So we want to come up and talk with you.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Good to
perfect.
meet you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Where's the organizers? Let's find the organizers. He's at the window? What? What? Just a minute. We will soon. Be patient. Where's your wife? We don't want to lose people. We got a lot of.
We're gonna help the Portland Police Department out. We're gonna file by peacefully with no words. Just move right onto your vehicles. We know our meeting place. Let's show some good support.
Okay, where's
for the job they've done.
Just gonna keep this rolling for now, guys. Man, buddy. You got your wife, Nathan?
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, have a good day, too.
Thanks for making it so peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you for helping. Please defend the peace.
Let's communicate about how we're going to go.
We'll probably be heading out here. Hey, we love you guys. Just listening. I thought I heard something.
Evan, I don't even know you, but I have stuff for. I'm never going to see. I need to find Lisa Bundy. I have stuff that she knows she's going to get. Have you seen her around here?
I have not seen her. I don't know where she is. How are we doing? There's Lisa Bundy. Hey, just so this is still on the air, so just so you know, do you have anything you want to say to people?
Well, I just got done seeing Ammon.
Okay.
And he's wondering if everybody still knows and is staying active. So
Absolutely.
let's let him continue to remember that we are.
Right.
And he is missing me and the children terribly. It was a very emotional visit.
Right.
But he says we need to keep reading our constitutions, keep educating ourselves and educating our families, getting the words out, holding strong, staying true. He said it was still worth it. So if it's worth it to him, then it's worth it to us, right, guys?
Yeah, well, and we hope to see him, but thank him for all of us. You know, I mean,
I will. I'll get
I
to
hope
see
they
him
were able to
tomorrow.
see people out here.
He did see it.
Good.
He did see it.
Good.
He saw it. So, and he was grateful. And you're Nathan, right?
I'm Nathan. Good to meet you, Lisa.
Nice to meet you.
Did I meet you earlier?
No, Candace. This is my girlfriend, Candace. Yeah.
Candace, good to meet you. Whoops.
Okay.
I'm Calvin's wife.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello, baby. Oh, I love you, baby, too. And these are your children?
Okay.
Trying to clear it out here. This thing is on the air.
The police are about ready to come in on these guys here and bust these guys, these protesters from over there. So they just asked us to get out of the way so that when they come in, they make a sweep on only those guys. So,
Tom, hey.
Bust them.
Hey!
These
guys are causing problems. Those
Christmas. Oh, yeah, I appreciate
We all need to work together.
Hello. Well, you're putting the word out there.
Hi.
No.
Hi, good to meet you, Lisa.
You're with Lisa?
Hey, I just want to shout out to Kelly and April for organizing this. I don't see them around here right now, but you girls did a great job. So thank you for putting this together. People are stepping up to keep the message going. Thanks for coming. City Hall, City Hall.
Right there.
Oh, they're trying to move us away from the zero, so. Bear in mind, we're still live.
Yeah,
I got my grandkids.
This one holds real tight, man. Especially in a crazy place like this.
I think that's, why don't we reconnoiter over there? Yeah. You mean we used the wrong big word.
Yeah.
It's a big word. It's probably right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's go. Quick, quick, quick. I don't know. I got some impression that they were going to try and. He said they were going to bust these guys, but I don't know for what. They were mainly, just, you know, they were belligerent, but you know, they have that right. So I'm just, but I don't know. They might just be talking to them and trying to disperse people. I think they were concerned that things were getting too agitated. So as long as they, I don't see.
Thanks for coming out, brother.
Good to see you.
Yeah, if the police get hostile, we need to get videos here.
It doesn't matter who it is, but hopefully they won't. I mean, it looks like everything's peaceful so far.
Let's not make these guys feel like we're intimidating.
Okay. Stay close.
What are we doing?
Hey, we love you guys too.
You're my fucking hero. Because you got a big mouth and no brain.
Thanks
It's all right,
for
man.
being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We
support you. Thank you. You guys take care. Good to see you out here.
You guys going to Salem?
I think so, yeah.
Excellent.
Hopefully
We'll
it's
see you
sunny
there.
there.
We should have just made a big convoy with flags. That's all.
You know what's going on over here? I see a lot of police. Are they giving the counter protesters trouble, or just
they were
just trying to
actually talking
disperse
to
it?
everybody. No, actually not.
They're just trying to make sure nothing gets out of hand. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thanks for being here. Looks like everything's all right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I just don't want anybody getting abused. Hey, buddy. Okay, let's see. Do you have anything you want to say?
I don't think so. I think I've covered it.
Okay. We've been going for about 20 minutes here, so it's getting bandwidth down here. Okay, so this building, this is, I don't know what they call this park, but right over here,
Pioneer Square.
this is the terrorist center right across here. They call it the Justice Center, but this is where they terrorize and abuse and extort the innocent in our nation today. And they have a George Washington quote. I think if he was here, he would probably take a can of spray paint and unquote his name from this building of injustice. But I don't know. He'd probably be arrested for that. But yeah. Okay. And then across here, no, actually right here. Do we know, is Ammon standing there? Ammon's somewhere right up in this building, and so he's watching us.
and other patriots up there too. I don't know if, I think Pete is still here, John Ritzheimer. Most of them are in this building. Cliven has been moved, but we have a whole bunch of good men locked in this cage. You know, they make it look pretty and shiny and nice on the outside, but it's all about abuse. That's what this is about. And so, sad thing. And that's where our appeal to heaven comes in. We carry the message, and we try and let even these counter-protesters know that we're not against them. We're for our neighbor. We're for liberty. That's what it's all about. And so everything for the most part was pretty peaceful. You know, we had some people trying to rile up the situation, but we have to be peaceful. We have to be principled. We have to be calm. And I think I'm going to close this down. I'm sure you can't see Ammon in his low-res video, but there's Nathan Syme.
If there's anybody watching this who are members of Indian movements, Black Lives Matter, Middle Eastern movements, Jewish groups, any groups that are not the Patriot movement, because I'm already in contact with them, get a hold of me. gavinforliberty@gmail.com, and I will get back to you. We're looking for allies.
And it's not about race. It's not about division. It's about holding government accountable and standing up. And obviously, you know, lawlessness, obviously looting, things like that, those are wrong. We need to unite in principle, all of us, and restore this nation in liberty and in law. I see Kelly down there. Kelly, is he up there?
Yeah.
Where's he at? Do you know which window is he in?
Ammon is 6. He's up. So I'm over here. Okay, so go to see this glass box.
Yeah.
Okay. Look to the left. When I count down, there's 1, 2, 3. There's Ammon.
From the first one to the left.
I'm sorry, far left.
Oh, the far left. Okay. 3 down.
1, 2, 3.
There he is. Okay. I can't really see him, but my eyes aren't that great.
Straight across here, lights are on. It actually will be easier for the next hour. That's Ryan
Okay. Okay.
Although, why can't we see anything? Oh, that's just a reflection.
It's hard to see probably because the light back here is so much brighter, whereas at night. Hey, we're still live streaming. Do you have anything? This is Kelly, and you and April were kind of the main organizers, but I know there was lots of people helping.
Carol and Brandon and lots of people.
Do you have anything you want to say to people before I close this out?
Oh gosh, that there's more Americans supporting us than what most people believe, and to stand. It's time to stand.
Unite. We need to unite and set aside the pettiness.
Yep. It's time to stand together. We don't even hardly need our Second Amendment when people stand together, when our government allows us to speak up and to put the pressure on the elected officials we need to put so that they'll represent us accordingly, and we want them to represent us. We want our lands back. We want our state separated. We don't want federal government to be our landlords anymore. Yeah. We're done with that. We didn't hire them for that. We didn't elect them for that. They have no accountability to us, so they should not be our landlords anymore.
Right.
They need to stop. So.
Yeah. Cool. The government didn't give us our rights, and they certainly can't take them away. Yes.
I got his interview. He's the man. You the man.
Okay, so
I got Gavin.
Okay.
Got Gavin. Got BJ.
All right, guys. I'm going to sign off for now. I don't know if I'll do a quick live stream at Salem or not, but the message is clear. The message Lavoie had was clear. It's about liberty. It's about loving our neighbor. Thank you. It's about uniting. It's about justice. It's about the rule of law. And so, no matter where you are, whether you're in America or another country, whether you're in Oregon or another state, you know, whether you consider yourself a patriot or a normal person, the new normal has become tyranny. We need to make the normal liberty once again.
According to that picture that the Bundys posted, that's the corner they were on. We were just over there. We had people waving out the windows on that. I think it might be him because it looks just like that same picture. It doesn't have a flagpole in it. It doesn't have one person to another. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I've been watching you, and I hope there's more people that watch you. From a guy who knows about military history during the Nazi occupation, seeing it happen again.
Right. So, yeah, we got to keep standing.
I don't know what we can do to educate our young people, because like my daughter's 16 going to high school, they don't talk about this.
Get them out of those public schools, man. I mean, that's
I know.
Teach them. Those are the indoctrination centers now.
Right.
Teaches them how to be compliant.
Amen.
Yeah.
They tell you if your kids don't have shots, they can't come to school. Our school didn't like it when we told them that our kids coming to school no matter what.
And my boy, they don't go to school, and that's why we were driving down here last night talking about the principles of law. And they don't teach you that in school. They teach you to comply. They teach you to submit. Now, you were doing security here today, right? What was your name? Do you want to say hello? Or?
Brandon T. Williams.
You guys have a Facebook page?
Oregon Security Course 3%.
Right on. Absolutely. Are they now? Did they say Ammon was somewhere else, or?
So we
Ammon
just were around the other side, and they were waving at us. Did you see the "I love you"?
Yes, I did.
So the only place you can see without trees, flagpoles, or whatever is that corner, the back corner, and we just had a shadow behind the window waving at us like this.
Oh, okay, cool. That's great. All right, guys.
I think some of the people are going down there.
Yeah, we might walk down there, but
how of a political prisoner still be in jail?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Because we have a lawless government. That's why.
We do.
And we have a lawless government because we have a lawless nation that rejected law and God and love and
we have a
neighbor.
leader in the country, the state that doesn't do shit.
Yeah, people don't stand up.
But
Yeah.
I'm just really upset that that people don't care about the people.
Well, it all falls to us because we keep putting these people there for promises of
Right.
false security and for freebies, and it's on both
Well,
sides of the party.
Bottom line is, I put my trust in God.
That's right. That's where it's at.
Whatever happens, He knows what's going to happen.
Yes. Yes. All right, man. Take care.
Well, I'm assuming all streams are down. Hang on a second. I'm assuming that all streams are either down or taking a break for the moment. So what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to pull up and see if Rev's got anything else. I show him still streaming. I wonder if that's old stuff. Yeah, the Sovereign Netizen that was streaming earlier is down, so I guess that's old what Revolution is streaming. So anyway, we are, I guess, down for the moment as far as those are concerned. Let me refresh YouTube and see what is going on there. I am probably at the beginning of the week here. I'm going to bring my computer down for probably a few hours so I can reinstall Windows, because my computer is absolutely struggling to bring even 2 streams at one time, and I know this computer can handle 4, so Off-Grid Nation has posted a video that I think we might want to take a look at. Give me a second here. Let me get it up. He doesn't seem to me to be the type of fellow that would be an alarmist or a fearmonger. He seems to be a pretty cool-headed, laid-back kind of guy. So for him to make a video like this with the title that it has somewhat concerns me. Oops. Guess YouTube erred. Oh, gotta refresh it again. One moment. Wow, for some reason it just does not want to play that video. Interesting stuff.
Guys, I wanted to get this out to you as soon as possible. It could be something. It could.
Hang on a second. Let me get rid of the windows that aren't doing anything. All right, let me try reloading this video and see what happens.
Alright guys, I wanted to get this out to you as soon as possible. It could be something, it could be nothing, it could be routine training, but I got an email from a sub, and I promise not to give any details about names or locations or that sort of thing, but I did get the go-ahead to put this out there. And I guess the reason I'm doing it is to see whether or not any of you all have been seeing similar actions. So here's the deal. This person lives in a part of the country that normally doesn't see a whole lot of military traffic. But in town today, this person saw many people walking around in military fatigues, lots of military helicopters and planes flying overhead, and also a family member of theirs that is in the military was just reassigned to a different part of the country, many thousands of miles away, okay? Which is all very strange according to this person. So, and I believe what they're saying. I just don't know whether or not it's part of a military exercise and it's normal, and whether or not other people are seeing that kind of thing, or whether or not you know that it's not normal and this is something that we should be concerned about. So, we all know weird stuff is happening, so I think it's important that we report this stuff when we find out about it and get a consensus as to what the heck's going on out there. So please share the video and try to get feedback and report back anywhere or anytime that you can. Put it in the comments. Appreciate it.
Alright, I noticed that Who Is Sincere about an hour ago uploaded a video, and it's titled, simply enough, 3 Percenters Arrested, Brandon Curtis Update. So I want to play that. I'm really interested in hearing what Brandon has to say, and the reason why is because I've been asking the entire time, how come he is still free to go and do as he pleases, considering that he rolled right up on the FBI with 20 other trucks full of armed men and served them papers. You know, if anybody was trying to impede a federal officer, I would think that would qualify. But anyway, let's see what he's got to say.
All right. How's everybody doing tonight? This is Sincere with A9 Radio Live and the All Rights Matter show. We have a special show coming from you tonight. I know it's been a couple weeks since we've publicly spoken with Brandon, so we wanted to bring Brandon Curtis, the head of the Idaho 3 Percenters, live on air to go ahead and, give us an update as far as what's going on. There's a lot lot of drama happening right now with people being arrested now. So we're talking about where a few weeks removed from the end of the standoff, and the federal authorities are still going into people's homes without warrants and are arresting people, and it's turning into just a crazy mess. So let's go ahead and bring Brandon on. Are you there, Brandon?
I'm here. How you doing?
Okay, Brandon. Excuse me. I actually just got done eating. I just ran to the thing here because I know we had to get started. We had everybody waiting. So how are you doing tonight?
We're doing okay. We're hanging in there. It's been a rough couple days with all the arrests going on, and we had 4 of our own here in Idaho picked up yesterday.
Yeah, it's been actually a lot, and I know I've been ripping and running all day and doing a ton of things, and I know you have been doing quite a few things yourself, and we've been in recent communication because of that very reason, that you've had 4 of your own actually picked up within the last 24 hours. So can you give us a little bit of information about those 4 individuals and what their current status is? I mean, do they have bail, or what's going on with their situation right now?
Sure. So we had 4 of our members were picked up yesterday by the FBI. Eric Parker, our vice president, he was pulled over by the FBI on a traffic stop on his way to work yesterday morning. Stephen Stewart, who lives in the same county as Eric, they actually came to his house and took him into custody while he had his children. We had Scott Drexler was picked up while he was at work yesterday. And here's the most interesting one. One of our other members, Todd Engel, up in Coeur d'Alene, he was actually at his office with a client in the conference room when the FBI showed up to take him into custody, and it was thought by the office staff that the FBI actually had set themselves up as clients to bring Todd into the conference room so he would be there for sure. So they set him up.
Wow. So they're not stopping at anything to make sure that they apprehend those who they want to apprehend. Now, Eric, Steven, Scott, and Todd, that's 4 people, and they're all a part of the Idaho 3%ers. Is that correct?
Yes, they are a part of our organization. Eric is actually my vice president.
Okay, all right. And that's Eric Parker?
Eric Parker, correct.
Okay. All right, and their current status is they're all still detained as of right now.
Yes, they are. They had their arraignment hearings today. They just covered the charges. What they were told is that they are convicted on all the charges. They're looking at a minimum of 55 years and a maximum of 3 life sentences.
Okay, 55 years for all the charges accumulated?
Correct. If they're convicted.
Or 3 life sentences?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do we know
have
what their charges
detention
are?
hearings will be next week. It's for the 3 guys being held in Boise, it's going to be on Wednesday of next week, and for Todd Engel, who's being held in Coeur d'Alene, it'll be on Thursday.
Okay. All right. Now, do we know what their actual charges are as of this moment? I mean, have they released the paperwork as far as, for them to be able to know the amount of years, they actually, they have to know what the charges are then?
Yeah, they were charged. There was a 36-page criminal complaint that was released yesterday by the U.S. Marshal's Office and the DOJ. On that 36-page criminal complaint was the 4 names of our individuals, as well as Jerry DeLamus out of New Hampshire was arrested yesterday. We have the other 2 Bundy brothers, Davey and Mel, were also arrested yesterday. Joe O'Shaughnessy, who was already arrested once in Burns, Oregon, was rearrested yesterday at his home for this criminal complaint, which is all tied back to the Bundy Ranch. They did a total of 12 arrests yesterday, and there's 14 total people charged, because 2 of those people that were charged are still in custody in Portland, Oregon.
Wow. So they did a total of 12 arrests yesterday.
Yes, and we have, from what I understand, the FBI has confirmed there's 2 more arrests done this evening. They won't confirm where or give any information on it, but they did confirm 2 more people were arrested this evening as well.
So this is like just a kind of a no-holds-barred situation for the FBI. They're just, this situation with the Bundy Ranch, this is a couple years ago now. So we're talking about, at any given time, they could have, of course, especially like people like Todd Engel, they could have stopped him at his business or went to his house and talked to him. But they waited until this situation, to the Burns, Oregon situation happened at the refuge, to start rounding people up, for things from before. That sounds like lawlessness to me.
Well, and I agree with you. It's almost like it's a reverse vigilante, if you will. It just seems like a long stretch. I believe the total charges, there was 10 or 12 charges on that charging document yesterday that was filed in the court, and it's just unbelievable. Things like extortion. They showed up at my vice president's house this evening. The U.S. Marshal's office showed up at Eric Parker's house this morning with a search warrant and took his weapons. I mean, what is this about? I mean, it's just the overreach is getting to the point where they want to make such an example out of patriots to shut anyone down in the future to stand up and have a voice. They're doing this because they want control and power, and they want to scare patriots. They want to scare anyone who wants to stand up for their rights, even if you're not a patriot and you just want to stand up for your rights. What if you want to stand up for your children's rights at school? Is this how they're going to treat you? Are they going to come and knock your door down and take you to prison?
Well, as a video I put out on my YouTube the other day, that's exactly what they're doing in school now. They're now putting their hands on our children, and slapping them and kicking them around, and that's what we're looking at now. This is turning into a complete law enforcement is in every section of your life. From the time that you wake up and leave out of your house in the morning until the time that you get back home. And I think it's going to get so bad where we're just going to start seeing it in all the elementary schools, all the daycares, everywhere you can think of. This will be our way of life, because people don't understand that our constitutional rights are under attack. Our freedom of speech is quickly leaving at this point in time, and our right to bear arms, it's been under attack, but now it's getting to a point now where they're just walking in people's houses and taking your guns.
Yeah, I mean, and on what basis? A lot of people know Eric's story, as far as he's been coined as the man on the bridge, the sniper on the bridge, the Bundy sniper, all these different coined terms, but people really need to talk to him and understand why he was in that position and what transpired that day. And what was happening was he was walking down the interstate to get down into the wash where everybody else was, and he had heard the BLM law enforcement agents come over the PA system in a loudspeaker and use the words, "We've been green lighted to use lethal force. We will start shooting you if you move any further." So the first thing he did, because he was also aware that there was 2 snipers up on the hill above him. He already had seen them in the spotting scope. So what he had done is he dropped down behind that concrete Jersey barrier for cover. And that's a defensive posture, because they had just said over the loudspeakers publicly they were going to kill innocent civilians.
Yeah. If you take a step any closer, we can shoot and kill you. You know, and that's just nonsense, absolute nonsense. So, you know, Eric Parker, they've definitely been wanting him for a while now, and I believe they're using this situation at the refuge from Oregon to really bolster their case. I mean, to me, it's looking like a complete shutdown. What they want to do is they want to shut down the whole movement, and they want to make a very broad, loud statement in doing so, and letting folks know that we can find you and we can touch you at anywhere and any time and interrupt your life, even if it's years later.
Exactly. And what they need to understand is that by them taking these sort of actions, acting lawlessly, and arresting people on trumped-up charges, and showing up to arrest somebody. Here's what I don't understand. This is something that they've been investigating for almost 2 years. This situation happened almost 2 years ago. So they show up with force to take someone into custody without a warrant, and then they file their criminal complaint after the fact. How is that even legal and constitutional? It's not. But they are able to do it because in their minds they can do what they want and they're exempt. But my point is, if they continue to do this, and the way they're going about doing these things, it's building the Patriot movement. It's making us larger. It's making us stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. I was speaking yesterday on radio and having an interview with Shannon Liberty, as she is now coined. But we were talking about, you know, this whole situation, and that's what's going to start happening. People are going to really start coming together, and it's not going to just make the Patriot movement stronger and more resilient. It's going to make all the networks that are affiliated with each other stronger, more resilient, and have unity with one another. And, you know, with that being said, you know, I spoke to a gentleman the other day, Jerry, and he put out some great information on Facebook, and we had a great conversation. And one of the key topics we talked about is withdrawal. And you know, I believe that's something that I'm going to start talking about a lot more often as well. Is it's time to withdraw from this system of doing things. You know, there's a lot more of us than there is of them. Okay, and the government is supposed to work with our consent, the consent of the governed. Okay, and everything that we're seeing happening now is not with our consent. We are not consenting to these lawless practices unless we stand by and allow them to happen, and we keep participating in this kind of a economy and this kind of way of life. So I believe, you know, the time is drawing very near where we're going to have that unity and that organizational structure that starts to bring cohesiveness, you know, to everybody, so that we can safely withdraw from, withdraw our consent from these people, because this is not our government. We don't know these people. This is a foreign entity. These are people that don't abide by the Constitution. They don't care anything about it. It's just a technical document to them.
Yeah, and it's a technical document that they don't seem and believe they need to follow. And what the federal government needs to be reminded of is that they were put in place to answer to the states. They were in place to answer to the people, we the people. The states are sovereign. The states are to oversee the federal government. The federal government was put in place to ensure us as Americans safety and security on international issues, the borders, immigrants and refuge situations, international trades and exports. That was their role. That's why they were here, and they were supposed to answer to the states. And that balance has shifted to where the federal government, instead of working under our consent, now they're telling us we need their consent to live, to work. They have infiltrated themselves. They have taken control of our schools, ranching, farming, industry, states, and the list goes on and on. Absolutely. And that's not how it was set up by design.
No, you broke that down perfectly too, and it's not not supposed to be designed this way, and that's what we've noticed is they've shifted their power, and the paradigm of control is it's at the top now. There's nobody at the bottom that's able to control the show anymore. And I think the cool thing is, if we get this thing fast enough, and if we understand what's going on fast enough, and we bring this cohesiveness about fast enough, then what needs to happen will happen. There's not any one unifying voice at the bottom of this pyramid that they've set up that needs to make things happen. We all need to make things happen. We all have great ideas. We all have different capabilities, of rebuilding the kind of lives that we want. And we don't have to keep going through with this lawlessness. These people are taking money from us every week out of our checks. Income tax, man, that's a fraud-based system, and we're participating in it. We all participate in it. We have to stop participating in these things so that we can stop funding the corruption. And until we get there and understand that, we still have a long way to go. So hopefully people will see through the lawlessness of the government, through their current actions and running around just ramping up and arresting people and kicking in doors and going into people's businesses and taking people out while they're with their clients. Hopefully people will see from that this is something that's not going to stop. Soon your very thought process will be criminal in nature, and they'll be kicking in your door for your thoughts. Well, and you're exactly right. People are going to have to say we've had enough and take a stand. And we talked about it many times, Sherrod, that now is the time for people to unite together, unify as one, to be one voice. If you believe that our rights are being eroded, I don't care what your religion is, your culture, your color, your race, wherever you're from, it doesn't matter, because we all need to come together as one, put aside our personal differences, because if you can't get over petty personal differences to fight for a bigger cause that's bigger than any of us, and that's our rights that are being taken away daily, as we've been seeing happen, and we're seeing it happen almost daily right now with all these arrests they're doing, and they're taking people into custody for crimes that they're claiming are questionable at best, and just doing what they want to do. We see them swoop in and take over an entire community in Burns, Oregon, with MRAPs and Bearcats and full tactical gear. I mean, if that doesn't open your eyes and help people realize that we need to come together as one and put differences of opinions aside and realize this is a much bigger thing than myself or you or any one person or any one group or any one organization, because if we continue to let the divide happen, they've already won. Oh yeah.
That Constitution knows no religion, knows no color, no race. That Constitution stands for every United States American, every United States citizen in this country. And are we going to stand for it, or are we going to keep being pushed around?
Yeah, that's pretty much what it boils down to right now. We can't continue to be pushed around and act like it's okay. And the Constitution, especially the Constitution that we honor and abide by now, that includes everybody. And
correct.
The quicker we understand that this thing is just really about our rights, what the government doesn't want us to understand is that we have rights that you can't take away, and they're God-given rights, and they don't want us to even use the word rights. They like when we talk with the word law, because they create the law. So what we have now is a blurring of rights and law, and they're allowing their man-made law to supersede our God-given rights. If we allow that to happen, then we deserve everything that's coming to us, and that's another reason why we can't become a godless nation, a godless country. Every country, every superpower on the face of the world has a religion that's, the head of their country. If we're the first people to abolish our head religion of Christianity, forget the Constitution. Forget about it. You don't need it anymore because those God-given rights don't count anymore. Why? Because you've abolished God. So without, getting spiritual, we have to be spiritual because this is a battle of wickedness in high places. These people know no boundaries. They think that they're God, and that's why they impose such force on you without any kind of recourse.
Absolutely, they're the Goliath, and we as the people and the American citizens are the David, and we're gonna have to face this giant Goliath, and it's going to be a long road to hoe, but I know we can do it. And the only way we can do it, like you said, we got to get back to the foundation. And this country was founded on having God in it, and your beliefs and your spiritual beliefs, and it's all over. It's in the Constitution. It's in all our founding fathers' documents. Things that are well documented, all revolve around that.
That's right.
And if you take God out of that, you're absolutely right. Those God-given rights are no longer protected because the Constitution doesn't give us our rights. It guarantees our rights. It secures our rights.
Yeah,
and those rights are unalienable rights given to us by God.
That's right. And I'm just going to put it out there. This is for all my people out there that like this guy Obama and stuff. Like, man, come on, stop playing. Like, at the end of the day, you can know them by their fruit. And if you look at Obama and you look at his gold Muslim cloth behind him while he gives his speeches, you realize that when these politicians and these people say that they're Christians, they do it for the same purpose that Donald Trump lies for. It's for business. It's for the effect. It's for the illusion. It's to get what they want. So the policies that we've seen passed in the 8 last years, they're not conducive of somebody that's a Christian. Look at everything this man has passed. It has been a direct assault on God himself. And that's what this really boils down to. So without getting too deep and making you feel the dread too much, I'm putting it out there and I'm letting folks know that are listening and viewing. That's what this is. This is lawlessness at the top. And this is coming from your president. And even above him, he's a puppet still too. So
absolutely,
we have, you're right, Brandon, we have a very, very long fight ahead of us. But it's a worthwhile fight because when we look at our children, we don't want to see them walking around like government drones. Every facet of their life being monitored, controlled. Every thought and every word they say, monitored, controlled. That's not what we're here for as a people. That has, that's in violation of all of our rights. If we do that to our children and their children, then we failed.
Absolutely.
And this is something we can't afford to fail. We can't get this wrong. We have to do this right.
We cannot afford as a nation, and at the expense of our freedoms, to get this wrong. We have to get it right, and the only way we're going to get it right is if this nation comes together and takes a stand and takes our country back to a constitutional republic state.
Yeah.
That's the only way it's going to work.
Now, let's, I absolutely agree with you. You're right. We have to get back to that state where we're a constitutional republic and republic again. Now, listen, we talked about that. I believe I had told you earlier, too, when we talked before this interview, that I had done that interview. And I think that's something we're going to have to start focusing on a lot more, too, when we have our conversations. And maybe we can get Deb Jordan back on and Staff Sergeant Mo and a few others and do like a big conference call, because we're going to have to talk about this republic, because if we don't get back to it, and if we don't withdraw our support from these rogue tyrannical figures that are running our country right now, then we can't get any progress. So I believe we're going to have a lot more discussion about that in the future, and bring some more people in on that, so we can start really setting some things up and start controlling the narrative, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, even if you break it down to where we start working on people that are in the movement, there's a ways to create your own economy. You know, we discussed that before on your show.
Yeah.
You know, how that could look and how we could do that. And those are the type of forward-thinking thoughts that we need to start having. How can we be self-sufficient? Are we prepared to do that? Are we be prepared to have our own economy and look at things differently and move forward in that type of fashion? That's the only way it's going to work. We can't stay in this rut and this mundane life and just letting things pass us by. These ridiculous laws, they're suppressing our freedoms. They're oppressing us in the tyrannical, heavy-handed government. You know, we have Pete Santelli, who's locked up for exercising his First Amendment right. That's all he did. And he's still sitting in a federal holding facility in Portland, Oregon, for exercising his First Amendment right.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the key, too. A federal facility. So their ability to hold you a lot longer is ridiculous. And anybody knows that, you know, if you interrupt your life by 30 days, that's a lot. But what happens when you start interrupting your life just being held in limbo for a year? You know, and that's the power of the federal government, and that's why we have to start withdrawing our support from them now and not follow these ridiculous laws, so that we're not held accountable to these ridiculous laws. And I appreciate you actually bringing up that financial point. We do need to, you know, really, and I'll key in on that since you actually brought it up. What Brandon is actually talking about, for everybody that's listening, is a concept that we've had for a few shows now that we've been talking about, and we're actually going to try to kick this thing off here eventually. We have to put a lot of things together, but it's as simple as this. You know, they're taking all of your money, and they're taking it without asking. Like we've already stated, the income tax system, false. It's fraudulent, built with corruption. It's an overbearing thing. It's not even supposed to be on all of us like this. And it's just a way for them to buy all the goodies that they want and take all of our money. So, and they're doing it to the tunes of billions and even trillions of dollars a year. Now, if we just take a piece of that, which is our money, so we're not taking anything from anybody because it's our money. But if we take 1 million people and they just take $1 a day for a year, 365 days, then they're going to come up with $365 million. That's $1 a day from 1 million people for a whole year. That's $365 million. And what Brandon is talking about, and what we've talked about on the other shows, is you can build community centers with that. You can build your own doctor's offices, your own lawyers. You know, now you don't have to worry about that public defender that you know is not working in your favor. You know, and then when situations like this happen and the Hammonds get locked up, they can have better representation because it's already there. So we need to really get into this mindset and this way of thinking. And I may not have come up with the idea, but I've definitely worked towards the idea for a long enough time. So when it was presented to me, I heard it off of a recording a while ago, a Tupac recording. And this is something that Tupac actually wanted to do. And it's something he wanted to do, honestly, for the African American people, because of all the violence and the corruption happening at the hands of the police force, and us being subjected to the most tyranny from this government. So I've kind of taken that idea and that notion and said, you know what, we've evolved since 20-something years ago. And where we're at right now the same concept applies, but it applies to people that are pissed off at their government, and it doesn't matter their race, religion, color, whatever. None of that matters. What really matters is the fact is, can we pull it off? Can we be self-sufficient? Can we bring back the right kind of constitutional, our rights instead of obeying all these laws? Can we bring that common law back? Can we really do these things? And I believe that we can if we have the right economic structure, and that's what Brandon was referring to. So for those that don't know, that's what we're actually talking about. And hopefully we'll be able to get up to a stance and position where we'll be able to market and promote that idea extensively, so that we can put ourselves into a place where we can take $365 million or more and actually do some things, actually open these community centers, actually buy thousands of acres of land where we can start our own communities and really start to build up in the way that, the way that America is supposed to be. So I believe that America really is looking for that kind of revolution and change. And I believe that we're in a time and we are just the people to be able to offer that kind of revolution and change, because it's going to take some forward-minded thinkers and some people that are just going to not take no for an answer.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the type of forward thinking that we're going to need to start coming up with alternative ways to make a living, economy, how we go about doing things. And we're going to launch a campaign, the No Thank You campaign, no thank you BLM, no thank you Forest Service, no thank you Tyranny. That's the campaign we're going to start. Because we don't have to take it. We can say no thank you. We're free American citizens, and we intend to keep that right, and we're not going to allow it to be taken from me. Right. A good example. This evening, was it bad enough that they came and arrested 4 of our members at their homes, as well as others around the country last night? Mm-hmm. So that wasn't enough for them. So this evening, they show back up to Eric Parker's house, where his wife is now with the children, mm-hmm. without her husband, and they want more. So then they serve a search warrant on the house to take all his firearms away, because the arrest wasn't enough for them. They want more. They want to come down with a heavier hand and take his firearms away. So they did that this evening.
So
what kind of country are we living in?
Were his children at the house this evening again?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Were his children at the house this evening again?
Yes, I'm positive they were.
So you're talking about a situation where, you're talking about a situation where, the federal government, when they just come in your house, they terrorize your children, and when children see this kind of activity and they see their parents entangled into this kind of activity, it leaves something behind in that child. It really does. And I believe the trauma that's left behind is something that, people should relate to and identify with, and try to understand. If you don't understand it, try to understand, because, imagine them coming in your home. I'm talking with tactical gear, however they decide they want to come in, pull up with military style equipment to extract you, and just completely blindsiding you off guard. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about militant federal officers that are extracting people from their homes and then coming back to re-terrorize the family again after the family's main protector is not even there. So that makes it twice as worse. So now these poor children and the wife are like, they feel no kind of security, no kind of comfort, no kind of protection. They feel just raw, like these people could come in here and do this at any time. And I believe that that's probably a tactic. It's a tactic,
Absolutely.
you know, to put pressure on the wife and pressure on the family, if you will. And I hope that the family, you know, the Parker family does not, you know, that I hope that they see it for exactly what it is, a tactic. And, you know, that's why it's so important we have to just withdraw our support from these people, because we can't sit here and keep fighting with them. We just have to not accept their laws and to start changing our own circumstances where we can make that happen. And then when we do that in mass numbers, that's what creates the kind of government that we want. It's about us doing it in mass numbers. They cannot govern us without our consent.
That's right.
And
and you got to look at the way they're doing this. And we've talked about this before. How everyone out there, in I call keyboard warrior and keyboard commando world, has been saying, well, where are you? Why haven't you protected? The guys at the refuge, Lavoie, and these people, and I'm already getting it today. Where was the militia to protect Eric? Do people need to understand how they're doing this? They conducted a traffic stop on Eric Parker while he was on his way to work. They're waiting until people are alone. We all go to work every day. Do we all go to work with an army with us every day? So these people that have this mindset of where were you are so unrealistic, and they need to wake the heck up.
Yeah, I think a lot of that too just happens to deal with the trolling of the situation, because you have a lot of people out here that want federalization. You have these plants, if you will, that are pushing this agenda, and they're skewing the truth of the situation on purpose. They don't want people to pay attention to what's really going on. They don't want to talk about it. So what they can do is, what they'd rather do is further the divide with irrelevant things like, where were you, when Eric Parker, the vice president, was arrested? Well, he's the vice president. At the end of the day, it's not like he's rolling around with a whole security detail when he's going to his regular everyday man job.
Exactly.
So at the end of the day, these trolls and these people that think like trolls, some of these people are not trolls, they just think like a troll.
Exactly. Well, and what everyone needs to realize, including the federal government, they keep using tactics like that. That's how we're going to start rolling around in armies.
Yeah, eventually it will start being like that. And so when you do try to come extract somebody, you're going to have a very hard time of extracting anybody, because it's just not going to go down.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's that whole no thank you.
Yeah.
We don't have to say yes. We don't have to say take whatever you want. Since when can the federal government, the U.S. Marshal's Office, Department of Justice, the FBI, whatever it may be, since when can they show up and arrest somebody for a nonviolent crime that they claim is a crime 2 years ago, allegedly, and arrest you without a search warrant, without an affidavit of probable cause, without an order from a judge, and without even a criminal complaint filed?
Well, I think this is just a taste of what we're about to start seeing, because what they're going to start doing is they're going to lift this little thing called statute of limitations, and they've already been flirting with it a little bit, in throughout the media. And I noticed the rhetoric that they were using about three or 4 months ago with the Cosby situation, and the way that they were talking about the statute of limitations, and people were talking about, well, if we start playing with that, there's going to be a lot of cases where we start to really remove statute of limitations. And my thoughts were, okay, the people that want to, remove these things, they're already putting it out there so they can put it in people's minds. So folks will get behind the narrative. Oh, we have to remove the statute of limitations. And I'm sitting here saying no. I'm not saying no because of the victims. I'm saying no because of the fact that when you remove the statute of limitations and you give that power to a lawless government, a government that does not care about you, they will start convicting you for crimes and making things up because they're lawless. They'll say that your mother or your father committed stole a pack of gum back in 1972.
All praise for it, Lord. And we ask this unashamedly in the name of Jesus Christ. And everybody said,
Real quick, I just wanted to say, I noticed how he sidestepped the statement that I've been making now for quite some time. And the main point I've been trying to make is how come they're not coming after him? So, and I'm speaking in reference to Brandon Curtis. I noticed how there was a lot of sidestepping going on there with the comments and whatnot. Anyway, let me bring you back to Revolution Radio's video.
Whose front ranks and bright star through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming as the rockets red flare, the monsters together gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Sally, what I mean is he talked around the point. I have asked the same three questions now since Lavoy Finicum was killed. And those questions are, where were they? You know, why weren't they with them? And I think he attempted to address that there. I'm trying to think even what the second question was. Oh, how come after Lavoy was killed and Ammon was apprehended, how come they didn't immediately respond at the refuge to be able to protect the innocent people that were still at the refuge? And number three, how can you possibly roll up 20 trucks deep with armed men on the FBI and serve them papers and not be a part of the charges? So, yeah, the questions still stand.
You need to have the Cruise 2016 app. There is only one reason that we're here today, to get the vote out for Tuesday. People don't know that there's an election on Tuesday from 8 to 8 at your polls. Go vote if you haven't already. This app that you're downloading, the Cruise 2016 app, will help us get out the vote. Well, what about those of us that don't do this app thing? I don't know. There's another deal you can do, and that is at tedcruz.org. So you can do this in your computer at home, just Google, everybody knows how to Google. Google Ted Cruz, go to tedcruz.org. He's always saying that, right? tedcruz.org, tedcruz.org. You go there and you can sign up for the Phone from Home program. This program won Alaska for Ted Cruz. It absolutely won. I don't know it's very similar to that. Now, we all know that there's some lady that was born in her Bible named Sarah Palin. We love Sarah Palin. We want to give her the same president there. If you want to win Idaho, so sign up for the Phone from Home program. You can do it in the comfort of your own home. If you have issues you're problems with, there's folks you can contact. People are calling from Tennessee and California and Arkansas and all over the country into Idaho to all those people over the last 6 months and longer that have been going to tedcruz.org and signing up. We have a huge contact list in Idaho of Cruz supporters, you included. If all of those people will go and vote on Tuesday, if they will take their families, if they'll go to their coworkers, tell folks at church this weekend, if all those people vote for Ted Cruz, not only will he win, he will win a resounding victory in Idaho. For the Constitution, for religious liberty, for the Second Amendment, for all of our individual rights, for America, to take our country back.
Thank you very much, folks. So I wanted to be in Kansas. I wanted to be here so badly, so I was headed to another direction. I told the pilot, we're going to Kansas, just get here. Now, we don't have much time this morning because in a few minutes we got to go over and caucus. Who's got the right to caucus? Who's got the right to vote? Raise your hand. Good, good, good. Well, I'm going over with you, okay? We're all going together. This is a movement, folks. It's never been anything like this. They're all saying it. This isn't coming from Donald Trump. This is coming from Time Magazine and everything else. We're on the cover numerous times over the last couple of months. I never thought. It took me like 30 years to be on the cover of Time twice. Now I've done it 4 times in the last 3 months. So something's happening, right? Something's happening. This is better than real estate. This is more fun. But look, we've got to do the right thing. CNN just came out with a poll 2 days ago, 49% for Trump. Next was Cruz and Rubio, Lion Ted and Little Marco. This is not presidential material, folks, believe me. So look, we've got to make America great again. We've got to make America great again. It's very simple. Oh, look, he's got a sign. Show him your hands, Mr. Trump. My hands, look at these hands. These hands hit a golf ball 285 yards. Look at these hands. These politicians, such liars, liars. I guess when I made the statement about him being a lightweight, he said, let's see. What's wrong with Trump? What's wrong? Let me think about something. Maybe he's got small hands. He's got small hands. They lie. So anyway, look, all kidding aside, our country's in trouble. We owe $19 trillion. Nobody even knows what that means, $19 trillion. That's so much. You can take top people. They don't know what it means. And it's just beyond. They just signed the worst budget deal I've ever seen. The worst. And we're going to change things so badly, so quickly. It's going to go so fast. And you're going to be so proud. You're going to be so proud of your country again. You're going to be proud of your president. And it's not me. I'm like the messenger. We're all together. We're all together. I'm telling you, so many articles. What we've done is very unique because the Republicans were, decades. They made a tremendous mistake when you chose Mitt Romney 4 years ago. He was a disaster as a candidate. No energy, no life, no nothing. He was a stiff, okay, just a stiff guy. He was a loser. And then he comes out. If he would have devoted the same energy 4 years ago to running for president, him and his third-rate campaign manager, I see him on television all the time. Where was he 4 years ago when Obama was doing Jay Leno, when Obama was doing David Letterman, and Romney was looking for his own change to get a 9-car garage built, okay? Where was this guy? So, look, it's the establishment. The establishment is against us. The press back there is against us, although some of it's coming around, I must tell you. I read a couple of articles this morning. Folks. They're coming around. By the way, polls show that I beat Hillary Clinton. Many polls show that I beat Hillary Clinton. You know, these guys, they like to say, well, Donald Trump will never beat Hillary Clinton. I watch him on television. I'm watching Fox, I'm watching CNN, I'm watching MS, and I'm watching television. And I say, well, Donald Trump will never, ever beat Hillary. The polls are showing that I beat her. I haven't even started on her yet. I haven't even started. You know, I wasn't supposed to beat Jeb Bush. He was establishment. He was the one that was getting it. I see all of his supporters on television saying, Donald Trump will not win. Well, what happened to their candidate, okay? It's unbelievable. No, it's so foolish. You know, the Republicans are eating their own. The Republicans are eating their own. They got to be very careful. We have to bring things together. Now I hear, if we, not me, if we win. Look at these crowds. By the way, there are look at this thing. It's packed, this convention hall. Now, I wish the cameras would spin around and show those upper decks where you can't even get on. But on top of that, there are thousands of people outside. I mean, they won't show it. Unless, is there a protester in the room, please? The only way they turn the cameras is if there's a protester, because that's like supposed to be a bad thing. I view protesters as a positive thing because then the cameras swing around. That's the only reason. You can stand there and force them. They won't touch those cameras. I didn't think, you know what? For 3 rallies, I had no protesters. And nobody knew what was happening with these rallies. And I'd go home and my wife would say, were there many people there? I'd say, yeah, about 20,000. She said, really? They never showed that. They only show your face. Now, I like my face, but I'd rather show the crowd. I'd much rather show the crowd. So we're going to win, and we're going to win easily. But now I hear the establishment, well, you probably heard this, the establishment is saying very strongly, and I can't imagine, that if Trump wins now, if I win Florida, and I have a big lead in Florida over a guy that never shows up to vote, Rubio, the guy never shows up to vote. He's got the worst voting record almost in the history of the United States Senate. Who the hell wants to vote for a guy like that? In addition, I watched him melt down under the stare of Chris Christie, who just endorsed me, by the way, and Senator Sessions, and Sarah Palin, and Jerry Falwell Jr., who's been so great. You know, Jerry Falwell, we're leading with the evangelicals all over the country. Leading, big. Because they don't want to vote for a liar. You have Lion Ted Cruz. I call him, I nicknamed him Lion. I say Lion. How would you spell that? L-Y-E-N. Lion. With a big apostrophe. But, you know, you have Lion Ted Cruz, and he comes and he holds up the Bible, and then he tells you exactly what I didn't say. All these guys, I say something, I make it very clear, then they get on television, Donald Trump just said, and it's like totally different. I want to tell you something. I used to think that real estate people were tough, especially in Manhattan. They're babies compared to these politicians. These politicians are liars. I meet, you know, it's funny, I meet much tougher people over the years. I've dealt, you know, the people I deal with are much tougher than the politicians, but nobody lies like a politician, nobody. Nobody. So anyway, what we've got to do is we've got to get out today. We've got to caucus. I'm going to go with you. We're going to caucus. And after making this huge U-turn to Kansas, if I lose, I'm going to be so angry at you. Oh. And my friend, did you ever hear of Phil Ruffin? Phil Ruffin. Now, he's from Kansas. He's one of my best friends. He's the sweetest guy. He made a lot of money just by brain power. Just a really smart guy. Great poker player, great everything. So smart, a real Kansas guy. And he's so proud of Kansas, he loves it. I called him up a few days ago. I said, Phil, good luck. You're in charge of Kansas. Calls me up the next day, says, Donald, you're doing well, but you have to be here. I said, I'll be there, okay? So here I am. So I want to thank... I have to do this. I want to thank Phil Ruffin. I want to thank all of my Mr. and Mrs. Ruffin, too, by the way. She's fantastic. I want to thank all of my friends from Kansas. They have been working so hard to get us this victory. And, you know, caucusing is tough. Caucusing is, I never liked the whole concept of caucusing. Don't worry, even if there's a protest, I'm not stopping for you. We don't have enough time. Some of these protesters are very soft. We had one last night in Louisiana. The voice was so sad. It took a whole 45 minutes before we realized it was a protester. I said, don't worry, let him keep protesting. He's got a very soft voice. Don't worry about it. Nobody, doesn't bother us. But look, we've got, just so you understand, we're going to strengthen our borders. We're going to build a wall. Mexico's going to pay for the wall. We're going to re-energize and rebuild our military with the right equipment, not equipment that's bought because companies have political connections and we're putting stuff in there that they don't want. We're going to use the stuff that the generals and that the soldiers and that everybody wants. You know, we buy military equipment based on political connections. If somebody has a plane and they're connected, and then somebody else has a plane and they're not, but the one that's not connected, the plane's cheaper, faster, better, maneuvers better. We buy the lousy plane because of connections. Not going to happen anymore, folks. Not going to happen. You know, same thing with the drug industry. We don't bid out drugs. We're the largest purchaser of drugs in the world. Drugs to make you better. We're the largest purchaser of drugs in the world. And we don't bid it out because the drug companies have such a monopoly over these senators that we deal with that they don't bid it out. Whoever heard, we'll save so much money, we'll save hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars by bidding. We will start bidding procedures, folks. We will save so much on waste, fraud, and abuse. I'm so good at contracts. You know, I'm building a hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue at the site of the old post office that I got, believe it or not, many people, over 100 people bid. And when I say people, I mean the biggest companies in the world. The hottest thing that the GSA has ever had, and I think, the hottest bid. You know, GSA is like the landlord for the United States government services. Very professional people. The old post office on Pennsylvania Avenue, right between the White House, right between the Capitol building and the White House. And it's under construction now. I got it. By the way, people were shocked that I got it, but I got it. They were shocked because of the Obama. That tells you how good. And I got it for two reasons. I had the most incredible and have the most incredible financial statement. It's incredible because they want to make sure it gets built. They don't want to have it stuck. And I came up with a concept that's great. But here's the story. It's under budget, and it's 2 years ahead of schedule. 2 years. Now think of that. 2 years ahead of schedule. So we're going to open in September of this year. It was supposed to be September of like 2 years from now. Because I'm really good at this stuff. We're going to rebuild the infrastructure of our country. We're going to rebuild the infrastructure. And we're going to do it for a fraction of the cost. And it's going to be better than what they were projecting. And we're going to save, and we're going to reinvigorate our military. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We got to get rid of them. They cut off heads. We got to get rid of them. We're going to knock the hell. They're not going to know what happened. We're going to knock the hell out. We're going to take care of our great veterans. Our veterans have been absolutely treated unfairly. We're getting rid of Common Core. We're bringing education locally. We're one of the worst in the world in education, and we spend the most per pupil. So we're getting rid of Common Core. We're going to do it locally with love, with love, with love. And I've seen that. We're getting rid of Obamacare. It's a total disaster, and it's being replaced. And we'll have great health care at a fraction of the cost. You'll have your all the lies that we're told to get Obamacare passed. And friends of mine are showing your costs are going up 35, 45, 55%. In 17, it dies anyway, unless the Republicans extend it. These Republicans, they keep extending. They keep giving the money to extend Obamacare, to allow people to come into the country, to allow the Syrians to come in, and we have no idea who they are. So here's what we're going to do. All right, quiet. Don't worry about it. Sit down. Sit down. Boy, did he get out fast. He's gone. You know, it's amazing. He stood up. He started shouting. I said, sit down, and he sat down. Oh, it's okay. You can keep going. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Protester. I never saw a protester drop so fast. I said, sit down. He sat down. That was the end of the protester. Okay, thank you. I like that protester. That's somebody we can reason with, all right? So look, we are going to do things that are so great. You are going to be so proud of what you do today. I'm going to see you in a few minutes over at caucus. But you are going to, and I do wish you could just walk in, this whole caucus system. I don't want to knock it because we're living with it right now. But don't you like it where you have a vote, you walk in, you press Trump, 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 and you leave? Instead of walking, oh, let's discuss it, let's talk for a couple of hours. What a ridiculous system. But you know what? We got to live with it, right? We have to live with it. So get in there, do a job. Hello. All right, get him out. Thank you. Thank you. That's all right. He's another quiet one. I know how tough the people of Kansas. Yeah, you are tough people. How come your protesters are so weak? What's going on? What's going on? You know why? You know why they're weak? Because they know you're tough. That's why they're weak. Okay? So, we're going to do things you're going to be very proud. You're going to say in a couple of years from now, that was one of the greatest mornings and one of the most important things I've ever done. Because you're going to see changes made. We're no longer going to be the stupid country. We're no longer going to be the country that gives Iran, a terror nation, $150 billion and doesn't get anything. You're going to get your prisoners back 4 years early. You're not going to have deals. We're not going to pay them $150 billion. We're not going to pay them anything. That's the kind of deals we're going to make. We're going to make real deals. We're not going to make a deal where we give over a dirty, rotten traitor. We get him, and they get 5 of the people, terrorists, that they most covet. Sergeant Bergdahl, okay? We're not making deals where 5 people were killed going after Sergeant Bergdahl. 5 wonderful young people killed going after him, and he was a deserter. And we take Bergdahl, and they get 5 people, not one person, they get 5 people that they most wanted anywhere, 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 okay? Not going to happen. These stupid deals aren't going to happen anymore, folks, okay? And let me tell you, if I have a guy like Phil Ruffin, you know, Phil Ruffin is right. If I have a guy like Phil Ruffin, one of your own, believe me, you should be very proud of him. I'll have him, let's say, Phil, do me a favor. Look over the trade deal with Japan. They're sending millions of cars. They take practically nothing from us. There's a trade imbalance that's massive. Do me a favor, Phil. Look it over. You know what, folks? Go to sleep at night. You're going to be well protected. We're not going to use our hacks. We're not going to use political hacks to negotiate the biggest deals. The other thing is, Carl Icahn, many of the great, Phil's another one, but Carl Icahn, many of the greatest business leaders in the country have endorsed me. They say Trump's the only one that knows what he's doing. We're losing companies. We're losing companies. A company like Pfizer is leaving. Pfizer, massive pharmaceutical company, they're leaving the United States. They're moving to Ireland. We're losing many. It's called corporate inversion. The politicians, I don't even think they ever heard the words, okay? I don't think they ever heard the words, so we're losing. Forget about, we're not going to let them go. Carrier Air Conditioners said they're moving to Mexico. Nabisco, moving to Mexico. Ford, moving to Mexico. Mexico's the new China, not going to happen. Carrier just announced, I will tell Carrier, good luck in Mexico, but every air conditioning unit that you make, you're going to pay a 35% tax when you move it back into this country. The hell with no taxes, folks. The hell with these guys, and I'm a conservative guy, but the hell with these conservative guys that say free trade. Trump doesn't believe in free trade. I believe in free trade more than they do, but I also believe in smart trade and fair trade, and it's not fair. With China, we have a trade imbalance. Think of this, $505 billion a year, okay? Now, that's not free trade. Because you want to do business, try it. You people know. Some of you know. Try selling a product. Can't have that anymore. When I say Mexico's paying for the wall, I mean it. There's a $58 billion imbalance in their favor, of course, because it's always in the other countries. We don't have wins at any level. There's a 58. Now, I'm going to say the wall is going to cost, if I do it, because I'll be under budget, ahead of schedule, I always am. But look, the wall's going to cost $10 billion. That's what the wall's going to cost, $10 billion. That's what it's going to cost. Sounds like a lot of money. It's really not that much. Oh, it's going to get tall. It's going to be very tall, And every time Mexico protests it, it's going to gain another 10 feet, okay? He said that. You saw the president of Mexico the other day throw out the F-bomb. If I ever did that, they'd give me the electric chair, okay? Nobody even talks about it. But you know what I didn't like? One thing I did like. He said, we will not pay for the wall. In other words, now he's accepted the wall, because a few months ago they said, we will not allow a wall. Well, now they said we won't pay for it. You see, so we made progress. So now they know the wall's going to happen. So now he's going to say, we won't pay for that, the wall, that wall. But he used the word, I didn't. I'll probably get more publicity even for doing this. You know, when I do this, you know what they do? They go, bleep, and everyone thinks I used the word. That's what happened last time. I said, we're not going to pay for the... And I went like that, quiet. And they go, the dishonest press, most dishonest people in the world, they go, bleep. And I got calls, Don, you shouldn't use foul language. I said, I didn't. But they bleep you out so they don't hear that you said nothing. These are really dishonest people. Okay. So what happens now is Vicente Fox, the ex-president, was so angered that he used the F-bomb, right? Nobody said anything about that. But what I really noticed is his anger was incredible. Not at the fact that the wall's being built, not at the fact that but you know where his anger was? That the fact that the United States would actually be tough with Mexico for a change. He couldn't believe it. How dare they talk to us that way? How dare they talk about a wall? This guy was incensed. So anyway, look, we're going to have a better relationship with Mexico than we do now. Remember Sergeant Tamburisi? They kept him for so long. They should have let him. We never even made a phone call. They had him in the worst prison. He shouldn't have been there. China shouldn't be building a massive military place in the middle, right in the middle of the South China Sea. So they make a fortune. They have no respect for us. They're going to make a lot less, and they're going to like us a lot more. You watch. That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I do. So, you are going to go. You are going to caucus. We are going to win. You're going to say that was one of the great mornings of your life. And in 2 years, 3 years, and 4 years, you're going to say, wow, has our country changed for the better? You're going to say, and you're going to see that our country will be the smart country. It will make the smart deals. We have to become rich again to become great again. A woman told me, Mr. Trump, I don't like it when you say our country's going to become rich again. I say, you know what, a beautiful woman, very nice woman. She said, I love you, Mr. Trump, I'm voting for you, but you should leave the rich again. I said, I can't do that. Because unless we're going to become rich again, we can never become great again. We're a debtor nation. We have no money. We owe all this money. We have no money. And we can't afford to have Germany, Japan, South Korea, Saudi Arabia was making $1 billion a day. Now they're making half. Still odd. And we take care of their military. Why aren't they helping us out? They got to help us. They got to help us. So just watch. Do me a favor. Just relax. I'll take care of all of this stuff. You have one thing to do. You have one thing to do. Go out and caucus. And you're going to see us win, win, win. We're going to win with the military. You watch. And I hope the thousands of people that are outside trying to get in can hear this. You're going to win with the military. You're going to win on health care. You're going to win with education. We have to have great education. We have horrible education. You're going to win with education. Our vets are going to be big winners. We're going to take care of our vets finally. All these politicians, for 20 years, they're helping. We're going to help the vets. All they do is spend money. It's a corrupt organization. The Veterans Administration is a corrupt organization and incompetently run, except for themselves. So we are going to take care of our vets. And we're going to take care of trade. We're going to get rid of these horrible trade deals that are being laughed at all over the world. These countries, I have so many friends in China. I have so many friends in Mexico. They can't believe they get away with it. We're going to end it. And we're going to end drugs pouring in through our southern border. And let me tell you, New Hampshire, we had a tremendous victory in New Hampshire. And I told the people of New Hampshire they have a tremendous problem with heroin and drugs. I said, I am going to take care. That was such an amazing victory. They're such incredible people. The first thing they mention all the time is heroin. And number one, you wouldn't think with New Hampshire, it's so beautiful, heroin. I said, we are going to stop it. We are going to get rid of that. We are going to help your kids get better. They have so many addicted young people and people generally. We are going to do something for the people of New Hampshire and the people of the country. We are going to stop the drugs from flowing in like it's water, okay? It's not going to happen anymore, folks. So, we're going to win, and we're going to win so much. I jokingly say, you may say, please, Mr. Perry, we just can't stand it anymore. We're winning too much. We're winning with the military. We're going to knock out ISIS. We're winning with trade. We're winning with health care. Mr. President, we can't stand, we're winning too much. And I'm going to say, I don't care. We're going to keep winning. We're going to make America great again. I love you, folks. Go over. I'll see you over there. Go caucus. We're going to be very proud of this morning. I love you. Thank you.
Instrumental part of this. He met with us in Dallas. We used advice from him in his office when he was land commissioner. We met with him in Dallas, Texas, whenever we agreed to everything. We felt like we did the job right. We think we did, and I still think we did it right. I think we come up with the right answers to the questions and the problems that we had. It seems that some may not choose to agree with us.
Land is theirs without a very, very careful survey on the ground where we know exactly what's what, and by survey that we agree with. So this is our land, this is Tommy's land, and we're going to stand behind Tommy. We got his back.
The main reason I'm here today, my land's been lost for 30 years. And I really don't expect to get it back. It'd sure be nice. But I'm here with the other farmers and ranchers up and down this river because when your neighbor's in trouble and you can help him, you need to be willing to bail in and help him if you can.
That's right.
And they're in trouble. And part of it is because I didn't fight the fight right in 1984 because I couldn't. I didn't have the opportunity to. So it's my duty now to fall in with them and be with them. And they've asked me to speak and kind of point, I guess, for them because I've lived this thing. I've lived it for 30 years. And I've lived it all the way from the guy that got sued, all the way. I was all the way from the guy that was sued, that fought it in the courts, to the guy that met with or was on the Red River Boundary Commission and helped draw up the compact between Texas and Oklahoma. And I think it was a very, very fair and just compact between both Texas and Oklahoma. And again, I think we did it right with your help, and it was done right. I guess next, if there's any questions or anything needs to be clarified. Oh, sorry. Here, let Mr. Patterson have this mic here real quick.
All right. Well, thank y'all. I'm Jerry Patterson, Commissioner of the Texas General Land Office, and y'all may or may not know, but we are a property owner up here as well. When I say we, I'm talking about the Permanent School Fund. We have both surface and mineral interests that could very well be in the affected area. And like Governor Dewhurst said, you just don't come to town and say, I deem this my land. It ain't that simple. Nothing about this is simple, unfortunately. It goes back to 1803, 1819, 1924, 1980, and all that other stuff. But you cannot come along as a representative of government, any level of government, state, federal, or local, and say that, we looked at this and we think it was evulsive when there's nothing that proves that up. You got to prove it up. You just can't by fiat say this is not yours anymore. And what the land office is going to do, I've got a legal team, I've got some really smart people that doesn't necessarily include me, that are looking at all the litigation that's occurred, that are looking at these treaties, that are looking at original patents and titles, that are looking at our ownership. And I got guys that work for me that make even me look good. They know about avulsion, they know about accretion, they know about erosion, they know the differences between those as matters of law. And we are not going to sit idly by and just let some folks come to town and say, we're here, we know, and we'll just let y'all go on down the road. That's not happening. So there's going to be a long, tough fight between now and whatever the resolution is. And the land office, we're in it with you because we being the Permanent School Fund and the school children of Texas have an interest in this as well. So we'll be seeing a lot more of you. And I see you got your legislative delegation up here. You got good people representing you in Austin. and Congressman Thornberry as well. I don't think there's anything but unanimity that we're with you, and we're here, and we're in it for the long haul. So thank y'all for having us out here today, and we'll be talking to you some more.
I'd like for, thank you. I sure appreciate y'all coming and being here with us. I'd like for Mr. James and Mr. Springer to come and say a few words, since this is in their area. This is their territory.
Thanks, James Frank, District 69. Thank y'all for coming. It really is cool to see so many people interested in this. I was just going to give a shout out to Congressman Thornberry's office, because he's really taken the lead. The county has been working with us. I mean, all the local officials up here. Drew Springer is, he's got one county. We've got two that are impacted here. Senator Estes, all those guys have been working together. Just as an example, obviously Congressman Thornberry's office is working at the BLM level. As Commissioner Patterson was saying, they've got to get a survey before they can do anything. Congressman Thornberry's trying to make sure that they don't have funds to do a survey. It's about $5 million to do a survey on all of this. So there's a lot of things that are already taking place. This is not a new thing. This is something that's been going on for 3 or 4 months, and it's something that everybody is working together on. So,
you know, and as we hear from our constituents all the way from Wilbarger and Vernon to Montague, and I've got those 2 counties wrapped around James's too. The one thing that is the biggest challenge is the fact that we've got landowners, private property owners owning 90,000 acres that are now tied up in limbo, that they can't sell. They have no idea what to set the value with. They don't know whether to make improvements to that, and that's wrong. We don't want to wait 5 years to have a survey done and get to this point. We need a resolution in a few weeks to a few months so that these landowners can get on with their lives and run their businesses and continue to pay taxes here that run our schools. So, you know, that's our goal overall, is to get this resolved quickly, and we appreciate everybody's interest. You know, the leadership in the House with Charlie Guerin coming up, and the Speaker has sent words, as well as all of our representatives from the House that came up here. We really appreciate the support, because we are united as a state. This is a Texas thing, and we're going to do it right for all in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to get Michael White to run up here for a quick second then. See if he's got anything to say. His bald head back there is about to knock my eyes out. Had to keep my glasses on with his head. Thank you, Tommy. Just on behalf of Texas Farm Bureau, I'm a state director here. That this county falls under my jurisdiction of Texas Farm Bureau State Director, and you know, Texas Farm Bureau is about the voice of agriculture, and part of that we feel like is protecting private property rights. And we just do see this as an issue that we've got to watch and take care of, and hopefully everything will work out in a good way. Yes, sir.
I thought we'd get a chance to hear from the BLM why they think they can take our land. We get a chance. Yeah, they're right over there.
But as far as that goes, we would just like to thank everybody for coming out today, all of our state legislative people, and we just do appreciate that very much, and what you people do for us down there in Austin, and thank y'all very much for that. Again, I don't think that any of us are against the land use or, you know, recreational use. That's not what we're here for, is to fight that. We're here because we're arguing about taking private land and making it private. If they want it for recreational use, I'll promise you, the landowners that had that land will be more than happy to take compensation for what had been taken down there. I promise you they will. I know them all. Personally, I'd like to have my land back. But as a second strategy, I'd take compensation too over getting nothing for it. Again, we are all Americans, proud to be an American, proud to be a Texan. Wonderful to live in Clay County, and doggone sure proud to be an Aggie. Now, if y'all would like to say anything, BLM is here. If y'all would love to say anything, I welcome you to the mic.
Mr. Henderson, if anyone wants to ask us a question, they can feel free, but we're not going to address.
Okay, so they choose not to address you over the mic. Said though, if you do have individual questions, they will talk to you about it. I know there's been a lot of rhetoric in the paper, different things. That's not where we want to fight this thing. I do love public opinion. I like for it to be right though. This today is here to get the facts out and to get the facts right. We want to fight it in the courts. I want to fight it through the political system. I still believe in it. and I do appreciate the public opinion. So thanks to all of you for being here, and I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie Henderson. We wouldn't be where we are today without his leadership. There's no question about this. Members of the media, if anything we can do to help you do your job,
and then we saw on Tuesday the Super Tuesday results that were extraordinary. And then today on Super Saturday we seem to be seeing a continuation of very same. And we're saying is conservatism. What we're saying is Republicans coming together. What we're saying is libertarians coming together. What we're saying is men and women who love freedom and love the Constitution coming and uniting and standing as one behind this campaign. Every one of us here understands that our country's in crisis. That we're bankrupting our kids and grandkids. That our constitutional rights are under assault each and every day. And that America has receded from leadership in the world. And it made the world a much more dangerous place. That is exactly. And I am here today with a word of hope and encouragement. All across Idaho, all across this country, people are waking up. I believe this election will center on three key issues: jobs, freedom, and security. Let's start with jobs. I want to take a minute to speak to all the single moms who are working 2 or 3 part-time jobs, 28, 29 hours a week, because you've had your hours forcibly reduced because Obamacare kicks in at 30 hours a week. I want to talk to all the truck drivers and plumbers and mechanics and electricians, all the men and women with calluses on your hands, who've seen wages stagnate year after year after year. Cost of living keeps going up, but the wages somehow seem to keep pace with the cost of living. I want to talk to all the young people coming out of school with student loans up to your eyeballs. Scared, am I going to get a job? What kind of future is there? What am I going to be able to provide for them? And you know, the media tells us this is as good as it gets. This is the new normal. Well, let me tell you, that is an utter lie. The greatest engine for prosperity the world has ever known is the American free enterprise. And you know, you can talk about making America great again. Didn't even print that on a baseball cap. But the real question is, do you understand the principles and values that made America great in the first place? The heart of our economy is not Washington, D.C. It's not New York City. The heart of our economy are still small businesses all over this country. If you want to kill the economy, do what we've done for the last 7 years, hammer small businesses over and over and over again. And if you want to unleash incredible labor, then lift the boot of the federal government off the backs of the necks of small business. If I'm elected president, we will repeal every word of Obamacare. will pass common sense health care reform that makes health insurance personal and portable and affordable and keeps government from getting in between us and our doctors. And we will pass a simple where every American can fill out our taxes on a postcard. And when we do that, we should abolish the IRS. And when it comes to immigration, we are going to stop amnesty, we're going to secure the borders, and we're going to end sanctuary cities. The American people are tired of the Washington deal makers who go to Washington and cut deals with the Democrats, support amnesty, or fund the Gang of Eight. While talking a good game on immigration, their checkbook talks a very different game. We leaders who do something very, very simple, who actually do what they said they would do. And let me tell you, when we do this together, when we repeal Obamacare, when we abolish the IRS, when we pull back the federal regulators, the EPA, and all of the other regulators that are killing farmers and ranchers and small businesses, and we stop amnesty, we are going to see incredible booming economic growth, millions of new jobs, wages rising for everyone, young people coming out of school with 2, 3, 4, 5 job opportunities. Who are the stakes of this. It is not just one, but 2 branches of government at stake. We are left away from a radical thought, justice, liberal majority that will take away our religious liberty. We are one left-wing justice away from a radical thought, justice majority that will erase the Second Amendment from the Bill of Rights. We are one liberal justice away from a Supreme Court that will make us subject to the World Court and the United Nations and international law and give us U.S. sovereignty. Now, you know, at the debate last week, my opponent, Donald Trump, he was asked about the Supreme Court and religious liberty. He said, Ted, I've known a lot more politicians than you have. Well, you know what? He's right. Listen, he's been supporting liberal Democratic politicians for 40 years. But he said when it comes to the Supreme Court, when it comes to religious liberty, he said you got to cut a deal. You got to go along and work with the Democrats. Well, let me be very, very clear to the men and women of Iowa. To the men and women of Iowa. Let me be very, very clear to the men and women of Idaho. I will not compromise away your religious liberty. And I will not compromise away your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. You have my solemn commitment that every justice I appoint to the Supreme Court will be a principled constitutionalist who will be faithful to the law and will vigorously protect the Bill of Rights for your children and for mine. The third critical issue this election will be about is security. For 7 years, we've had an administration that abandons and alienates our friends and allies, and that shows weakness and appeasement to our enemies. Yeah. You know, at the debate last week, once again, Donald Trump said, if he were president, he would be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians. Well, let me be very, very clear. As president, I have no intention of being neutral. America will stand unapologetic with the nation of Israel. You know, over the last 7 years, we've seen this president weaken the military, undermine our readiness, lower the morale. The morale has plummeted with a commander-in-chief who does not support our fighting men and women. You know, we've seen this before. We've seen another left-wing Democratic president undermine the military in Jimmy Carter. And in 1981, Ronald Reagan came into office. And he passed tax reform and regulatory reform. He lifted the burdens on small businesses. Small businesses exploded. We had millions of high-paying jobs. It generated trillions of new federal revenue. He used that money to rebuild the military, and we bankrupted the Soviet Union and won the Cold War. I intend to do the exact same thing with radical Islamic terrorists. We are going to unchain the American free enterprise system, lift the wages for everyone, use that revenue to rebuild the military so we can maintain the finest fighting force on the face of the planet. You know, today is the 70th anniversary of Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain that he gave in Fulton, Missouri, where he talked about an Iron Curtain had descended on this planet. And Churchill called for America and the world to stand up to the Soviets. He said to Soviets, there's one thing they respect, and that is strength, and there's one thing they do not respect, and that is military weakness. Well, the same is true with radical Islamic terrorism, and I'll tell you, no longer will our military be governed by political correctness. We're not going to weaken, we're not going to degrade, we will utterly destroy ISIS. And one of the most shameful things of the last 7 years has been this president sending our fighting men and women into combat with rules of engagement that tie their arms behind their backs, that make it impossible for them to defend themselves, for them to win. Let me say right now, that is immoral, it is wrong, and in January 2017, it will end. America has always been reluctant to use military force. We are slow to anger. But even when military force is necessary, we should use overwhelming force, kill the enemy, and then get the heck out. We are witnessing something incredible happening here in Idaho and happening all across the country. Just people are waking up and they're coming together. Let me take a minute to speak to the 65 to 70% of Republicans who recognize that Donald Trump is not the best candidate to go head-to-head with Hillary. That if Donald is our nominee, in all likelihood, we lose to Hillary Clinton, we lose the U.S. Senate, we lose the Supreme Court for a generation, we lose the Bill of Rights, we lose the future for our kids. If you're one of those 65% either here or watching at home, I would point out to you what Super Tuesday, what today has demonstrated is that our campaign is the only campaign that has beaten Donald Trump over and over and over again, and that can and will beat Donald Trump over and over again. campaign has now beaten him not once, not twice, not 3 times, but if Kansas and Maine both hold, 7 times we will have beaten. So let me speak to folks at home who may have been supporting another candidate when this all got started. Maybe you were supporting Jeb Bush, or Chris Christie, or Rick Sanford, or Huckabee, or Scott Walker. Maybe you were supporting Dr. Van Carson or Carly Fiorina. Maybe you were supporting Rand Paul. All good, honorable, principled people. Maybe right now you're supporting Marco Rubio or John Casey. What is becoming more and more clear is if you want to beat Donald Trump, we have to stand united as one. That is happening in Idaho and across the country. And if you were supporting someone else, let me tell you, we welcome you to our team. We welcome you and embrace you, because if we stand united, that's how we win this primary, it's how we win the general, it's how we turn the country. You know, there's only one force strong enough to pull this country back, and that is we the people. The American people standing up. It's not going to be a politician. It's not going to be Barack Obama promising to stop the rise of the seas. It's not going to be some politician who thinks it's all about that. You know what? It's not about any of us. It's about you. It's about the American people. It's about taking this country back. So I want to ask each of you, when you come out and vote here tonight, don't just come yourself, but bring your friends and family. Pick up the phone and call 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 other people. Say, come out. Stand together. Let's be united. Let's stand together. This is now. Call and say, look, this election matters to me. It matters to my future. It matters to my kids. It matters to my grandkids. Let me tell you, everyone here gets 9 other people to come out and vote. The men and women gathered here represent enough votes to control the outcome here in the state of Iowa. And it took Jimmy Carter to give us Ronald Reagan. And I am convinced the most long-lasting legacy of Barack Obama is going to be a new generation of leaders in the Republican Party who stand and fight for liberty, who stand and fight for the Constitution, who stand and fight for the Judeo-Christian values that built this great nation. Thank you. God bless you.
Here's what I did wrong. I was born in my dark years. Ordinary police. The stars ain't trying.
Thank you very much for coming out.
We're continuing our coverage of the BLM's attempted land grab here along the Red River. And one of the things we learned this weekend over here in Senator Craig Estes' office is the Boy Scouts, the Northwest Texas Council of Boy Scouts, is directly affected by this, owning about 400 acres in the path of the BLM's view of the land that they want to take. We're with Wayne Manser, who works as the director of the Northwest Texas Council of Boy Scouts. Thank you very much for coming to talk to Breitbart, Texas today.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about what we're seeing happening at the Northwest Texas Council of the Boy Scouts.
400 acres of land, and the BLM is looking at 170 acres of that. What would that do to your operation of the camp that you have up there?
You know, if they took what we call our field area, the lower portion of our camp, it shut it down. There's not any other place for us to be able to move to conduct the training that we do. That is our outdoor classroom. That's where we take young boys to teach them about STEM, the science, the technology, the engineering, and the math. And you know, most people go out there and they fire off a gun, they think they're just having fun shooting a gun. We teach the boys about science that's involved with that. We teach them about the technology that's involved with that. So we take ordinary things that we do as people, and we help the children to learn to apply that to their everyday life. If the BLM were to shut that down and retake that land that they would claim, for whatever reasons, belongs to them, we would have to shut down the camp. We'd have to look for a camp somewhere else. And there's no better place to have a camp than where we've got it, and had it since about 1924.
So almost 100 years, 90 years ago you established this camp. Never heard a word from the BLM about being on their land or anything like that.
No signs are posted that this belongs to anybody other than the Boy Scouts. That is correct.
Now, how did you find out that this part of your land is under review at this point?
The BLM came around this past fall. They made some comments and asked for time to meet with citizens. One of our dear friends, Jimmy, who lives in this area that's going to be impacted by them, called me, and we visited at length, and I'm going, Jimmy, I've never heard anything about this. Can you give me some more details on it? I've been studying it recently, and it's quite intriguing that they did not tell us to stop using their land if it was their land. We Boy Scouts don't take land that's not rightfully ours. We've got deeds to it. We've mortgaged property that's on it. We have built all kinds of improvements, literally a few $1 million of improvements that we put to this. No one said a word to us. I do understand that there was a case that was brought several years ago, a court case on this matter. It was resolved. I understand that BLM appealed it and that it got settled by a higher court. And so at the end of the day, I don't know why they're resurrecting this, what we believe to be dead issue, and coming back to discuss it again now.
In 2000, the states of Texas and Oklahoma came to a resolution that said the southern vegetation line is basically the boundary. And that line moves as the river ebbs and flows and changes through erosion and flooding and all that type of thing. But 140 acres, that's not just a vegetation line shift. That's a pretty massive amount of land.
Yeah, from what we are told, they will take the highest water mark that the floodwaters have ever achieved out of the Red River. And that would come up covering all of our field area where our training facilities occur. And all of that would go away. In fact, we just got through spending this weekend, we had our Wood Badge project going on, about 36 adults that are learning how to better communicate with the youth and the parents of our youth today. And we built a stage, and we intentionally built that stage so it would be above the water mark, not because of this BLM matter, but just the fact that we want to protect those things that we do build on that area. And I looked across the field and saw everything that we would lose. I was devastated, Bob. It's remarkable how much we would lose. And if the federal government thinks they own this, I wish they had told us that back in 1924 and told us to get off their land then, because we really believe that through adverse possession, if through no other reason, that we own that property. We believe that there's no good use for that property. You could not do much cattle grazing in that area or anything else in that area if they were to take it back. So here's the next question. Federal government, if you get it back, what are you going to do with it? What better facility, what better use of a facility than to teach the youth how to be trustworthy, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, thrifty, clean, brave, and reverent? Why would we want to eliminate a classroom to teach kids to become corporate citizens, good fathers, good husbands? And this is a beautiful place for teaching our kids these things. I don't know what the government would use it for. I wonder if they've got a better use for that piece of land.
I can't imagine. I just cannot imagine. And the other thing is, how would they get to the land on top of that? How many Boy Scouts are we talking about being affected here? How many people do you run through this camp over an annual basis?
We have over 500 volunteers that help us to run our program. We will have between 1,500 and 2,000 youth in our local council, but it's a common occurrence for us to attract individuals from the Abilene Council, the Amarillo Council, the Duncan Council. Other councils tend to use our property just as we use their property because they'll have a program going on that will enhance the things that they're trying to do.
So 2,000 of the local youth plus the visiting people that come in from other councils. That's a devastating blow, I think, to youth education, and the impact on young people would be dramatic, I think.
Yes, yes. You'd be taking away the entire course area for conducting a lot of the good that goes on through Boy Scouts.
Texas Attorney General Greg Abbott and Senator Ted Cruz have both written to the BLM asking them for clarification and basically standing up for Texans like yourself and the rest of us who are impacted by this. What are your thoughts on their actions and what they're doing with that?
I love General Abbott. He's my Attorney General. He's going to stand behind us. He understands what we're trying to do with this. Rick Perry's an Eagle Scout. He heard what's going on and he took a firm stand. We are Texans. We don't mean to be arrogant about that. We just simply know that we are called to a calling to stand fast and to do what is right. And it's beyond our understanding where BLM thinks that this is the right thing to do. I love the fact that my elected officials are standing up for our rights and they are doing the things that we need to do to continue to achieve the mission of the Boy Scouts.
Mr. Manser, I appreciate the time that you've taken to talk to us here at Breitbart, Texas today, and we will continue to follow this issue through to its resolution and make sure, with everything that we can do to help make sure the federal government does the right thing with this.
We appreciate the coverage that you're doing to make citizens aware. If the citizens become aware of this and they start talking about it more and more, BLM might come to understand that this is not the right move for them to take. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Acres of land at stake. Lane Chapman. All right, Lane, do you see this as another land grab, what the BLM is now saying regarding what you say is your property?
Ma'am, it is absolutely everything to do with the land grab. This land, it is in no way federal land. It's been in my family. I found out today. I went back and looked, and I was told since 1886. We have other property that's probably been in my family since the 1960s. But either way, it's been taxed for over a century or for multiple generations.
All right, so Lane, you're saying that you've been paying taxes on this property, that the federal government and Harry Reid and his Bureau of Land Management are saying that is public property?
That is correct, ma'am. That is the main difference between what is going on in the western part of the United States and in Texas. That out there is BLM land. It is land that is leased to an individual. This land in Texas is owned. It has a deed that was handwritten, ma'am. I have the deeds. And it's taxed every year. We pay our taxes early, generally. This is truly private property. It is defined in every aspect of it. Actually, even when you look what the courts have done, it's been defined. What is Texas? What is Oklahoma? In Texas, we respect the border. The border is the southern side of the water. What is the vegetation? Not sparse vegetation, but where the vegetation actually touches.
Okay. And let me just say this. What I want to do is read what the Bureau of
16 at the rally to commemorate Lavoy Finicum being killed by the FBI and all the people who support him and the grounds on which he stood and that he died for. So we've got a lot of people gathered here today to pay homage to our fallen hero and to stand up for the rights of the American people with the Constitution.
We're here to support our Constitution of the United States and what our government isn't following the Constitution. And the murdering of Lavoy Finicum on January 26 outside Burns, Oregon, that was unjustified, uncalled for, and we want an independent investigation brought on with the murder of Lavoy Finicum. We also want our people people released that are being held as political prisoners. These people have done nothing wrong except stand for their First and Second Amendment rights. There's no reason why they should be in jail. We want them released immediately.
What about the charges that are brought against all of these patriots who are in jail right now? Do they seem legitimate to you?
They're unjustified.
Do any of the charges actually have merit, do you think?
No merit at all.
And what's your name, sir?
Dan Malavenda, President of Southern Nevada Oath Keepers.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Raja D. And sir, I understand you're a member of the Bundy clan.
Yeah, pretty close to it.
And what brings you all the way here to Las Vegas today?
Oh, just to help support.
Of?
Huh?
Of Lavoie personally, or the whole issue?
The whole issue.
The whole issue. What do you think about the charges that are brought against the patriots who are in jail right now? Pretty bogus charges. Yeah.
That's for sure.
Well, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
My compadre S's. Stand for freedom, America, or you're gonna lose it!
Well, that was awful damn short. Maybe I missed something. Let me check this. Oh, that's it. Well, damn. That was almost not worth it.
In 1986, when the U.S. District Court ruled on a case brought by two private landowners, each seeking to adjust boundaries for their respective properties. The BLM was in no way involved in the litigation between these landowners, and the 140 acres at no time were held in private ownership. Lane, you've been paying taxes. You say you see this as another potential land grab. What do you think they're trying to do? Why are they doing this?
Well, ma'am, to answer your first question, you kind of asked what the BLM is doing, and they say that they're not expanding acres, and I see that as the BLM actually saying that they're not expanding acres because they believe that they already own them. And the truth is, it's by our grace that the BLM actually is still what they are. I mean, we're a republic. It's a government by the people, and the people support that. So they're expanding acres. They do not own those acres. Next, what could it be? It could be anything from the recreational value of it. Right now, land in Texas is not necessarily driven by production, but it's driven by the money that can be derived from what could be recreation, hunting, fishing, horseback riding, people going out on the weekends. I mean, it would be creating access to acres that they could actually benefit from. And along with that also is what is going on in the petroleum industry right now. Oil and gas, it's booming. I mean, and there's nothing that makes me more proud than seeing another oil rig stood up on the horizon, because, I mean, those are jobs for the American people. And at the same time, I mean, that's an industry that is growing. So if the government could get their hands on something that could be a lucrative in that standpoint, I mean, that's a paycheck every month.
All right. You know what? You have distinguished your situation from the one in Nevada. But do you see a potential, a similar situation where people from around the country come and join you in an effort to show their support?
Ma'am, that's one thing. I would hope that they would definitely give us support, because private property rights are, I mean, they're at the core foundation of this country. We're people that are separated from the government, and I would hope that people are in support of us. Now, does that support have to come in ways of people showing the force that they did? I don't necessarily know if that's the truth, but people need to stand up for what their rights are. And in the state of Texas, we have private property rights. They were defined by Greg Abbott and the governor just several days ago.
All right. You know, Lane Chapman, there's a saying, don't mess with Texas. We wish you all the best. Thanks for being with us this evening.
With an unlimited mileage warranty on your certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, you can drive as far as you want for up to 3 years and be covered. Visit your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer to learn more about our unlimited mileage warranty and other exceptional offers on certified pre-owned vehicles.
Well, David, now let's talk about this latest BLM land grab. Now this is happening in Texas. A Texas rancher is now fighting to get back some land that's been in his family for over half a century. It's suddenly being targeted by the Bureau of Land Management, of course, the same agency that went after Cliven Bundy.
Yeah, and of course we've seen this over and over again, whether it's the Nevada ranchers, and of course it wasn't just Cliven Bundy. He was the last rancher. They put all the rest of the ranchers out of business. And these are people who had property rights. They were surface rights, they were grazing rights, they were water rights.
Yeah, it's coming.
Hey Sherry, can you hear me now?
Okay, Dave, now I want you to project. You have to get over the dinner out here, you know what I'm saying? You have to project. I want you to tell us what a great rally it was. Go ahead, you're live.
Hi, my name is Dave Van Adder. I'm from Free Sugar, and this was just an awesome event. We came to see Ted Cruz.
Come on, get in there.
We came to see Ted Cruz today for 100% support of the best support. We feel like it's going to cover our constitutional rights. It's going to be a man of God. It's our only hope against the Democratic Party. Thank you.
Go ahead.
You might have to edit that.
Oh, I'm not going to edit that. We have a young constituent here, young Republican, going to lead the world in just a few years. Alex, did you have a good time?
Yeah, I actually got to shake his Ted Cruz's hand, and I bawled my eyes out because it was so awesome.
And I know we got a copy of the picture your mom took. We're going to put that up on the news site and show everybody, you know, the next president, all right? And you're going to be the next president after him, right?
Actually, I don't want to be running.
Okay. Okay, you're just gonna run for the Nintendo CEO maybe? No. No? Well, that was the thought.
Cautious what you say, cautious what you do.
I'm trying to remember his name. Thank you.
I don't know. I know that some people are very.
Okay, did you have a good time?
It was fantastic.
You're glad you made the trip?
Oh, 110 miles, yeah, it's okay. I've done them a few times already. Yeah, this is good. I hope he does what he says he can do.
Well, if he can do what he says he's going to do, it'll work. But is that what's going to happen?
That's just the whole thing.
Yep.
I myself don't think Obama's leaving office.
Are you going to call those 9 or 10 people and tell them to get out there to vote?
I'm in another state, another county way.
I don't care. You know people over here. That's why you're here.
I have been.
You know us?
I've been handing out.
Just don't call me to vote. I know when to vote.
This is good.
Yeah.
Hi, Rick. Is he going to see this?
Probably.
I miss him too.
Yeah, well,
I can email him though.
He's still doing his classes. You need to come see him.
Yeah, I've been doing other classes too.
What do you think of Obama? He's giving me questions here.
Oh, what do I think of him?
Yeah.
Well,
now you have to remember we are on the internet. How much cussing can he do there, Hawk?
Can you hear me at all?
Good, then we don't have to editing.
I don't believe Obama's going to leave office because if even the next guy, the only way we can get rid of the executive orders is to sign up another executive order, and we already have a dictator in place. And so how are we going to fix what we got without doing executive orders? Because nobody listens to the Constitution anymore anyway. Hillary should be in jail, and here that's who we talk about beating. She ain't even in yet.
Right.
I have a question while we're on here. As long as the government continues to print currency without backing, why do they have to tax us?
Well, there's
I love that
question. That's a very good question. We ought to send that one up the chain.
Yeah, why do they have to?
Yeah, they're printing it like it's going out of style. They have as much money as they want. You know, why are they taxing us?
Just print some more.
Yeah, there you go.
I have another question. These guys, politicians, they get elected in the office and they do one term and they get full-time pension congressman minimum 175,000 a year for one term. We work our hind end off, and what do we get?
To continue working.
Yeah. For what?
He's yelling at me that I can't hear him.
Can you hear me at all? Can you hear me at all?
It's on speaker. I mean.
Oh, all right.
Okay, we're back.
See where I'm at with this? I'm still in dinosaur mode.
We had thousands and thousands of people here today. Inside, they announced 1,600 people. Outside, they announced at least 1,500, but I had another person say they had at least 3,000 outside. So either way, they had thousands and thousands of people up here in almost nothing North Idaho. But we're having a good time. Everybody is enjoying themselves. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold that. Thank you. All right, guys. You guys are so awesome. Thank you. I needed help getting down there, Hawk.
So did we, but no one was there.
Y'all talk. I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm getting frustrated. I'm trying to ask a question of my own, like all these.
It's not very loud. Sorry, you talk to the guy on the radio. We're live.
Okay. We'll let you do that.
Would you like to be on?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
You got your stage. What is it for?
We're live with Revolution Radio.
Oh,
And we have been live streaming the event today. And we're all over the internet. And we're with Readout News. And let me give you my card. So, did you have a good time today?
Had an awesome time.
Have you been a Cruz supporter before today?
Yes, I supported Cruz from the beginning. I want a president that will make me proud to be a U.S. citizen, and that's Ted Cruz. I want a president who's going to back the Constitution without fail, and who's going to protect me as a citizen of the United States, and who's going to back Israel 100%, and that's Ted Cruz.
Very well said. Can we get your first name?
It's Tara, T-A-R-A.
Tara? Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
And have you also been a Ted Cruz supporter?
No, not at first, because I was weighing all of them, which were quite a lot.
Yeah, there's like
But
17.
he quickly won my heart and my vote. So, and I concur with her. I want someone who's going to protect our Constitution, who's going to build our military and make a state, going to make Obamacare go away and come up
Oh,
with a
make
plan.
Obamacare go away. That's a biggie.
And he's going to open up what America was, a place to do business and capitalism, and to have that American dream. Like his
Okay,
dad.
Hawk, give me the question you want to ask. He's asking a question. I can't hear him, so he's got to type it for me. Well, I didn't see it. You mean ask about Obama? What do you think of Obama? Is that the question? Go ahead.
Oh, what do I think of Obama? I think his plan from the beginning was to take the America we know and love and destroy it. And I think he's been doing a pretty good job of disheartening and taking away the heart and soul of our country, not protecting us. I'm greatly disappointed. I never voted for him, but I never knew that what he's done in the last 7 years would ever happen. So.
Oh, you didn't see it coming. It snuck up on you.
Not that quickly.
Oh, it's escalated pretty fast here recently.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about Hillary? You think she'll just stay on this?
I do not
She's
like
a criminal.
her. Yeah.
Okay.
I've never liked her.
And
Never
she-
have.
If the right president gets
You ever just want to scream? She ain't asking my question.
like every American should face if they've done wrong.
You don't have to go away. Come on over here.
Go ahead, Jim.
Come on.
Get Michelle.
You know what I'll say?
This young man is extremely well versed in his politics.
Yes.
Well, let's see. You know, I have a 17-year-old daughter who's pretty well versed too. Let's see if you can compare with her. She's not here today though. But just about everybody knows her. But go ahead. Tell us all about it.
Well, I'm a Cruise supporter because, I guess, testimony, first of all. And also, you can't talk the talk without walking the walk. And that's big to me because he's got a history of keeping his word. And I believe that the other candidates don't have that as much. That's my main reason for supporting him.
And you're Tim?
Yeah, Tim.
And how old are you, Tim?
I'm 20.
You have thought about this. That's obvious, and I'm proud of you.
Oh yeah.
I'm very proud of you.
In politics.
Well, I have 5 daughters.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I have 4.
I'm
close.
I got 4 sisters.
I have some daughters think about what they're doing, and some of them don't. And if they give me, a choice without a reason behind it, then I kind of get all over them. I don't care what the choice is if they've thought it through.
Right.
Of course, I may try and swing it.
Definitely.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time with us. Let me give you one of my cards, and you'll be able to contact us to find out where your video is.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
That would be neat.
We are live streaming this on freedomslips.com. It's not on my card.
Oh, it's not on your card. Okay, write that down too.
But it's on the website.
Oh,
we have a
okay.
link because we've been in Burns for like a month or more, and we've been live streaming everything there through them. So it's all on the website.
Okay.
So and if you can't find it, email me.
Okay.
You betcha. You betcha. Thank you. How are you? Okay, let me see who I can get to be next. Did you lose something? Did you lose something? You look like you're looking for something. No?
I'm part of the event,
Oh, you're hoping everybody gets out of here soon.
So I'm just scrutinizing the best way to do this.
Well, you know what? Thank you very much. I appreciate what you're doing. It also keeps me from doing it. You know what? There's a VIP event going on back there. And I'm not a VIP, so I didn't get in. But I tried. Okay.
Sherry, can you hear me?
I'm getting tired. I've been up for, 14 hours or something like this. I don't know what it is. Hold on. Let me see if I can find somebody else. Everybody seems to be busy. Can I talk to you? We're still live. Yeah, we're all over the internet. Did y'all? Where is it? Oh, sorry. Did y'all have a good time at the rally? Yeah, did you? Were you up front or back here?
Right by the media.
Did you get blasted out by the speakers?
No.
Oops. No? Okay, were you Cruise supporters before today? Yeah? And this just kind of reaffirmed it? Yeah, so we're asking everybody the hard questions. What do you think of Obama? We're internet, it's different. There you go. There you go. You're allowed to ask. That's it. So what about if Hillary gets in? You think it'll be any different, or you think it'd be worse, or what? Be the same? Same, if not worse. Okay. Well, boy, we're all on board with that one. We all agree. What about Trump? Okay. Okay.
He's a buffoon.
Okay. Do you think he's going to be a lot like Hillary? They're saying he's kind of a hidden lefty. So what do you think? You think he'll be worse than Hillary? Why do you think that? Uh-huh. Well, he's certainly saying a lot of things that people want to hear, and that's why he seems to be so popular. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just one of those people, I have to ask all the questions. Well, Cruz seems to be saying all the right things too. I hope he can get them done.
Well, he has the backing.
Mm-hmm. Track record. Yeah, he does have that track record.
The man does not lie to you. He says he's going to get something done. He will do his damnedest.
Well, hopefully, the energy from today will carry through for you, right? Tuesday.
Yes.
You know that he was declared winner of Kansas. Yes. Yes. It came through a few minutes ago while he was still here.
There's two of them that are voting today. Two states. Or there more.
Don't quote me, but I thought it was just two. I thought it was rather odd they were voting on a Saturday anyway, but it was a caucus, I think. So, I'm not up on every state. I kind of liked it when we had a caucus here and they didn't go back to that, but that's okay. What do you think? Yeah. You gonna call 9 or 10 people and tell them to get out there and vote for Cruz by Tuesday? Are you? Yeah, but you got to do it again. He asked you to, right? Very cool. Thank you all for taking time with me. Let me give you one of my cards, and if you can't find your videos up on my site, you email me and I'll tell you where to find them. Well, I'm going to tell you where to find them because everybody else tells me where to go. No, not technically, but we do promote his stuff.
I see the readout.
Yes, we are Readout News. I'm trying to build a team up here with everybody in the Readout, so that's why we picked the name. Right now, it's just I'm Sherry, my husband's Brett, and we're working through Revolution Radio to get the live streaming done because we're on a shoestring. You know what I mean?
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all taking the time with me. I really do. Take care. You too. Am I getting any of the questions you wanted? Oh, I gotta find Brett. He left me. I think he did. He did. I'm gonna walk outside and see if he's out there somewhere. See if I can find anybody else. It was actually a pretty good rally, though. A lot of energy. I got a great picture of a young man with Ted getting a hug from him. It's going to go up on my news site. I love it. We had thousands there. I know we had about probably 4,000. Well, I'm not seeing a whole lot more, and I'm tired, Mike. I gotta go. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine. I also got another thing I got to pop to. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Ivy, how you doing? I was actually, we were at a Ted Cruz rally that I just finished, so I'm getting with you.
Are you sick from it, or are you okay?
Yeah, I'm a little sick from it, but equal time and etc. Anyway, if you want to pop up your video, we'll just go ahead and get going. You there? Hello, hello. There we go. All right, I don't have any audio on you, but let me go ahead and get you screen capped, and we'll go from there. Make sure you didn't get Ivy. I've got no audio on you at all. Man, it's like your mic. It's like your mic just went spoof. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
There, now I can hear you.
Yay. Okay. I'm not taking this other call, guys, because I don't know what's happening right now.
All right, let's try that video again.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if it's trying to switch over to your camera mic, and that's how we're losing you.
Is it working now?
All right, there we go. We got you.
Guess what, folks? You guys, I guess you can see me. I'm sorry, I'm in a tank top with my hair up, and I hope my makeup isn't smeared all over my face from crying. But here we are.
All right, you're fine, Ivy. You're live. This is Ivy West. Go ahead and reintroduce yourself to our YouTube audience, because I know we're running late, so it's all yours. You got it.
All right. Good afternoon, evening, morning, depending on where you are on the planet. This is Ivy West for your YouTube video. Can you tell people where to go and see this? I'm not going to take this call. It's I don't know where this is. I don't know. I'm not taking the call because I'm not sure what's going on here, guys. So please excuse me for not taking that call, even though I told people they could call in. Where do people go to see this video feed? They're wanting to know.
Yeah, it's Weaponized Talk Radio, Revolution Radio, and the handle is Weaponized Talk Radio on YouTube.
Okay, Weaponized Radio. Can you type that for me so I can post it in the chat room?
Yeah, hold on.
All right.
There you go.
Okay. All right, guys, give me a second to get this up here for you. At least I can do that. Thank you, guys. I got my hair up. It's just too hot to leave my hair down. I had it down, but then I put it up. Okay, so I put that into the chat room, and I'll go get Pajaro on the top of the hour and bring him back in so you guys can see him. And so, yeah, it's me. Nothing fancy here. Just got myself sitting here. All right, so I'm going to continue here. And, I don't even know where the heck I was. All right, so it basically at whatever stage, like I said, our awakening, we need to keep exposing the trickery and the deceit to help others along the way. That's really important. That's what we do. That's what I do. I'm just giving you this information, and even more so, we need to rediscover and realize the true spiritual power tools at our disposal. That's right. As we do, and it's already happening, our weaponry of truth outmatches their foolish artificial 3D hardware to such an extent that they will be exposed to the imposters. They are nothing but dark shadows trying to usurp the sun. That's basically what they're doing, right? So absolute futility and not a game worth getting caught up in. And it's only our lower levels of perception that give their illusionary any form of reality. Unfortunately, it's now starting to physically affect us. And it's indescribable truth. The truth is indescribable in mental terms. And this is why we're so awed by the ideas of nature, fractals, sacred geometry, and this magnificent physical design as the handiwork of something we know is much more spectacular than the lies behind it. Left brain science, even when it's well-meaning, cannot begin to fathom this richness as it seeks to contain this living energy in a form of mental and even scientific dominance here.
And unless there's some tangible, provable answer that some substantive, explainable, logical, something they can see, taste, touch, smell, and feel, they won't accept it. So again, the self-reinforcing feedback loop that will never be broken. To find the real truth, you have to find it and experience it for yourself, one hungry heart at a time. And when you want it bad enough, you'll find, or at least the next clue to keep you on your way towards greater truth. And that's what we're doing here, folks, because the biggest conspiracy of all, that's right, when people look at the world today, it can sometimes be just downright depressing. There's just no other word for it. And isn't it interesting how rapidly the world has changed and become this way over the last few years? It really has happened quite quickly. And one minute we're free, and most were looking forward towards a bright future, and then somehow we found ourselves in the world today where our governments are completely out of control, the police have been militarized, Europe is falling apart, and everyone has, for the most part, been duped by lamestream propaganda and is spending most of their time looking over their shoulders, wondering if the guy next to them on the bus is a terrorist. And of course, and among these questioning masses are those awakened and newly awakening individuals who know perfectly well who the real terrorists are, namely the governments, and who can see through the facade of the currently predominant fear campaign, and yet even most awakened people still remain perplexed and frustrated and paralyzed in their efforts to finding any remedy to this situation. So, upon awakening and discovering the world is not what they first thought it to be, a great many people typically began looking into the workings of the system and are led down the rabbit hole of endless conspiracy theories. The whole damn planet is a conspiracy, folks. It is. Just ask Mel Gibson, right? Yeah, I think he did the conspiracy thing with Julia Roberts there. They end up in a state of confusion, frustrated or worse, and with most of them becoming lost in their ongoing quest for someone to blame, as if pointing the finger at someone and shouting "you" is actually going to change anything. But this generally seems to be the way with human nature, and we look for something else to blame for getting us into this mess, and then we demand someone else fix it. So, we do this because generally people have been very effectively programmed into accepting two very false and, in fact, two diametrically opposed realities as being true. One on hand, we view ourselves as all important, the king of one's own castle, as it were, and demand we be served by others in a timely manner to our satisfaction. You know, we deem ourselves somewhat above the common workers who may employ for whatever particular task, while on the other hand, we see ourselves as being insignificant little people who cannot really make a difference in the world and must look to others more wise or place our faith in leaders to miraculously lead us to a better world. In fact, this is the very attitude, this bizarre combining of two completely false realities into one that has led mankind to our current predicament. And we are in a predicament, and it's time to get out of it. Life is an incredible thing, and it's a melting pot of expression and wondrous diversity whereby human potentiality is only limited by people's beliefs or lack of belief in their own abilities and the limits they place upon themselves. I mean, sure, there may be financial barriers, as we all face regarding the completion of some project or another, but on a deeper level as a species, as a society, as the expression of creation, each of us ultimately we place limits on our own potential due to our beliefs of what our potential is, or our lack of belief of that, or our belief and understanding of what it is and not possible. And in this manner, we impose our own limitations upon our potential. And much of the time, such limitations are the result of programming, the adapting of someone else's belief that has been superimposed over our own. And we call this education. It is education, or lack of it. It's reducation is what it is. It's not an education, they're regimenting us. And that we have received that has ultimately led us to this point because modern education is, in fact, little more than indoctrination and training, and it's been this training that has led us to the very belief we're both all important, ultimately insignificant and inconsequential at the very same time. So I call it an oxymoron, you know, and the catalyst that holds the programming together is the subtle use of fear throughout the entire education system. The class system, the peer group pressure, the fear of failure, the exams, the grading system, the separating into age groups, the different group system, the alpha delta, you know, regardless aspect for authority that is drummed into the children. All are class-based, all are designed as mechanisms of division and control, and all use fear as the catalyst in order for them to work. And this use of fear as a catalyst and the subtle subliminal programming into the combining and acceptance of two completely opposing realities into one quite naturally creates a huge schism in the psyche of the individual. They've got us all messed up on purpose. You know, and it's easy to make a play for more control from that point forward. The more powerless the individual feels in the face of an ever more monstrous and overbearing system, the more desperate and financial one becomes, fanatical one becomes in their attempts to maintain a sense of power and control over their own individual space. Thus, the more isolated each becomes from their families, friends, and peers, and thus the social divide also continually widens between their families, friends, and peers. And that's what's happening. And of course, via the use of the debt-based monetary system, purposely designed to place people in a never-ending state of self-generating debt, no matter how successful one becomes within the parameters of the system. So the fear always remains, and it's a fear of loss, of shortage, of insecurity, you know, like a leaking faucet slowly dripping somewhere in the back of one's mind. So divide and conquer is the motto, and mankind has been farmed almost to perfection. Almost. And I say almost because now at last the veil is lifting and people are beginning to realize the truth. They're now beginning to see how we've been played and how they're starting to realize that their attention to matters of state is required. But again, to what end? And as usual, they ask themselves, but what can one little person do? Well, the first thing one must do is drop the I'm just a little person programming and stop selling yourself short. All that exists within our entire society is little people, and all have equal value and all equal potential for creative thought. It is thoughts that have created this mess. Thoughts turned into action, and everyone that has that same potential. And the problem is that via the programming, most have received, they have lost connection to their true self and are, for the most part, unaware of their own potential. You know, normally I would tell you to get balanced and to get yourselves in alignment to go out into nature. But the problem with going out into nature, if there's any snow around, stay out of that nucleated snow. You can't go in the water because of the radiation. You know, the forests are falling apart. Where can you go that the chemtrails and whatever else, you know, chemicals they've got out there aerosoling us are around? So if you can find some part of nature to put yourself in, just even for a little while, to connect with, you know, get into your garden and start even getting the weeds out. You'll find that you'll start meditating. You'll have a connection. Your body will start having the rhythm that it's supposed to have. Again, it's insane, you know. As far as fear goes, you know, people, boy, I don't even know where to go with this, you know. Yes, it's an incredible thing, but is it also a fleeting gift? And what is important is that one does with it. What legacy has been left behind? Has reality been improved or impaired by your time spent here? And as it is but a fleeting moment, what is there to really fear? What are they going to, well, listen, folks, what are they going to threaten us with? Heaven? Come on, right? As far as fear goes, on one hand, people are generally in fear for their own personal security. Well, on the other hand, the overwhelming and seemingly insurmountable power of the machine. They fought that machine, the system. It's a cloud. It's a fiction created by mankind. The result of thought turned into action, that we all have the ability to create something different if we choose to step back in our humanity and view things from a more human perspective. All right, we're at the top of the hour. We'll be right back, because if your head's in the sand, your tail's a target, because what you don't know can and will hurt you. This is Ivy West, and what you do know, too. We'll be right back, folks.
Radio at freedomslips.com, and we'll be right back after this message.
Who are you? I am the architect. I created the Matrix. I've been waiting for you. Why am I here? You are the eventuality of an anomaly which, despite my sincerest efforts, I have been unable to eliminate from what is otherwise a harmony of mathematical precision, which has led you inexorably here.
You haven't answered my question.
The Matrix is older than you know, as you are undoubtedly gathering the anomaly is systemic, creating fluctuations in even the most simplistic equation. Choice. The problem is choice.
Right here at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Be here Wednesday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time for Private Eye Matrix Revealed with Monique Lassard.
Enjoy your extra big-ass fries.
You didn't give me no fries. I got an empty box.
Would you like another extra big-ass fries?
I said I didn't get any.
Thank you. Your account has been charged. Your balance is 0. Please come back when you can afford to make a purchase. Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on.
I'm sorry.
We're starving.
Thank you for tuning in to Revolution Radio. Here at Revolution Radio, we believe in freedom of ideas, freedom of speech, but above all, we believe in freedom of existence through self-reliance. This station is 100% listener-supported, and as a fundraising promotion, I have a kick-ass free gift for a $100 donation. 35,000 seeds. 25 years in the freezer. Long-term storable, 54 different varieties. So if the prices go crazy, this hits the fan, or if you just want to save tons of money every year by creating your own food like I do, grab our seed pack special. Just look for the banner on the homepage at freedomslips.com. Don't be a statistic. Don't be part of the problem. Be part of the solution. We need to ask humans to start taking care of ourselves and not depending on the megacorps to provide unhealthy, nasty food. Included in this package is also a DVD with 900 survival and off-grid living documents and the offline home canning, how to do everything website, all on the DVD. So when you're growing all that food, you know how to can it, store it, preserve it, etc. with all these documents. So thank you for tuning in to Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. I hope that you will pick up this package and start learning to be free. Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, where information never sleeps and freedom is one seed that needs to be planted.
What are we doing live? It goes in the country.
Someone say that in this day and age, you need coverage.
Well, you need little root weevils that call them little cameras in your face.
Those root weevils write history.
Many of you know that quote by Jack Nicholson in A Few Good Men.
Y'all can't see this, but Ivy's got her parrot on her shoulder, and the parrot's like having a conversation.
When you're mad as hell and not going to take it anymore from that memorable scene on the network, you'll know just what to do. We will draw you in and become your news addiction at Event Horizon. Join us Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to noon Eastern Time at freedomslips.com at Revolution Radio. Our world team members are Dennis Fetcho, John Elias, David Dunja, Halakas MD, Melanie Richardson, Jim Morris, Paula Harris, John Trallo, Maria Payan, Christopher Hustler, DODDS, Jonathan Orchard, and me, your anchor, Dr. Robin Falco.
If you decide not to volunteer, it will not be held against you in any way.
Sounds dangerous.
It is very dangerous.
Count me in.
And that's right here, Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, where information never sleeps. The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host.
All right. Thanks for staying with us. I don't know if you can see Pajaro, but here he is. I got him sitting up here with me. Yeah, he's going to put in his 2 cents here, too, because he doesn't know how to shut up either. Bertie, come here. Come here and say hi to everybody. Come here. This is Pajaro. He's a double yellow-headed Amazon. Not that you care, but he's my baby.
Yeah, I saw you had to catch him.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I took you off the video live in between the break, but I saw when you put him down, he was like, "Rah, I'm out of here."
Well, the problem with him is he's blind, almost blind completely. One eye is completely covered in a cataract, and the other eye is starting to, and I've got to get him some help somehow. But he's a good little birdie, and he can fly, and he loves everything that I eat he wants to eat, or if you've got anything. He's a pretty neat bird. He's very beautiful. His feathers are gorgeous. So I'm a very pretty birdie, and he's very cool. So sit up here, Pajaro, and be quiet.
A lot of people don't realize parrots can live longer than humans.
80 years. When I got him, I rescued him. And he used to quack like a duck, and the kids, he lived in a gas station. And I did architectural rendering. And I used to see him every day and visit him every day. And finally, I talked the owner into selling him to me. And he molted, and he just turned into a beautiful bird. But he was a bronco bird. He was slated for destruction because he was so mean because of the torture and stuff. So I've had him for 40 years, longer than my daughter. And he's a cool little bird. He's a great watchdog, believe it or not. And yes, they do live a long time. I found out after I got him that they live to be 80 years. So I told my daughter, hey, he's in the will. You can't get rid of him.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you get back to your show, and we're back live, and off you go.
All right. Well, thank you, folks. All right. Pajaro, I know he's not going to stay quiet. Come here. If I hold on to him, he will. So, which is fine. All right, you and me are doing the show together, huh? You can put in your 2 cents? All right. So, folks, yes, life is an incredible thing, but it's also a fleeting gift. And what one does with it, what legacy has been left behind. Now, you folks don't know me, but I was responsible for Randy Weaver being alive and bringing down his kids. And even though Sam and the dog and his wife got killed, we sent up our emissaries up there. I sent up Bo Greitz, told Bo Greitz to serve the FBI. He says, but they won't take it. I said, you got 200 people surrounding you and you're filming it. I have the raw footage. I said, put it down on the ground, put a rock on it, and tell them they've been served. So he did. A half an hour later, they came and got Bo Greitz, and they were going to firebomb the cabin. And so Bo Greitz told them no. They had a little robot on there, and he was able to bring Vicky's body out, the 2 living daughters, and Randy Weaver and Kevin Harris, who had both been shot. And, of course, then they went off to find Jerry Spence. And I think they need Jerry Spence for Bundy, guys. If anybody knows how to get a hold of Jerry Spence anymore, I don't. I think that he should help if he's in any kind of capable state. I wish that he would help Clive and Bundy, because what they have just done to them is absolutely terrible. And so, folks, there are things that we have to do. So are we awake? Are we awake enough to do something about this, okay? Because this is really important. You've got like Trump versus the Pope, the cowboy versus the head of the pedophile central here. It's crazy. Let's try to assess the U.S. immigration policy versus Vatican immigration policy. Just a thought. Might turn something up. Who knows? And I noticed that the Vatican has a wall, right? A big high wall, and it's probably just a decorative feature, but I'll take a wild guess and say it also tends to keep people out. Walls sometimes have that effect, right? And I'm not sure why. It's just one of those enduring mysteries here. The Vatican, for its part, welcomes millions of visitors per year, but allows only a very few selected people to meet strict criteria to be admitted as residents or citizens, and only about 450 of its 800 or so residents actually hold citizenship, according to a 2002 study by the Library of Congress. All right, so the Vatican, which is actually a nation, has what? 2 or 3 immigrants? Okay. It doesn't have any refugees. It doesn't have anything. And so the United States remains a popular destination, attracting about 20% of the world's international migrants, even as it represents less than 5% of the global population here. So, we can't have all of this. So we have Vatican immigration versus U.S. immigration. The math comparison isn't hard to make, even for people raised in the American school system here. But of course, the Pope has to take a shot at Trump. And the idea of building a wall between Mexico and America naturally, why? Well, Virginia, if you really want to know the naked truth, the Pope, like his predecessors, wants unlimited immigration because it obviously leads to chaos. And that's why. It's quite simple. When you boil it down, the Roman Church, you see, has always thrived in periods of chaos, tumult, conflict, expanded poverty, and the Church knows chaos. It's built to handle. Widespread prosperity? No, it's not made for that kind of future. Burgeoning prosperity is the enemy before which the Church strives, and the Pope is a contributing member of the executive of Globalism Incorporated, yep, that's right, has the job of spreading poverty and lowered living standards wherever possible, because that is the world he and the Rockefeller globalists are promoting. And unlimited immigration is a gigantic con job, folks. It's dressed up to look like a heraldic humanitarianism, and of course, the rubies and yokels and wide-eyed kitty idealists fall for it like sugar freaks at a candy convention here, basically, right? And the model is hope and spare change. And again, the real purpose of limitless immigration is chaos, behind which the heavy globalist hitters come and install their kind of order. Tight, very tight, top down. It's an old formula. And that's why the Pope speaks about the climate change agenda as well, which equals, when you strip away the messianic nonsense, lowered energy production for the whole planet, further grinding poverty from Nome to Tierra del Fuego. And do I really have to point out that anyone dressed up in a robe and a tall hat riding in a bubble who is infallible and heads up a flock of 125 billion people is suspect? You think, right? So I can't help myself. You might, and so moving right along here, I have a quote from the AP-CBS News, right? This was in 2014. Quote, the Vatican revealed Tuesday that over the past decade, it has defrocked 848 priests who raped or molested children and sanctioned another 2,572 with lesser penalties, providing the first ever breakdown of how it handles the more than 3,400 cases of abuse reported to the Holy See since 2004. Really? And how many cases have gone unreported? Those bastards should be killed. I'm sorry, but they should be, or concealed by the Church. And notice, too, that the penalties for the criminal priest being fired from the job, defrocking, and lesser discomforts, lifetime penance and prayer. And the current Pope has spoken out against these crimes, but what has he actually done about them? Nothing. The Catholic Church is allegedly telling newly ordained bishops that they have no obligation to report child sexual abuse allegations to law enforcement officials, saying instead that the decision to take such claims to the authorities should be left to victims and their families. Yikes! And the policy was first reported by the veteran Vatican journalist at a Catholic news website who cited a presentation given by, this French Monsignor. So, and I'm quoting again, according to the state of civil laws of each country where reporting is obligatory, it is not necessarily the duty of the bishop to report suspects to authorities, the police or state prosecutors, in the moment when they are made aware of the crimes or sinful deeds, his document states, according to a citation in The Guardian, unquote. Really, Pope Francis? Really? He might come up with instead of jabbering about the nation which 40 to 80 million immigrants already reside, don't hold out hope here. After the lights go down in Vatican City, I'm sure those esteemed prelates regale each other with stories of the desolate Middle Ages when church power really meant something, and how they long and plan for a return to those glory days as partners now in globalism when the masks come off. That's right, folks. So this is what we're stuck with over here, and, the United Stasi of America here. And over the top, it doesn't begin to describe where the U.S. police state has gone. And it's just so out of control, it's not even funny. From daily beatings, killings, and arbitrary incarcerations to beyond Orwellian surveillance and armored military patrolling their streets, Americans have transitioned into a full-blown Stasi-controlled state. Just Google Police State America, and you'll see there are over 62 million results. And this is clearly no secret. Yet the hordes trundle on like nothing's happening. So who were the Stasi, and what is this label appropriate? Well, it's an East German secret police known as the Stasi. And they were infamously intrusive secret police force. They amassed dossiers on 1/4 of the population of the country during the communist regime. You know, but their spycraft, while incredibly invasive, was also technologically primitive by today's standards. And I can't put this graph up here. This is a pretty good one of Post-it notes here. But here's the state of the Stasi today. As everyone knows, although it's been available knowledge for a long time, we're being traced, tracked, monitored on a massive scale. And now your toaster can report on what you're doing. You know, this is ridiculous. As we move into biometrics and even so-called pre-crime detection, the situation only worsens by the day. Now with the NDAA, it doesn't take anything but for a warrantless arrest, incarceration, or even death for anything considered suspicious, evidence or none. There is no due process here, folks. Will you sit up there? There's no due process for this. Don't say no. Say yes. Yes. You know, and so it goes on. It goes on, and all based on deliberately ambiguous, technical, sanitized term, you know, metadata. Yeah, and former CIA director, we kill people based on metadata, he said. That's a quote from Michael Hayden. He admitted that metadata is used as the basis for killing people, unquote. And the comments were made during a debate as Johns Hopkins University after Georgetown University Law Center professor David Cole detailed the kind of information the government can obtain by simply collecting metadata. Who you call, when you call them, how long the call lasts, how often calls between two parties are made. And although the NSA supporters often claim such metadata collection is permissible considering the consent of the call is not collected, Cole argued that there is not the case, since the former general counsel of the NSA, Stuart Baker, has already stated metadata alone is more than enough to reveal vast amounts of an individual's personal information. Yikes. And what's worse is that all these countries following this draconian blueprint. The reason? It's the stated plan of the infamous New World Order, one that must be enforced for our own welfare, safety, and security, of course. Look at this. This is such a good little birdie here. Don't get messed up in my mic here, baby. Come here. And Henry Kissinger famously confessed way back in 1991, today America would be outraged if UN troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow, they will be grateful. This is especially true if they were told that they were an outside threat from beyond, whether real or promulgated, the threat of our very existence. It is then that all peoples of the world will plead to deliver them from this evil. The one thing every man fears is the unknown. When presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by the world government, unquote. Is that plain enough? Apparently not for most people. Maybe when they take a boot on the neck, or they see innocents brutalized or shot from themselves, the point will come home, but apparently folks are even acquiescing to that even now. So where are we? It can't get much worse than this, folks, but yes, it can. And that's what people don't realize. The cage has come down on the farm, yet the animals still graze as if it's a protective fence. Hard to believe, I know. But if you're still inside that cage, you probably don't really get it either. No matter what your mind tells you, your feet are frozen in place, as in a nightmare where you can't scream. And the full reality hasn't even dawned on you if you haven't drastically changed your life and started taking action to either pushing back or getting the heck out of the pen, or both. And people like to theorize. What would they have done in any one of those past oppressive regimes from safety-distanced history, whether it was Nazi Germany or Stalinist Russia? Would they have fled? Would they have fought for their lives? And a whole lot sooner than those blind, ignorant souls of the past. Well, that's how it works. It couldn't happen here. We're too aware of the lessons of the past. Oh, really? Hey, folks, I got it. I got something for you. It's already here. Okay? It's already here. And is anybody paying attention? A precious few, I'm sorry to say. Those that tune into this radio station, you know, I hope you're one of them, and it takes serious action. We're all nearing society's event horizon here, and the point of no return here. Full conscious awareness and appropriate action are both the solution and the escape route. Business as usual is the enemy of your soul and those who you love. So spread the word, folks, because we're in it here for the long haul here. Now, we have 20 million Americans likely infected with a retrovirus at the root of multiple chronic diseases. And, you know, I should have okay, the next time we do a video, I'll have my pads up here, but I have these beautiful pictures to show you of this retrovirus. It's amazing. Okay, Pajaro, let's see, what can we do with you? Let's put you up here. And let me see if I can pop this up on the screen from my iPad here. Hey, technology is great. It's a two-edged sword. It can be really good or it can be really bad. And so, again, we always try to give you the best information. Ah, here we are. Hot dog. Check this out. Let it load. This is a retrovirus. And this is what, and it's probably more than 20 million people. I don't know where they get these numbers. Come on, load. But these numbers are amazing. And the problem is, it's Dr. Judy Mikovits, PhD. She was one of the presenters at a meeting for 30 years. She's built a name for herself in cancer and chronic diseases. She's had an extensive knowledge of immunology, natural products, chemistry, epigenetics, virology, drug development, and she was also a longtime member of the National Cancer. And what she says here, she worked closely with patients suffering from these mysterious debilitating symptoms of CFSs, treating them like family. In most cases, and quickly earning herself a well-respected, I don't know why this isn't loading. All right, give me a second here. Okay, now I'm on the network. I'm not very competent in this stuff. I get by.
Sounds like your parrot is saying, I'm on the iPhone.
I'm on the iPhone. No, he's not on the phone yet. Say ET phone. He can say 5-0 though. Say 5-0.
All right. I could have swore I just heard him say Obama sucks.
Yeah, I think he did. So, here's what her research team claimed that 6% of the Americans were harboring this retrovirus. Okay, so what does that mean to you? How can that retrovirus affect you? Okay, that one came up. This one, here we go. Look at this, folks. This is the retrovirus now. Let me see if I can bring it up there. All right, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, super. So that was my point there on this picture. This image is from a microscope here. And so these are pathological diseases. But how did XMRV get introduced into the public? In the early 20th century, many research labs were deep into cancer and HIV/AIDS research. And some of these facilities also second as a vaccine manufacturing lab. All right, here's where we get into it. Using genetically engineered mice as their study subjects, and the mice were engineered to have immune deficiencies, meaning that they were susceptible to certain diseases when exposed to specific pathogens and toxins. And when researchers injected the GE mice with human viruses in order to attenuate or weaken the virus strain, they did not know that most mouse viruses posed a threat to humans. So you think they would have done some better research than that. Well, when researchers didn't realize that the way they managed their mouse colonies and managed the production of their human cell lines, they created conditions in laboratories where viruses could unexpectedly mutate and recombine with one another and spread. Hence, the retroviruses that were in mice were being released into the air and traveling through their facilities to other labs where human cell lines were being cultivated. Once there, they were able to infect human cultures, and they became part of the cells and part of the products. So, it's retroviruses in humans, and this meant that for decades, vaccines contaminated with mutated viruses were being injected into the greater population, causing a whack load of life-threatening ailments. Now, this is from a scientist and her team, and she has it right here. She drops the data bombshell. So she says retroviruses in humans are like Russian roulette for diseases. And retroviruses are stealthy creatures, and their presence in the body does not always cause disease. Sometimes they stay dormant for a person's entire lifetime. Other times, though, they're activated through a perfect storm of events, such as when there are co-infections, when there is severe shock or trauma, when hormones are dysregulated, and we do have hormone, God, I can't think of the word. Regulating like phthalates, when you have aerosols that have smells in them. Those are hormone disruptors. And so these are genetically modified organisms and glyphosate in the diet. And now glyphosate, is Roundup. All right. And when there are pesticides and other toxic substances in the food and the environment, and when there are genetic susceptibilities, and in some or all of these conditions occur, the immune system will be weakened to the point where the perfect storm occurs and chronic, inflammation develops into chronic diseases. So she says here that Mikovits, she drops the data bombshell. In an international workshop on the XMRV retrovirus held in September, this is in 2010, folks, Dr. Milovitz and a group of other scientists presented this valuable research involving rhesus macaque monkeys that were exposed to XMRV. It showed that the XMRV retrovirus quickly disappeared from the bloodstream after exposure, presumably going into the tissues. And now the virus would reappear in the blood after the immune system was activated, showcasing how this XMRV virus mimicked the behavior of HIV. You may not even have HIV. You could have this. And the study Mikovits presented used bolus peptides that mimicked a vaccination, provoking the virus and causing it to replicate to detractable levels. So I'm not going to get into all of the studies here, but she says the study revealed how children harboring an undetected retrovirus in their immune cells could have had the virus activated by vaccination or even by a simple fever, causing inflammation of the brain and leading to neurodevelopmental disorders such as autism. So it goes on and on and on here, and they destroyed her career over this. She refused to misappropriate federal funds, and so because of that, they did her career in. They just did her in, But today she's continued to help those in need, working alongside the Institute of Pure and Applied Knowledge. And so, this fraudulent science that's going on has us in its grips. And now, folks, there's something that you can do about it. The passage of the DARK Act to outlaw GMO labeling nationwide is now imminent. You must take action now or forever lose that right to know what you're eating. And I don't even know if this is even going to make a difference here, but hopefully it will, the latest insult to scientific transparency and food, consumers everywhere, the U.S. Congress is pushing hard to pass the DARK Act, and that would outlaw all mandatory GMO labeling nationwide. And the act of outrageous food secrecy is being pushed by Monsanto, and the evil biotech industry. And it's the latest desperate attempt to keep consumers in the dark about all the poisonous GMOs and glyphosates they're eating. When the voters keep demanding label laws and passing them, the poison-pushing industry weapon of last resort is to pay off lawmakers to ban mandatory GMO labeling. Duh, Remember, these industry operators are the same corporate science cretins who also lobbied for the tobacco industry and who now promote chemical pesticides and herbicides. They've mastered the sinister art of making money poisoning the population while hijacking the so-called science by paying off academic prostitute scientists like Kevin Fola and Henry Miller. Come here, baby. And the DARK Act is a malicious, nefarious law that is internationally designed to bind consumers from the truth and make sure that they keep buying and eating poisons that generate profits for biotech. All right? Any U.S. lawmaker who supports this act deserves to be permanently voted out of office or put on a rail, tarred and feathered. And so here's how you can take action, folks. You're going to love this. If the DARK Act becomes law, it will thrust America into a dark age of dirty food secrets that leaves consumers blind about what they're eating. A vote is going to happen very soon as the Vermont labeling law kicks in this summer, and the corrupt U.S. Congress is desperate to stop the DARK Act. So what you can do? Call your senators now via the Capitol switchboard. Here's the number, 202-224-3121. I'm going to post it here in the chat room. Call them up, jam them up, tell them you oppose the DARK Act and that you support GMO labeling. And the food industry is already accelerating toward more food transparency. So, you have the evil biotech industry wanting to stop this trend as quickly as possible. Campbell's recently announced GMO labeling across its entire product line and even declared it would stop financially supporting anti-GMO labeling groups. Well, okay, I'll believe that. And if Campbell can label the GMOs in its products, any food manufacturer can do so. So this is important for us to take action. So I'm going to post this in the chat room. This is the phone number to the U.S. Capitol switchboard. Tell your senators that you do not want GM labeling on that you want labeling of these products. There we go. All right. So, Yes, these birds are very expensive, folks. I only paid $400 for him 40 years ago, but they're worth about $3 to $4 grand, depending on what kind of bird you got. So, but
you have a lot of bird fans on the YouTube. They just love your bird.
They do, huh?
Yep. They keep saying when you bring him up front, he's really interested in the conversation. When you put it behind the head, he starts talking. So
he'll start talking. Pajaro, say hello. 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 Who's that?
Let's say Obama sucks.
Obama sucks. That's right. Say hello. Say no to. That's right. I don't want to get him talking because I can't shut him up. So say no. Say no to GMOs and say 5-0. He doesn't swear either. Can you believe that? I swear like a sailor. So I can't believe that he doesn't swear, but he doesn't. All my friends try and get him to swear. All right, we're going to a break, folks. We'll be right back. This is up in.
Listening to Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. We'll be right back after this message. Revolution Radio.
You don't see it, do you? How close we are to absolute chaos? The sick ones are sitting on their fat asses, eating and drink themselves into a stupor, polluting the world without a second thought while it goes down the toilet. Nobody wants to do the nasty work. You know, the shit that we all just think about. Most good citizens are just along for the ride and then bitch and moan and complain about everything when it doesn't work out.
Not me.
Get it done.
Revolution Radio, where we do the nasty work. www.freedomslips.com.
Join the Sacred Matrix with hosts Janet Kira Lesson and Dr. Sasha Lesson, 6 p.m. Eastern Time here on Revolution Radio.
Here we free ourselves from the God spell, transform the perverted matrix to the divine one. We become conscious, and we embrace universal, unlimited love.
We feature colorful guests and topics such as extraterrestrials, ghosts, interdimensionals, and aliens. We examine evidence, anomalies, archaeological ruins, and anthropology.
We explore past lives, future lives, life between lives. We get into astral projection, near-death experiences, archetypes, visions, and dreams.
Episodes include time travel, teleportation, counseling, spirituality, tantra, relationships, peace, shamanism, peak experiences, and ego transcendence.
Join the lessons Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time here on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com for the Sacred Matrix, a divine paradigm of love.
The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host.
Well, thank you for staying tuned, everyone. This is Ivy West with Voices on the Wind, because if your head's in the sand, your tail's a target, and what you don't know can hurt you, and what you even know can hurt you. So even if your head's not in the sand. All right, so, boy, I don't even know where to go with from, boy. No, I don't want this one. This is the wrong one. I'm trying to find something here for you. Oh, darn it. All right, I'm doing great. Let me get back to the inbox here. I have something that oh boy, I got to get rid of this one here. You know, I have to say that I just love the people that listen into this show. And also I do want to tell you folks, please go up and support the station. Please support the station. Try and help in any way that you can. You can go up to freedomslips.com and support us. There are seeds to buy. Monetary is always the best way to help support us. It keeps the station on the air. It helps Hawk to keep adding on the, servers and things. You know, whatever it is that you add on, let's go in there.
Yeah, not just that. You know, I spent $3,000 in the last 8 weeks sending people all over the country to report on these protests and what's going on in Oregon and everywhere else. You know, I put my money where my mouth is, but you know, I got to be honest, I'm completely out of money right now. You know, we had a big day today that's going to drain the rest of it. So, you know, remember that, you know, it's, you know, sending people, there's a difference between somebody, you know, being at home and broadcasting and me sending somebody. I'm not going to, you know, people driving 300 miles with a camera and Wi-Fi and all that kind of stuff, broadcasting and reporting here and there across the country. It's not cheap. It's not cheap at all, and you can go through a lot of money really, I mean, incredibly fast. So, you know, anybody that wants to help us keep that going needs to help us keep that going by, supporting the station.
All right, folks, so you heard it from the master there. Please go and support this station at freedomslips.com. And any kind of a donation, look, even if it's a couple of bucks, you know, if there's thousands of people sending in a couple of bucks, it will really help. It will really super help. Pahara, where are you going? Come here. Come here. You got to stay right here, honey. I don't want to put you down. The interesting thing about parrots is they chew everything. So you really got to keep an eye on them because they don't know the difference of something that they're supposed to chew and something they're not supposed to chew. So I don't put him on my desk here because if I did, he would get into everything. And so what I will do, though, is I will allow you folks to see, and I don't know. Come here, Paharo. Stay close to me here.
Oh, by the way, you can take calls and add them in. I've seen you've had a few calls try to come through the switchboard.
I just want to take the call right in, and I did, but I won't from now on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my camera around, and I'm going to let you see where I live and what I do. This is my office. That's my library. Don't know if you can see the art out there or not.
Apparently you read.
I read a lot. I read nonstop. I absolutely read nonstop. It's the only way to educate yourself. You can't believe the stuff that's on the air and on there. You must read for yourself. You must do the research yourself. If you folks don't do the research, then you don't know the truth. And so how can you make a decision on half lies and baked truths and all these things that they're giving us? I mean, just look at the election. They're talking about Donald Trump's hands. You know, somebody do something about that idiot. I'm not talking about Donald Trump. I'm talking about Rubio. You know,
he's so fabulous anyway. I mean, what are we going to have? White House gay phone parties?
Oh my God, it's just disgusting. It's just, I mean, Ronald Reagan is probably turning over in his grave right now going, what the hell is going on over here? So, you know, again, guys, all I can tell you is that we just have this insanity going on. And if you're not informed, and it means really being informed. I had one of my workers tell me she's going to vote for Hillary because she thought she was the best. Oh my God, we got into it. I could give her a 21-minute video of Hillary lying for 21 minutes. But, you know, if people don't want to know the truth, no matter what you do, you know, there's nothing we can do, you know. In the beginning of the show, I said, civilization is at an end in 2015. Our phones are wireless, our cooking is fireless, our cars are keyless, our food is fatless, our tires are tubeless, our youth is jobless, our leaders are shameless, our relationships are meaningless, the attitudes are careless, babies are fatherless, feelings are heartless, children are mannerless, and we're speechless, and the government is clueless, and as our politicians are worthless, and I'm scared SHT-less, because of the situation that's going on. And it doesn't seem to be getting any better, and people think that the whole system needs to be wiped clean. Because we've got nothing but a bunch of lying people who are going to continue to lie and not be stopped until they're absolutely stopped by force. By force. Whatever that force would be. And I'm sorry to say, that's just the truth of it. And a lot of people just don't like it, and I don't know why. But that's the truth of it.
It just seems like, most people don't care, quite honestly, as long as they continue to receive their largest with the government or their supposed or fake safety. They just continue to just go on and just support whatever they're told to be told, told to be supporting, and without any real research or anything else. So.
Yeah, I don't think you heard the letter that I read from this lady who lost her dog to a snow and ice nucleation. The dog used to live out in the snow. And in the last couple of years, because of the chemtrails and whatever, the ice nucleation, the dog wouldn't go out in the snow. And when she did, and she came back in, she'd be licking her feet. Well, she finally died. And when the lady realized she had a hole in her glove and the snow touched her arm, that she was being burned, that the dog was eating snow that was burning up its insides and burning its feet. I mean, it made me cry. I'm sorry. But, I feel bad for the animals because there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, I got to be honest. My own dog is acting weird and has been for several weeks. We've had a lot of snow here. I don't know if it's got anything to do with that.
Keep your dog out of this.
Yeah, my dog is very seldom outside. She goes out to go to the bathroom or bark at coyotes.
Well, guys, I tell you, it just broke my heart. It broke my heart because, the damage that's being done is not a damage that can be fixed very easily, and when you've got snow happening at 50 degrees, it's just, and these guys don't care. They do not care about you and me. They do not care what happens to us. We're just petri dish experiments.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's just not that. I mean, we just saw, the EPA closed down some mines and then exploded them and then just flooded Navajo lands with heavy metal toxified water and then told them, we're not going to help you whatsoever.
Yeah, we're not going to clean up the water to 4 states down the Colorado River. And it's just a terrible thing, and they don't care. They don't care because we have a bunch of psychopaths running this place and the inmates are in control of the asylum, and unfortunately, we're sleepwalking into oblivion. Absolutely sleepwalking into oblivion. And I don't know why the news of yet another war has horrified me so profoundly, but that's what happened when I learned that France was renewing the never-ending war on Libya. How much do you have to bomb a place? And here's a country that's been hammered into virtual non-existence by an avalanche of lies and false pretenses, and all its assets have been stolen, and the most of its people murdered. And all the while Americans and most of the Jew-controlled white Western world, they pay no attention to the continuing crimes. And I'm talking about Israel here, okay? Folks, they're in it. They're in it up to here. The Stuxnet virus on Fukushima's nuclear plants was from Israel, okay? And it was fed in through Germany, and it was the virus made the computers look like everything was okay when it wasn't. So when you start taking a look at this stuff, pay no notice to the continuing crimes against humanity until they're unwittingly, financed. And Israel's goal of turning all of its neighbors and soon all of the countries in the world into either failed states or obedient vassals has largely succeeded, guys. But all the actions of France show us that once these victim countries are destroyed, its people will continue to be tortured until no Gentile remains alive. And look, Israel, look at the Talmud and look at Islam. Anybody that doesn't believe in their religion, they're up to being slaughtered. And their religion says it's okay to do so. Do you want those people here? I certainly don't. Not with those kind of values. And what makes no sense to me is you've got a Jewish leader of socialist France have made an obvious attempt to Muslimize their country. And here they're making war on Islamist targets in another nation that's already been destroyed. I'm talking about, Libya. So again,
hey, Ivy, I caught a video the other day that was completely vetted. And I'll send you these links later, and I got something else to tell you about. But, they were having a conference at the White House, a press conference, and the first row of seats had a Quran setting on them.
Why doesn't that surprise me? It's okay for the kids to have Qurans in order for them to have whatever, I don't know what the Jewish Bible's called. I'm sorry. It's okay for them to have those in school, but gee, we can't have Bibles in ours. You can't say God bless you. You can't say any of this stuff. And here's the rub, guys. Have you ever taken a look at these prophets? Do you know who the Muslim prophet is? He came out of some cave after being there for a while. Well, some being told him to go out and do this and that. You've got the Muslims worshiping a big square in Mecca with a meteor in it. They know there's a meteor in it, and that's what they're worshiping. All of these wars across this planet are based on these false worships of idolizing rocks and prophets and, even Jesus. Sorry, but can't help myself. I believe there was somebody, but I don't believe their name was Jesus. Number one, because no self-respecting Hebrew would give their child a common Greek name. Number one, if there was anybody, it was Yeshua, if that was the name. But I don't believe, you have Immaculate Conception. Okay, there were over 3,000 years ago, there were 16 other religions that had forgiveness of sins, Immaculate Conception, resurrection. It had all the things of Christianity has. It's a cut and paste religion. So all of the religious Buddhists, all of the religious leaders, and not the leaders, but the original personages of those religions are all shady deals, guys. Take a look at them. And this is what you're worshiping? I'm so floored over the whole thing. I can't even stand it. And what doesn't make sense to me is that what other reason other than the routine practice of violent annihilation of the Western powers it seems so eager to practice could France, a country besieged within its own borders by Muslims, no-go zones, should give aid to Islam within its own borders but attack Muslims outside its own geographical confines. You see the conflict there? And the worst of this continuing insanity is that the French government has made reporting on these maneuvers a crime. So the French people, by law, are not allowed to know what its government is doing. And this is the end of France as a free country. I love France. I would have loved to gone back to France. And given what's transpired in the U.S. these past few years, maybe our own condition as well. And the Freedom of Information Act has, in fact, been dead for years. And likely this is the reason that Daryl Bradford Smith, he's an American living in France today for decades, has closed down his website, The French Connection, which was also known throughout the liberty-loving world as a repository for some of the finest anti-tyranny text in the world. And Daryl doesn't want to be put in jail for trying to tell the truth, and I don't blame him. So who can blame him? Let's hope he can avoid the iron heel of what the Jewish censors do to people they don't like. And so the world is being crushed into silence at the point of a gun. And no country or individual has the power to stop this madness. Yet Obama says that you can keep your gun, you can keep your doctors. No, they don't want that. They don't want a bunch of conscious people running around that are healthy, that have guns, that know how to use them, that are on non-GMO food, so their mind is working, and won't take the vaccines and the prescribed contaminants that they want to give you, and knows a lie when they're being told. So if you set out to accomplish something great, you only deceive yourself. And your love and justice are fronts. They are mere pretexts for self-assertion, for aggression. And one action will bring on another, and in the chain of events, your hidden intentions will be made plain. And they have been made plain. Many people have already figured out that this ubiquitous terror threat that motivates so much of the world's military motion is really a hoax. That the enemies of freedom are really the constructs created by powerful, manipulative men and governments who simply want to sell weapons and run their economies in that cynical way. And that's what's going on. This is how we got Al-Qaeda as the all-purpose terror threat that supposedly brought down the World Trade Center. And now we have ISIS, ISIL, or Daesh, or whatever they call them, an enemy we created and are funding. I'm talking about we, meaning the United States government, CIA, but are also claiming to be fighting or were before Russia stepped in and fulfilled the prophecy of the uncanny mystic Edgar Casey, who once predicted Russia would be the hope of the world, as it now seems to be. Putin has outlawed GMOs completely from his nation, you know? And all the other stuff. So,
hey, Ivy, real quick. Would it not be funny for everybody to write in Vladimir Putin into their voting?
Well, the problem is with the voting thing. There's 600 complaints that they voted for Trump and ended up with Rubio.
Oh yeah, I know, but wouldn't it be funny when it came down to the actual vote? That if everybody went out and voted, that they either voted like no confidence or Vladimir Putin, the electronic voting system is capable of handling about 20% of America actually voting. If everybody went out and actually voted, it would break the system.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. It very much so would. You know, not that voting counts anyways. I mean, these guys are so crooked. They wouldn't know how to run an honest election if they tried. And that's the real problem here, is that they can't. And so we also suspect that the tidal wave of refugees now overwhelming Europe with its crass atrocities, it was deliberately arranged by the coalition of killing, as U.S. ally Turkey not only enabled the refugees from the country it helped destroy, Syria, to scramble towards the country that invaded them, Germany. So all the while, Turkey assisted these U.S.-created rebels in stealing Iraq's oil to further depress the world's oil market and wreck the oil industries in Russia and Venezuela, precisely two more countries the U.S. wishes to destroy. So you claim to practice justice. Should you seem to succeed, success itself will bring more conflict. Why all these guards standing at attention at the palace gate, around the temple altar, and everywhere? So this is a toxic climate created by all the encompassing elitist hammerlock on reality. There is no end in sight to the false flag atrocities and continuing constriction of the people's right to live their own lives, free of the sadistic regimentation that's squeezing the life out of everyone. And the French government has publicly financed a giant mosque in the middle of Paris, in Britain, a new law that has been passed prohibiting the boycott of Israeli products by the public bodies and student unions. Certainly there's no hope of escaping from the mind lock of this manipulation and from the freeze-dried crop of current presidential candidates who seem to oscillate between making America's military even stronger than the nightmare entity it's already become, and simultaneously vying for the contributions from the billionaires from Israel who control America's life in all its aspects. And so I'm sorry, there is one thing I have to say about Donald Trump. I don't believe he's a conservative. I don't believe he's a liberal. He's a pragmatist. In other words, if he sees a problem that needs fixing, he goes in there and fixes it. And that's the same dynamic work going on all over the world. And so again, all these politicians are motivated not by good faith or patriotic duty, but by the cash of contributions they receive from these Jewish contributions and preposterously rich from their ill-gotten gains. Well, Donald Trump, he's got his own money, and that's what's scaring them to death. They just threw in, of all people, Mitt Romney. I thought we'd never see him again. So you've got Ammon Bundy and his father Clive and their friends now face long prison terms in a kangaroo court, ultimately controlled by these people. They stood up for the finest patriotic principles, but the people in general, fearing for their own security, refused to stand by them. They went up there to help them. Now they're in jail. So you're at war with yourself. You do not believe in justice, only in the power and success. And if you overcome an enemy and annex his country, you will be even less at peace. With yourself, you are now. Nor will your passions let you sit still. You will fight again and again for the sake of a more perfect exercise of justice where there is no justice, folks. And we see today that America has yet to realize that supporting savagery overseas eventually brings it home upon ourselves, you think? Okay? And so I'm sorry to say, but, you know, that's how we see our police trained in Israel have basically changed the nature of America. From a benevolent society once accustomed to trusting the police in emergencies, we now have to fear them for our lives, that they'll kill us for any reason at all. And this is the perfect result of karma, or the biblical enjoinder, as you reap, so you shall sow. Deep down, you know what the end of this all will be. And raking yourself over the coals for not doing what you had to do when there still was time to do it will be of no consequence now when we're all clamoring just to stay alive. And it's too late to avert this fate. Only you can answer that question by your actions. Determine whether it will happen or not. You know, again, this is what we're looking at here, folks. And I know we only have a few minutes left here, but we're sleepwalking into oblivion. We have false nobility leads to disaster. They're masking the continuing Holocaust. And do you know what the word Holocaust means? Sacrifice. And we're being sacrificed. Your love for your people puts them in mortal danger. Your exercise of justice is the root of war after war. Your grand intentions will end in disaster. You know, and that's what's happening on this planet right now in front of all of us. And it's for the whole world to see and do. And right now is a time that you really can do something about it. And I'm sorry I'm on a soapbox about it. But if a person that really doesn't, you know, when I did the Randy Weaver thing, I was young back then. You know, we're talking 30 years ago, I think. I can't remember, just 25, somewhere in there. You know, when I didn't realize that I could be thrown in jail or killed for thrown in jail for 20 years. I'm surprised I'm not doing 20 years. You know, but the fact that we could do something about it. You know, I did help with Oklahoma. I wasn't going to get involved in Waco because I was already involved with Randy Weaver and what happened there in the radio show that I had here in Honolulu. You can make a difference. You can do something. We served the FBI that day with Bo Greitz. He went up there and he brought Vicky's dead body down, and Sam, their son, and their dog, and Randy Weaver and Kevin Harris and Victoria, Randy's wife. No, she was dead. The two kids walked out, the two daughters and the baby. So those 5 people survived Ruby Ridge. And it was all over a 1/4 inch that they wanted Randy Weaver to spy on the Aryan nation, and he refused. So, you know, when we have these kinds of people running around in control of our country, we really don't have a country. When we have foods that are designed to be addictive, and that's what they are. The food supply is not designed to keep you nourished. Instead, the food supply is designed to keep you addicted, subservient, and guilt-ridden. That's why fluoride is in everything. It works upon the will part of the mind. You know, and it's widely agreed that commercial corporations exist to maximize profits, not to serve the greater food, of mankind and the good of mankind. And the food industry is no different. The food industry profits are maximized by leaving food consumers deficient and hungry, so they crave the same nutrient-deficient foods over and over again. And this is why foods are heavily processed and why you folks need to please go up to our station, go to freedomslips.com and support our station. We have, for a $100 donation, you're going to get 54 varieties of 34,500 seeds. And these are non-GMO, non-hybridized seeds that can be planted over and over again and harvested. And we have a prepper documents, 900 prepper documents. They'll show you how to can the foods, on everything, on survival. And that's what it is right now. I know you don't realize it, but guess what? You're in a survival mode. That's why foods are heavily processed to remove nearly all of the key nutrients, such as minerals, fresh oils, phytonutrients, and foods are engineered to invoke brain chemistry patterns of addictions by using chemically addictive foods. Why your body experiences extreme cravings when it's kept in a state of nutritional deficiency. Well, that's why cravings are your brain's way to motivate you to locate and consume the nutrients you're missing. But we don't get it. We go out and get another burger from McDonald's. Please don't eat the McDonald's food if you can help it. The hamburgers are only, I found out, 35% beef. The rest are fillers that are carcinogenic. And I have the study here, and I'll get into that next week. So the dark secret of food companies, they more The more they take out the food, the more you'll keep buying it in a fruitless effort to satisfy your nutritional cravings. So that's what happens, and that's why we need to really take a look at what's happening to us. And so please go up to the station, support the station, folks. If you like this information, if you want this information to keep coming to you, listen to Alex Jones, listen to the Drudge Report, listen to George Nuri on Coast to Coast. Stay tuned to this radio station, and all the hosts here on this station are giving you viable information that can only help you and not hurt you. We're trying to help, not hurt. And so, again, thank you so much. Go up to freedomslips.com, support in any way that you can. We'll see you next week. This is Ivy West with Voices on the Wind, because if your head's in the sand, your tail's a target, and what you don't know can and will hurt you, and even the stuff that you do know can hurt you. Right, Pajaro? Say goodbye. Goodbye, everybody.
Well, David, now let's talk about this latest BLM land grab. Now this is happening in Texas. A Texas rancher is now fighting to get back some land that's been in his family for over half a century. It's suddenly being targeted by the Bureau of Land Management, of course, the same agency that went after Cliven Bundy.
Yeah, and of course we've seen this over and over again, whether it's the Nevada ranchers, and of course it wasn't just Cliven Bundy. He was the last rancher. They put all the rest of the ranchers out of business. And these are people who had property rights. They were surface rights. They were grazing rights. They were water rights. We had miners in Oregon who had mineral rights that the BLM came after recently. And as we said throughout all of this, they're going to come after the land rights, the deed to your home, to the actual land itself. Those are different kinds of property rights. A lot of people didn't really understand that. And so they were saying, well, these are just rich ranchers or miners or whatever. We don't really appreciate that. And I said, they're going to come for your home. Well, they're coming for this fellow's home. At the time that the Bundy Ranch was going on, right after that, there was talk about 90,000 acres. This is the Red River. That's the boundary between Texas and Oklahoma. The EPA is playing games with the boundaries just to confiscate property, because you got to have to understand that Texas is one of the few Western states that the federal government did not claim to have massive property ownership. Texas is mostly privately owned because it was Republic of Texas and then became a state after that. In most of these areas, they did not turn over, however, after they became states, after the Civil War. There was a change in the way the government operated. Previously, in the eastern states, they would turn that land over to individuals privately. That's the way it's supposed to be. The federal government is not supposed to be a landowner. They were granted the District of Columbia. They're not supposed to own the land. That's supposed to be in private hands. But they have no respect for our property, just like they have no respect for our other rights. Property rights are rights, just like our rights that are violated at the airport, or our rights that are violated by the NSA. And of course, last night, you didn't hear anybody talking about liberty, except within the very narrow constructs of civil liberties being violated by the NSA, about the Snowden whistleblowers. But this is something that is very important. You're not going to hear the Democrats talk about it. And unfortunately, you won't really hear the Republicans talk about this either. The Republicans will occasionally get upset about the fact that the IRS will use asset forfeiture, but they won't talk about the war on drugs, which is where this really came from. If we go back to 1984, they passed the Comprehensive Crime Control Act of 1984. This is under Ronald Reagan. It was pushed by prominent Republicans like Strom Thurmond, Orrin Hatch at the time. It was signed by the sainted patriarch of the GOP, Ronald Reagan. And what they did with this was they essentially destroyed property rights. Why aren't Republicans concerned about that? Over and above the issue of the drug war. They called it civil asset forfeiture because by calling it civil, they don't have to give you your due process. If they called it criminal, you would have the presumption of innocence, you would have a jury trial, you'd have all these other prohibitions that are in the Constitution that they would have to overtly ignore. But by calling it civil, which is a lie, they can confiscate your property. They don't ever have to convict you of a crime. They don't even have to charge you with a crime. What they say is that your property committed a crime. And then if you want to get that back, because it's civil, you have to sue them in court. So most people can't afford to do that. So people have lost their property through this over the years. And I think it's interesting, Leanne, that at the same time they were doing this was passed in the fall of 1984. A program that had started just a month before was Miami Vice. What was the key thing about Miami Vice? These cool Miami cops running this drug war, and they got to do all kinds. They're riding in these fancy boats, these fancy cars that they had stolen. They were teaching the American public, especially law enforcement, they were teaching the local police to become thieves, to become blackmailers, to steal cars, boats, and other property.
Wow.
That was the psyop that they did. They had this thing rolling it out because Ronald Reagan had been in office for 4 years. They were very excited about this. The Attorney General at the time, Richard Thornburg, said after 5 years after they'd done this, they said, now we can have forfeiture finance prisons where we put people who are agents who are driving forfeiture confiscated cars can work in a forfeiture funded sting operation. They're funding all the law enforcement by outright theft. And now we see that it's not just the BLM. All of these agencies are acting as their own little empires. The Congress abdicates its authority. They don't want to pass all these laws. That's why it was perfectly natural for Nancy Pelosi to say, we have to pass it so we can find out what's in it.
Right.
They create these broad guidelines, whether it's the Dodd-Frank bill or these other things. They create these agencies, as the Dodd-Frank bill did, and then they sit back and wait for them to write laws for a couple of years. And the Congress looks at it, and then they can, if it gets too authoritarian, then they can come in like they're rescuing us from this. But these agencies write the laws, not the Congress. Then they have their own armies, as you're talking about this article that came out today with the EPA. They have their own armies. They have their own courts. They ignore our due process. We have multiple empires being built in Washington.
Right.
That is the real danger that we see with this.
And people really need to care about this because a lot of people, when the whole thing happened with Clive and Bundy, they were like, oh, it's just a white privilege, the white guy, he's just a rich cattle rancher, it doesn't matter. Here we have this other guy in Wyoming, they're $16 million in fines, they're saying, because he built a stock pond, which is actually good for the environment.
He's
and
a
the
welder.
EPA has no jurisdiction over stock ponds. But
Exactly. He's a welder.
Right.
He's got 8 acres. He got it approved by the state and local authorities to build a self-contained pond on his little 8 acres. And then the EPA comes in and says, we own all the water in the world. And they start fining him. Initially, it was going to be $75,000 a day, but then they took it down somehow it went down to $37,500. It's a deal. Hey, only $37,500 a day. But now they've accumulated fines of $16 million. And Leanne, when this was happening with Clive and Bundy, you had all these people on the left, the press, saying, he owes millions of dollars. He owns that to the government. That means he owns it to me because that's a socialist mentality. Oh, he's a rich rancher. I can tell you, I was there. The Bundys are not rich. Okay, they're able to support themselves, but they are far, far, far from rich. And this guy is not rich because he owes a $16 million fine the EPA claims that he owes.
They're just laying fines on him every single day. And you're absolutely right. That was a talking point that was used. Oh, well, that's tax dollars.
If you owe $16 million, you must be rich.
Well, they're robbing that from you, the taxpayer, that privileged white guy. And that you're absolutely right. That was the talking point that was used. And now can you imagine if the EPA drops in there, rolls in there with their assault ships?
Yes.
What is that?
It's interesting when we look at this massive militarization of the Environmental Protection Agency. When we look at this,
it's a dangerous field to be in.
Yeah, literally a field. A few years ago, the Washington Post noticed that there was an RFP, just like we noticed these RFPs Paul Joseph Watson did about all the ammunition purchases, right? They noticed, they said, why is the Department of Education putting out this stuff for shotguns and vehicles and ammunition and all this kind of stuff? Why does the Department of Education need that? Well, in less than a year, you had a situation where a family, the mother was behind in her school loan. And in the middle of the night, the EPA comes in and does a SWAT raid on the family. They drag out the husband. They drag out the children, face down in the ground, knees on their back, guns to their heads, because the mother, who has left the family, is behind on her student loan. That's the kind of over-the-top authoritarian government that we have to stop. We're not going to stop it in Washington. Nobody in Washington wants to stop this. Nobody but Rand Paul has introduced anything to stop civil asset forfeiture. He introduces it over and over again. He's got a co-sponsor in the House, but the rest of the Senate, Republican and Democrat, could care less. The rest of the presidential candidates, Republican and Democrat, could care less. There's no consensus for this. It's going to have to be stopped at the state, at the local level, and it's going to have to be us doing it because our elected political leaders can't be bothered. They love this system.
Radioactive contamination is now in most of the food supply. There's only 2 ways to avoid this. Move south of the equator or properly protect your thyroid with nascent iodine. Secure your super high quality nascent iodine today at InfoWarsLife.com.
Behind the clever slogans and the perfect sound bites lies the dark truth about winning.
He was a dirty trickster. He would stop at nothing.
It was an emotional crowd at Bunkerville City Hall tonight.
Yeah, city council members and residents showing strong support for rancher Cliven Bundy and a militia.
All right, it's been a long and very stressful day. I got a few things to run. I can run for about 40 minutes or so. The Skype is open. The phones are open. If you have an opinion, you're welcome to call in. Of course, if you act like a jerk off, I'll just hang up on you anyway. But the phone number is 702-605-4277, 702-605-4277. If you want to Skype in, that's right there on our video. Add that into your Skype. I think I made the words big enough for everybody to get into it. Don't forget to support us. I've spent, not toot my own horn, but I put my money where my mouth is. I spent about $3,000 in the last couple of months moving people around into live streams and et cetera, to go report. And so, if you want to help, it's greatly appreciated. I don't do this often, but it's also, if you want something back, you can always go order the seeds. And if you donate $75 and say something, if you donate $75 and actually say something, I want a silver dollar, I'll send you a 1 ounce 2015 Silver Eagle. But you need to donate $75 exactly and say, I want the Silver Eagle, and make sure your address is in there so I can actually get it to you. But that is USA only, because I cannot send those offshore. So anyway, I'll continue on with this. If you guys want to call in, you're welcome to call in. That's cool.
It's Kerry Cooks, who was at tonight's town hall meeting and joins us live from Bunkerville with more. Kerry.
Yeah, overwhelming support tonight for Cliven Bundy and the militia members, while residents, they hammered the BLM, the sheriff, and Metro.
The day the militia come is the day I felt safe again in Nevada.
Bunkerville Town Hall meeting was standing room only tonight. On the Cliven Bundy issue, every council member took a shot at the national and local media's take on the way they believe the Bunkerville story was told.
I seen things said down there, and then when it came out on the air, it was a completely different animal.
Tell the whole truth. Don't spin things to get your ratings.
One council member saying that the Clark County Sheriff has been AWOL in Bunkerville.
I'm really disappointed in our sheriff.
Okay, give me a second. I think I got my, Hey, Kelly, how you doing?
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hello.
How can you hear me?
Not sure if you can hear me. I assume I'm streaming live. We just left a message basically saying how awesome the rally was today. definitely encourage everyone to get out and participate. It's kind of, something you don't want to do necessarily, or you don't think you want to do it, and then you go out there and you find more awesome people who are of like mind to, organize these events with and just get to know, so that you have, a foundational base to go out and participate with, and it's really great. So,
and it's fun too. That's the thing to remember. Speaking out your mind, using your free speech is a fun thing to do. It's a good thing to do. It makes you feel good, makes your heart feel good, it makes your soul feel good. And when you get out here and you connect with these other Americans that feel the same way as you, you're going to have a spark in your spirit, and you're going to be, have some extra pep in your step. So join with your like-minded people and keep spreading the news, keep spreading the word.
And it's addicting. So once you do it, you're going to want to do it again. It's just what happens. It feels that awesome. It makes you feel alive. I encourage everyone to go and do it. Do whatever you can.
Can you guys hear me at all?
That I saw when we were out there, we actually were bringing tears to people's eyes. I saw a woman, she had a young daughter in the back seat of the car, and I saw her actually wiping tears away from her eyes after she was honking and supporting us. So this means that much to people, like how it means that much to you and I. It means that much to a lot of people. So have faith and stay strong.
Hey, can you guys can you guys hear me at all?
Thing I said in the message that I left, so I don't know if anyone got this earlier. We actually had someone come up and kind of start harassing me. Not so much, but he was trying. So I kept my cool, and it was awesome. LAPD officer drove by, and she actually, saw the guy talking to me kind of aggressively, pulled over, dragged him to the side, and made him leave. And it was awesome. So shout out LAPD, doing your job. Yep. Doing your job, supporting the citizens, and ultimately protecting us and our freedom of speech. So thank you.
All the patriots out there, don't worry about the trolls, because we already know they're just brainwashed sentinels that are spewing out things that the government has basically put in their head, and we already know their responses. We already know what they're going to say. So when they come at you wherever you're at, on the internet, in person, whatever, just laugh them off. It's a joke. Again, they're just brainwashed sentinels. They know no better.
Yep. Can't hear you, sorry.
All right, can you hear me now?
Hold on, let me see if I can fix that.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
It says it's on speaker. Sorry, I have no idea how to fix this on Skype. You do it.
I've been having this issue a bit.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, you can hear me now.
Sorry.
Yay! Yeah, I was trying to talk to you at the protest, and you couldn't hear anything I was saying.
No, nothing at all. Yeah, it was. I thought it should have sound. I put you on speakerphone. I couldn't hear anything, so my bad. I'm new to this,
problem.
obviously.
No problem. Yeah, we make it work how we can make it work. But really, how was your day out there? What was, what was your feeling about the entire issue?
Honestly, it was really awesome. Everyone, even if there were a lot of people actually on the street who were honking and giving us thumbs up, and we kept it happy, keep it smiling, and that's really what is effective. When people see you angry all over the place, they're not so quick to respond, but when they see those smiles on your face, we got honks pretty much the whole time we were there, people waving, and then also what was awesome is everyone was reading our signs, and they actually, almost every person that passed us was reading our signs, at least. So that's the most important thing. That's how we get this message out, is go out there and stand on your corner, and just with a simple sign, you don't have to say anything, you just hold your flags, hold your sign. That gets the message across. You don't have to do any more than that. And it's awesome.
All right, is that your boyfriend behind you?
That's my husband.
That's your husband? Okay, see guys, she's taken, so stop it on the freaking chat room. Just cut it out.
But thank you. Thank you. You made me feel good.
Another thing we learned from today too was that if you have a sign that says something that's kind of funny, like I had a sign that said BLM and FBI are terrorists or equals terrorists. It's not that funny, but it's just a little bit more lighthearted. people seem to really respond to that. Like I saw a lot of people laughing in their cars and like giving thumbs up, just like they were kind of surprised to see it, I guess.
Yeah, it's incredibly important that we all, and this is going to be happening through the spring and summer. Let me remind everybody that I obviously, Kelly, you've been paying attention to our live stream, and you know about OperationAmericanSpring.us, and it's like it's the 2.0 version, and there will be rallies through the year. Although the Red River in Texas is heating up, I think that's going to turn into a pretty nasty, way worse than Oregon over the summertime, and but we all need to be really aware, and I would hope everybody would go up and subscribe to the site and post and submit and put in their ideas and everything else, because it is so important that we all get really into this and understand that it's going to take us all. Today may not have been a giant event in every place in America that we broadcasted from today, but it will build, and the big point is to let it build.
Exactly.
And the people there that we've met at the past two events, they're all really enthusiastic and excited to take part in being, a patriot and taking part in freedom and liberty. And it's awesome to see that.
Yes. And I'll add to that what we really noticed. So we want to take on a more, an organizational position in this, because that's what we got from everyone else is like, there isn't much direction. So we have to be the direction, because no one's really, people want to do something. They don't know what to do. It needs to be simple and easy for them. And so we kind of need to more of us need to take that leadership role.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And one of the big problems has been, they got Pete Santilli in jail. He was an activist reporter. But if there are so many activist reporters on the street, remember Occupy?
Yep.
And if there are so many activist reporters on the street that they can't stop us, instead of people just being too scared to go cover this stuff, well, then they just can't stop us. We'll just be an overwhelming force.
Yep. There has to be enough. We have to be that thorn in their side. Otherwise, they're just, they're going to pick out the thorn, and it's going to be how it was before. We have to keep sticking that thorn back in their side.
I think we need to stick more than a thorn in their side.
Yeah.
but I will say that they'll be in my driveway in 15 minutes.
I know, exactly.
All right, you did a fantastic job today. Thank you very much for coming back up and sewing up your day.
Yes, you're welcome. We just made it home. It's nice to be home finally. We drove through like an hour and a half worth of traffic.
Cool. Yeah, that's what I heard. I've spent a few days of my life in LA as a former musician. It was never anything fun being in a car around there.
No. Oh, I also want to say before we go, thank you for the seeds. We got our seed pack, and awesome.
Oh, you ordered one. Oh, well, awesome.
Yep.
We'll
and the awesome information package that came with the seeds.
Very awesome.
Good stuff.
Yeah, that DVD I sent you is just years of me collecting up stuff. So.
That's awesome. So thank you for doing what you do. Really appreciate it.
All right, thanks much. You guys have a great night.
Hey, you too.
Right.
Bye-bye. Jerry wants to call me. Jerry, do you have video because you're on the live stream? Jerry, do you have video? You're on the live stream.
Hold on, Scott.
Do what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay, I was just in the kitchen. I missed the call. I just got and shut the.
All right. Well, you tried to call me. I mean,
I did. I wanted to tell you that woke up late. It's a cloudy day. I went down to the Federal Building here in Vegas about 2 o'clock-ish. And all I noticed, there was nobody around. I heard that there was somebody there earlier. Somebody called American Life in the chat room of the live stream mentioned that they went down there. I didn't catch what they said. But when I got there was nobody there, and they had put a monitor, like some kind of rig that they dropped off there that they tow, and it had about a 15-foot pole on it with cams that said Metro Police. So apparently they had that rig there to observe any observation of what happened. And that's about all I could get.
Yeah, we had actually had somebody looking for you that was there that we were live streaming earlier.
Yeah, I got so much. I was trying to get up at 12:30, and I went back down, and I didn't get up till about 2, and I just jammed down there as quick as I could, and there was nothing happening. My bad. But I was pretty tired from last night.
That's cool. Yeah, you missed it. So that's cool. All right, man. Thanks a lot, Jerry.
All right. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye.
For not being out here to protect the citizens who are out here.
Then one after one, more than 40 people, many of them local and some coming from across the country to support Cliven Bundy, expressing their anger towards the BLM and what they say is an overreaching government.
It's insane and way overreach of their power, and they should be illegal. I called the Metro, and their exact words to me were, "Yeah, is the BLM and Cliven's problem? And I should take it up with one of those two." That is bull crap. Those are my children, my community. If Metro does not have the guts to come out and protect us, what are you here for? What do we pay you guys for? I want to tell every one of them in the militia, thank you, because not one of our government officials, not one of our sheriffs or a Metro would have saved us that day. They didn't save us that day.
We the people pay their wages. Where the hell were they? What they weren't doing. That is wrong. That is blatantly wrong.
Now, let me explain, there are many people referring to Metro not responding when they were called out after that altercation, if you remember, between Bundy supporters and the BLM. That was about a month ago. By the way, a representative from Stephen Forsberg's office did tap me on the shoulder. He would not comment, but he wanted to know for people out there that he was here. Reporting live in Walker, Kerry Kinsey, Fox 5 News, local Las Vegas.
Okay, Gary, thank you for that. Tonight, council members made a motion to try to bring Sheriff Gillespie to Bunkerville to respond to questions and concerns. And Rancher Cliven Bundy plans to file criminal reports against the Bureau of Land Management tomorrow morning. We'll be filing these reports here in Las Vegas to Clark County Sheriff's Department. Some of Bundy's complaints include assault, man blocking act.
You know, I've been searching everything on the internet all day long. People have been giving me links, etc. I've got a few 40-second posts and minute posts and stuff like that. And thank you, folks, for sending me the information. But I find it a bit befuddling that this information and this topic is so important to us as American citizens that, if there's no blood, there's no flood. And all these people that were hot on this every day, they were hot on this every day, all day. Just bam, 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 bam. But once the threat of blood was gone, they all went away. They all stopped reporting on it. They all stopped paying attention to it. We have literally gone from 700-800 people a day posting something on this to maybe 1 or 2. I've been on air every day from between 4 and 12 hours a day since middle of January, or maybe it was early February. I don't know. There's just a shit ton of videos up there. Excuse my language, but there just is. Sending people all over the country, sending people to events. Yeah, I don't know what else to do, but you know, seriously, am I the last? Am I the last alternative media that cares? Am I the end of it? You know, we had a few alternative media broadcasting and covering this today, but honestly, the only person I'm seeing that isn't dropping this is Gavin Seam. You know, there should be something every day reminding people of what this is going on. Even if you gotta repost something you did yesterday or something you did a month ago, to keep this fully into the eyes of the American video consumer, into your YouTube, into your Facebook, into your Twitter, or whatever it is. Yeah, and I know, I get us, I don't do Facebook, I don't do YouTube, I don't do Twitter. Because they think that, the government's going to get in their computer, as if they're not going to get in there in the first freaking place. If you have an updated Windows 7 or beyond, they're already in your computer. The question is whether you want to stand on the peak of your barn and fly the bird. In my opinion, I don't care. I got nothing to hide. And I work within my rights of the Constitution. And so should you. Yeah, if you want to be paranoid and just go hide, well, that's fine. Then go do something, go do something. I don't know. I just don't get this hide thing. Because if you're just hiding, you're accomplishing not a goddamn thing. Quite honestly, you're accomplishing nothing. The technology is there. Use it to your advantage and not let them use it to their advantage. It's kind of... I used to have this woman live across the street that they finally took her to the crazy house because she used to drag her hoses into the house because she was so sure the government had microintestinal something or another within her electrical conduit that she would take the electrical plates off of her thing and then fill her whole house's conduit with the hose from outside with water until the house went and shorted out all the fuses. Paranoia gets you nowhere, but just fear of your own self. Fear means nothing. Fear is your mind telling itself it knows the future, and the future is not written. Actually, I have this piece. Give me a second. I'm going to go dead air a second. I need to go find something. I want you to hear something. If I can find it. Some days I can find the stuff. Some days I can't. So, where is this? There you go, this is it.
Most guys freeze. That's your cerebral cortex looking for an answer it doesn't have.
See? Even your brain knows you're screwed.
The body's filling with adrenaline right now, whether you know it or not. The heart's beating fast. It's getting a little harder to breathe. The neurobiological system is telling it to run, but your knees are too weak to move.
Fear is not real. The only place that fear can exist is in our thoughts of the future. It is a product of our imagination, causing us to fear things that do not at present and may not ever exist. That is near insanity. But do not misunderstand me. Danger is very real, but fear is a choice. We are all telling ourselves a story.
You're listening to Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. 100% listener-supported radio. Reporting to danger, unafraid. Right here, where information never sleeps. Revolution Radio. All right. Well, there was only a few seconds of that, but as I'm trying to say, just being afraid is kind of stupid, because unless we come out into the light, only cockroaches and rats hide in the dark. Unless you come out into the light and start trying to make a difference in some kind of real and actual fashion, no change is ever going to be made. I've seen people in the chat room, well, you just don't tell, you don't tell everybody everything you're doing. Don't tell everybody everything. But unless you come out into the light and make a difference of some sort, and I'm not saying go spray bullets into some kind of anything, don't be, the Obama weather underground. Don't go do violent stuff. But once they realize that there are enough voices making enough noise, they're going to get scared. They're already scared. They're already the pedal is to the metal. They're scared as hell, or we would not see what we are seeing right now. We did not see any of this stuff like we have seen that happened in Burns, and with putting all these guys up in jail in Portland. We didn't see any of that happen in Baltimore. We didn't see any of that happen in Burns, or Ferguson. We didn't see any of that because people were basically burning down their own neighborhoods. They don't care about that. What happened is we saw true American patriots standing up with an actual truth. And that scares them. And it's really important that everybody in America starts understanding that and telling their neighbors. Sorry, I just sucked a little Sprite down the wrong pipe. Anyway, so it's really important that we really get busy. I mean, get busy. I hear all these people, they're always talking about how they're awake. And I keep saying, oh, well, being awake. Oh, well, that's fine. But you got to get out of the goddamn bed, too. You got to get out of bed. Awake is fine. I don't care about awake. You can be awake all you want. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, I light a cigarette and watch a little TV, and then I fall back to sleep. That's what awake is. The thing is when the morning comes and I get up and start doing my thing. So y'all need to get up and start doing your thing. Get busy. Stop messing around. Stop being so paranoid. Stop being so afraid. Because they're putting this fear on you, and you folks are being afraid out there. And it's that fear. It's that fear that will destroy us all. All the way down the line. It's the fear. I had a lot of people that wouldn't go live stream today because they were afraid. They were originally going to live stream, and then they got afraid and just didn't go do it. Because they were afraid. Because of all the arrests that have been going on. Don't be afraid. Present your chest, present your mind, and present your face. Because if enough of us do it, we can win this. Maybe I can hope we can win this. But we got to watch that liberal explosion of bullshit. About a year and a half ago of Occupy, which just turned into a bunch of big giant liberal explosion of nothing. I started watching it at first. I was like, oh, well, this is a cool idea. And then I realized it was all about liberalism and largest from the government, and everybody deserves a free ride. And then I just kind of got off of it and said, oh, well, hell with this. Screw this. I've told this story before. We had Occupy Louisville, up here in Kentucky, and, there was a guy that was pushing a hot dog cart down the street, and, that was his job. He had a hot dog cart, and that was his, living. And a bunch of Occupy people came up and said, give us some free hot dogs. And he said, well, no, this is my business. So they actually restrained that guy and peed into the hot dog water, which meant, that cost him a whole bunch of money. Not only was he out of work for a day, he also had to take all that home, throw away all of his food stock, and then bleach that entire cart with not the normal 0.05 ppm, but actually 10 ppm because of the urine. So, that was what Occupy turned out to be. It was just a bunch of kids looking for largest for the government. Do remember that once people realize that they can vote largest from the government, your republic is over. And that's what's going on right now. That's what's going on right now in America. When people realize they can vote themselves a check from the government, anybody that has a low enough income will vote that. And since manufacturing and real jobs have left America, we're kind of stuck with that. And this is one of the reasons I kind of support Trump. The establishment hates his ass. And not only that, one of the ways he's talking about making Mexico pay for the wall is by all the American companies that moved their manufacturing to Mexico cannot move their products into America without paying an enormous tax, just like they do us and every other country in America. Think about that for a minute. We are the only country on this planet that exports everything with absolutely no tariff, everything we export has a tariff, which is a tax, but everything we import has no tariff and no tax. Think about that again. That is why all of our manufacturing has moved out of our country. And it's been doing that since the 80s. Maybe before, but at least the 80s. Yeah, I remember the first company to go off, I think it's Vizio now, but was, I think Magnavox. I think Magnavox is Vizio now. They moved to Mexico. I got a Vizio TV laying on my back porch I'm trying to fix for somebody. I can't even find parts for the damn thing. And because it's such a piece of crap that everybody's burning all the parts out of the parts pile. So y'all can think what you want. I don't care what you think. You know, it's not my job to make anybody think. It's not my job to tell you what to think, of course. You know, and everybody has their own opinion. That's fine. You know, as long as you can be respectful of your opinion, not be a big giant dickhead. That's my job. But you know, it's really important that we all kind of realign ourselves a little bit here in this entire nation. And although I only got maybe 50 people, 70 people, I don't know. I've not looked in a while. Listening to me, you know, there's still other people you can talk to, and once I archive this, other people will listen to it. You know, I've been at this since 11 o'clock this morning. It's 9 o'clock at night. So I'm not sure about anything, and it's been a really, really busy day. But I just think that it is beyond incredibly important that people begin to align themselves into something. Stop being afraid and wake the hell up.
To public land and impersonating police.
With an unlimited mileage warranty on your certified pre-owned Mercedes.
Attention if you already haven't seen it, but I'm on the Daily Mail and I'm showing you what's been going on in London and the so-called emergency drills, and I just want you to see how very reminiscent this of the Boston bombings, your Sandy hoaxes, and everything else, because you're going to start to see just what time it is.
All right, friends, this is the old Marine One. I was not going to cover this, but I'm going to cover this because I've got verification. The FBI monitoring independent news radio host Pete Santilli. Okay, I'm going to play a little bit of his, and I'll give you a link to the whole video. Let's have a listen to this part.
Oh, yeah, that's cool, man. I'm all right. Yeah, and they know that. I've watched it so many times. The FBI agent who called to find out, guess what? You don't need to call the lady at the freaking Verizon store. You know who you call? You call Pete Santilli. How about that? Okay? And then I put you on the freaking air, and I share with everybody exactly what you're attempting to do. What you're trying to do is you're trying to shut down the mainstream media, or the independent media. Kind of like how you did at Waco. You sent them 5 miles out, and then you killed all the men and women out there, and the babies. That's what you're trying to do. And I'm not going to let that happen.
Okay, now let's pick up the proof. This is the proof. Okay, this is from Doom, which I'm going to give you a link to Doom's thing here. Burns, Oregon FBI attempting to shut down alternate media. My interview with the Burns local. Listen to this, friends. This is very important. This is verification.
My personal phone number? Yes. If I want to know how they got my personal phone number? Yes. If they did call me? Yes. I cannot, with any legitimacy, comment on my customers, sure, whether I have or whether I have not activated any phones or devices for any of them.
That is purely respected, and I would not ask you if you actually sold any kind of services to anybody. I was just calling for the information of whether the FBI actually called you. If they did, then I want to know why it is that they are trying or attempting to block alternative media from reporting about what is going on with the situation.
And I don't know the answer to that. I do know that a gentleman called me from the FBI, but that is all I know. I was very short with him, and I gave him the same exact answer. I cannot, it is against policy to give out any information as to who my customers are, whether they've activated a line of service or whether they have not activated a line of service. Oh. It is against our policy to do that.
And God bless you for giving that answer. I appreciate it.
Okay, and you're going to have to wait for just a moment.
Sure. I wanted to ask, without asking you a name, did the FBI agent, when he called, did he mention a possible customer of yours by name?
He did.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. All right, so now we're getting down to the bottom that the FBI is indeed going after alternative media sources in that area.
I do not know the answer to that.
Sure.
What I do know is that I cannot comment on my customers who may or may not have activated service.
Good.
If the law enforcement is...
Well, there you go, friends. This is right now our only source of media. I don't know how many other fellers we're going to have out there to be able to cover this, but the FBI is monitoring the independent news radio host, Pete Santilli. It's verified, it's truth, it's not bullshit. So you can take it how you want, friends, but this is heating up, okay? And if you listen to this, they have commandeered, according to Pete, because now I'm believing more and more what he's saying, the schools, they shut them down because they're storing their stuff, okay? So I'm going to link to these two on this video in the description box. You go ahead and watch them, and you decide, okay? But from what I'm seeing, this is not bullshit here. This has been verified. Okay. Thank you. The old Marine One, God bless you. Hug the kids, hug the wife. On January 4th, 2015, or 2016, I'm sorry. God bless. Bye-bye, friends.
By now, everybody has heard about the Hammonds and what's going on at the ranch. Many people will awaken today to the news of approximately 100 to 150 armed militias taking control of a closed wildlife park headquarters and not know the full backstory. So here it is. The short of it is, in an effort to draw attention to a ridiculous arrest of a father and son pair at Oregon ranches, Dwight Lincoln Hammond Jr., 73, and his son Stephen Dwight Hammond, 46, who are scheduled to begin their 5-year prison sentence, turning themselves in today, January 4th, 2016. 3 brothers from the Clive and Bundy family and approximately 100 to 150 and growing heavily armed militia, former U.S. service members, have taken control of the Malheur Wildlife Refuge headquarters in Wildlife Reserve. They are prepared to stay there indefinitely. So I'm leaving a link to the long history that details the backstory of what this is all about, and it goes back very far.
Hello everyone, this is Lavoy Finicum, One Cowboy Stand for Freedom. This is a very important video that I'm making. I'm hoping that you can have a little bit of patience as I try to do a little bit of educating. I'm calling this part 1, Lavoy versus BLM. I'm here on my ranch and it's beautiful out here. And it's time that we do something more than just talk about freedom and about defending our Constitution. So I want to educate, and I want to teach. I want to let you know what I'm personally doing to defend our Constitution. First off, I'm going to just pan here and show you what this pasture is. This is just one of my pastures on my ranch. I don't know how many acres are here, 3,000-4,000 acres in this particular pasture. In 6 years, I've never grazed this pasture off. This is the first year that I'm turning out on this pasture. And that's going to be significant, and I'll explain why. But first, I'm just going to pan and show you this pasture. Okay, as you look around, this is my reservoir. Call this my Upper Kent pasture. A few of my cows sitting on the reservoir. And the range goes to those tree lines, those mountains over there, and it continues to go down to those tree lines that way, looking south, goes to those tree lines there, and then from there This pasture goes to that mountain right there. My ranch also goes up on top of that mountain, but this particular pasture is just this valley here. And daughter, come back over here. And this is the best part of my ranch. This is my daughter, Catrielle. She's my second to the youngest, and she helps me with all of this with the rest of my family. But my pasture goes up that way several miles. Again, a lot of acreage here. Never have grazed this off in 6 years. If you look, see the grass? Look how thick it is. Look how green it is. And we're in late summer. And so this is my pasture here, and this is part of my ranch. This grass, I own it. It's called my grazing rights, my forage rights. And these cows are fat and sassy and looking good. And got a few more of my cows down under some trees down there. I'm not very good with technology, but they're down there. So let me move forward here. Put this back down. Hope you can see me. And this is my dog over here, Diamond Hill. Great cow dog. She's pregnant right now, going to be her last litter. She's getting a little old, kind of like me. A year ago, she and I both got laid up. She got stepped on by a bull, and bull got her and broke all the bones in her back leg, and so she's never really been quite the same, but she loves being out here with me and my family and the cows. She loves it out here. I had a colt come over on top of me about the same time, and we were both feeling kind of old and broken up for a while, but it's good out here. Life's good out here. Now the reason I'm making the video, and this isn't about cows, this isn't about grass, it's not even about my dog, but it is about my family, and it is about freedom, and it is about the Constitution. I've never been crosswise with Bill M. in all the years that I've owned my ranch here. Never had a trespass filed against me. I've never been over what they call the AUMs, which means how many cows I should run. Like I said, I've never run for 6 years in this very pasture here. Fine. And so let's go to the Constitution, our supreme law of the land. And this is the point, this is the rub, and this is the focus. In Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, let me start by going back and laying down the intent of our founding fathers and the intent of the Constitution. Our founding fathers came out of tyranny, and they were really concerned that this land be a land of freedom. So they did several things. One of the first things they did when they laid out the Constitution was they divided the powers into 3 branches, and we all know what those are: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. So we have 3 branches of power. So they separated those. And the other thing they did to keep from having a centralization of power into a central government, which increases or decreases the freedom of the individual, is that they limited the amount of land mass that this central power could control, called the federal government. Because if you can control the land, you can control the food.
Hey, Maureen, how you doing? This is Nighthawk. Give me a second. All right. Yeah,
I can't be on long.
All right, that's cool. I was hoping we would be doing some live stream video with you today. Are you down in where are you at now?
Yeah, I barely could keep a charge, so I ended up just having to do like record and upload, and then going and charging and record and upload. It didn't work out too well. Plus, it was wet and raining. I had some difficulties.
Right. Where are you guys at now?
We're leaving Salem. Well, we're going to get dinner first. We're about to eat, so that's why I can't stay on long. We just left the Salem rally.
All right. So, anything happened at the Salem rally? Just report to us. That's all we need.
Okay. We'll take the Portland rally. It was about 300 people or more. There were counter protesters there acting with bad behavior, and very abusive language, and and confrontational with the police even. The police handled it really well with restraint and removed them from us every time they acted up. They did infringe on the First Amendment, our First Amendment, and on the rally itself by getting it within 100 feet, not only within 100 feet, but mixing themselves into the crowd, especially at the tail end. But it got resolved, and the Patriots continued to ignore them and carry on with their route and their mission. And then the Salem, we did the convoy to Salem, and the Salem rally was perfect. I mean, absolutely no ugliness, no counter protesters. We had the same speakers that also went to the Portland, Oregon one, the ones running for governor, Bruce Cuff, Mark Callahan, and others, I mean, showed up as well. Joe Ray Perkins, they were at both the Portland event and the Salem event, and everything was just perfect. Gavin Syme spoke, and his speeches were tremendously fantastic. Can't hear enough of Gavin Syme. And now I'm getting ready to go in the restaurant. I got to tell you guys, check out all the videos, check out the Facebook, check out the pictures.
Yeah, I actually have been catching your Facebook stuff all day. We've been live from the Alamo, LA, Bay City, Michigan, Rhode Island, Portland, Idaho. We have been live from about 14 different places over the course of the day. And, I just want to say thanks to everybody out there in America that is actually standing up for liberty.
Yep, I apologize for not being able to get my stream up for you. I couldn't even stream. It was just too much. I need a team on the ground with me. That's what I need. But anyways, I'm going to forgive guys. I love you guys. Take care, okay?
All right, peace out. Thanks. All right, that was some Sergeant Mo, so we'll go right back to the
The federal government lays claim to 1/3 of the landmass of the United States. Put that in perspective. You've got to put together the country of Germany, and you must combine it with the country of France. Then you better put in Italy, Spain, throw in Portugal, and then throw in Britain. You got to start throwing all those countries together to begin to get them close to the comparison of the landmass that the federal government say that they own and control. Now, and in this landmass, they claim to have what's called exclusive legislative ability. And what they have done, they have combined all three branches of power. And I'll explain that. You have bureaucrats that sit behind desks, and they will write a statute or a regulation. And it has the effect of law. And then they implement that. And now that regulation is enforced by federal rangers who are armed, and they can enforce it. They're empowered to enforce it by lethal means if necessary. If a person gets crosswise with one of these statutes, they're then hauled into a federal court and tried by a federal judge. All three branches of power combined under one head. Now, none of these people, do we the people here over whom this is imposed upon, have the power of recall. In other words, we don't elect them. They are not accountable to us. And so our founding fathers knew that was a potential of combining great power under one head. So they limited by the letter of the law what land that the federal government could control. And it's found in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17. Let me read it to you. I've shared this before, but let me read it to you again. It says, referring to the federal government, it says, to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever in such districts not to exceed 10 square miles as may by secession of a particular state and the acceptance of Congress. What is that 10 square miles? Well, that's Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., the seat of the federal government. That's proper and that's appropriate. They go on. It says, to become the seat of the government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state, in which the same shall be for the erections of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other such needful buildings. Okay, they limit the federal government to purchase only those lands needful for the defense of our country: docks, arsenals, forts, and other such needful buildings. And not only that, they can't take it by eminent domain. They must ask the state legislatures if they can purchase it from them. So in this very clause here, by that very sentence there, it acknowledges that the states are the owners of the land. And what happened was that in the beginning, these states, there's one other place that the federal government can exercise control over in landmass, and that's territories, and that's appropriate. It's in the Constitution. They have that right. And so when a territory was to be admitted to the Union, they were to come in on equal footing as the original 13 colonies. And so they were not to be less than. And so at the time of statehood, those lands were to be disposed of to the people of that state. And if you look on a map, you can see that that procedure was followed until you start getting out here west. And as time lapsed, as governments are wont to do, they like to hold on to power, hold on to wealth. And so they became slower and slower at disposing this land to the people, as they are supposed to do. Until, at such point, they almost quit. And then they did. And then they says, you know what? This land is ours. And they said that we own it. And let me give you a little history on this. I hope you'll follow along with me a little bit here, because it's important to understand this. And it's important to understand so that you can understand who is lawful and who is unlawful. Well, let's actually go to what I'm particularly involved in here, and it's called grazing rights. Now, grazing right is a right that is established by prior appropriation. It is a natural right, and preemptive or prior appropriation is the legal term, and that's how property rights are established, and it's called common law or natural law. For example, I explain this to people to help them to understand this. We understand rights when we look at lines. See, rights are not granted by the government, but a person claims right. There's three things to establish a property right. The first thing is you must claim it. The second thing is you must use it, and the third thing is you must defend it. And I'll do a quick analogy so you can get the gist of this. Okay. We all know about lines. We stand at lines at the grocery store. We stand at lines at the DMV. We stand in lines at the movie theater. Okay. When you stand in line, you create a right. It's self-evident. That's where our founding fathers meant. Certain rights are self-evident. In other words, I'm the first from the line at theater. I have established that by prior appropriation. And so that is claimed. I claimed it. And as long as I stand there, I'm using it. I'm not giving it up. And so I'm using it. So I claim it. I use it. Now the third thing is I must defend it. Well, let's go back to use it. I cannot, after I make this claim, walk away because it's taken too long, and I go get a hamburger and a drink, then come back and the line is really long and say, hey, I'm first in line. No, what happened? I lost that right because I didn't use it. Okay. Now, suppose I'm sitting there first in line and the line is long, and in comes a bigger feller, and he says, man, that line is too long. And so he steps in front of me, and I can do one or two things. I can mumble and complain and step back, and in such a case, I have given up my right. Or I can defend that right. Those are the two things. Well, what has happened? The federal government has come in and started claiming it. We have been here prior prior to the BLM being formed, these grazing rights were established. And I'll explain it to you. This particular grazing right here that we're sitting on, all this green grass, all this acreage here. Okay, I bought this grazing right from the ranching family by the name of Ballards. Ballards bought it from the ranching family called the Heatons. Okay, the Heatons were some of the first settlers in this country here. There's nobody grazing out here. There wasn't Indians out here grazing on this. There was nobody grazing here. They come out here and they create a reservoir, or they take a spring, they come with a little herd, and they say, you know what? Man, there's good grass, I got some water. I am going to claim this as my forage right, my grazing right. And so they did, and they used it. And then in would come another rancher with some herds, and they'd make them a reservoir over here or develop a spring over there, and they would run. And sometimes we ran in common. You know, we'd have good waters, and they say, okay, I'm going to run 100 head, you run 100 head, and it's called running in common. And, you know, eventually as time passed, we put fence lines on all the borders of these grazing rights. And when we had conflict, the bigger guy come in and says, you know what, I know you're here first, but I'm tough, and I'm going to take. And so sometimes we fought and we shot each other over these grazing rights. Down in the central Arizona, there's a big old basin as you drop off the Mogollon Rim called the Bloody Basin. So we establish things through blood, sweat, and tears. These grazing rights are natural rights. They exist sole and separate from any written law. The Constitution doesn't even give us these rights. We have the Constitution because we have these rights. And so here we are, sitting on these grazing rights, ranching it, and along comes the BLM, 1935, 1936, around there. And they look around and they say, you know what, we now passed the Taylor Grazing Act, and all these grazing rights now belong to us. And we have exclusive legislative ability over all these grazing rights. And we will now permit you to graze on these. Here we're going to give you a permit. And we will re-examine every 10 years if we want you here. And in fact, anytime in between those 10 years, if we don't want you here, and we'll change it anytime we want, anytime we choose, through our wisdom and our prerogative. And, you know, as ranchers, we kind of got bullied. We were negligent. We were uninformed. And as they grew, and they came in very softly, very kindly, very nice to help. They didn't come in with a heavy hand. Government never does when they come to take our freedoms. It's always to help us, always to take care of us. And they come in softly. Well, that's what they did. And they've continued to move forward. And so now they're claiming that this is all theirs. And so 1/3 of the landmass, they claim that they have exclusive legislative power over. No representation. That is not America. That is not in the intent of our Constitution, and it is not in the letter of the law. So this is the question. Who is the lawbreaker and who is the law abider? You know, I stood with Cliven Bundy, my friend, and his family, in helping them get their cows back over this very issue. And, you know, I've never been one to try to cause problems. I didn't get in trouble in school. I always raised my hand. I always stood in line. To this day, I do not have a speeding ticket yet. So it's not in my nature to go out and poke my finger in people's eyes. But there's a time when we need to come and stand up for the Constitution. It is being eviscerated. It is eviscerated. We have lost it. Where does it exist? It only exists in the hearts of about 50 million Americans that understand it and have the fire of freedom burning in their breast, who's willing to stand up. And so many people, you know, good people, what can we do? We've been voting, we've been donating money, and the candidates always promise to stand up for freedom. Well, what did we do? We gave the Republican Party the House and the Senate. What have they done? Nothing, nothing. And you think we're going to give them a Republican president and they're going to stand up on the Constitution and they're going to require the federal government to live within the frameworks that we the people have given them, namely the Constitution? It's not going to happen. But this is where it will happen, because this Constitution will be saved. The principles vouchsafed herein will prevail. And this is me doing my little part. So what I've done, I sent a letter to the BLM saying thank you so much for your help in managing my ranch, but I shall no longer need your help. I shall manage it myself. And so I will no longer pay them the mandatory fees, nor sign the mandatory terms and conditions, because they're illegal, illegitimate. It's not theirs. I didn't buy it from them. I bought it from the Ballards from the Heatons. Heatons established it. Okay, it's not theirs. It never was theirs. They're forbidden from having it. Okay, so let's make that clear. The first thing, if you're going to stand for freedom, you better figure out where the line is. Who's legal, who's lawful. Now, this is the first time that I am going crosswise with the BLM. I've told them that this grazing right is mine. For 6 years, I've not been able to graze off this green pasture, 3,000 to 4,000 acres. It might even be more than that. I don't even know. And so now I've got water in my reservoir. My cows need some pasture. And they say, well, you can't turn in here. We've got a regulation on a piece of paper. You, Lavoy Finicum, cannot turn in here on this grass. We don't care that you've not grazed this off in 6 years. But we have on this regulation, on this piece of paper, that you cannot turn in here until October 15th. Well, by October 15th, my water in this reservoir may be dry. It probably will be dry. Then how will I graze off all this grass that is mine, that I pay for, that I fight every year to make my mortgage payment on? Everything I have is tied up into this. My home, my life. I spent my lifetime trying to obtain a ranch, to live like, you know, I loved as a young boy riding with my dad, chasing some cows on the weekend and stuff. And I always wanted to raise my family out here and raise them like this. So I'm putting everything on the line. My home, my dreams, my ranch. But I'm telling the BLM right now, I'm saying to you, this isn't yours. It's mine. Leave me alone. I'm bringing in my few measly little cows, and while I've got water in this reservoir, I'm grazing it off. Well, I was very kind and polite as I talked to them, sent them a very cordial letter, and so I get a call last week. Oh boy, you going to turn in there? I saw some cows down there. Yes, Mr. Range Con, I told you that I'm not recognizing you as the owner of the land. I didn't buy it from you. I'm not paying you. You know, it's not yours. My mortgage isn't to you, BLM. And so, and I didn't buy it from you. I bought it from the Ballards. It never was yours. And so, yes, Mr. Range Con, I'm turning in my cows there. It's grass. It's green. I'm turning in. It is August, middle August. So I'm August, September. I'm turning in about 8-9 weeks early. So we're going to have to trespass you. We're going to have to start documenting. I got to make this. I got to account to my supervisors. I understand that. Go ahead and do what you want. This isn't anything personal against you. It's just not yours. It's mine. So here I am. I'm beginning to document me as an individual standing for the Constitution. Now, there's a lot of talking, a lot of poking holes in the air with the fingers, and very little doing when it comes to standing for our Constitution. Oh, if we'll just donate to the right candidate, if we'll just donate more to the Republican Party, or we'll get a Republican there in the White House, and surely, it's going to all be better. That's crazy. That's crazy. Washington is not going to vote away power. For 100 years, it's taken 100 years to gather in this landmass and to seal it down. They have complete control over it. 1/3 of our country, America. 1/3 of our country. And these federal rangers that run around here, they're armed. Military style. They got their M4s. They got their tac vests. They got their bulletproof vest. You know, you saw them down there at Bundyville or Bunkerville. You saw them pointing their guns at us. They promised to shoot us. Dan Love, you're one of the head of them. You're the You're the point of the spear. You're the enforcement arm of this. You know, you're not a good guy. No way you're a good guy. Nowhere do you have authority to run around here with policing powers. Nowhere do we the people give you authority by force, by lethal means if necessary, to enforce these regulations on these pieces of paper. You know, what are you going to do, Dan? You and the FBI? There's my few little cows right down there under that tree there. You going to come in here like you did with my friend Cliven and say, we're taking these out and you better not get in our way? Well, I'm telling you, leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave Cliven alone. There's some tough ranching families up there in Utah. Stanton Gleaves by name. Now you have 3, Mr. Federal Government, that's willing to stand for the Constitution. It's the ancient law of witnesses. You have a witness in Nevada, Cliven Bundy. You have a witness in Arizona, Lavoy Finicum. And you have a witness in Utah, Stanton Gleaves. We have 3 ranchers that are going to stand and defy you. It's not yours. And, you know, breaking the law right now just by saying this. Just by saying this, it's what's called conspiracy to commit crime. And that's what you guys hauled that county commissioner into court with, Phil Lyman, and you convicted him. And he's going to face a year in prison possibly, and $100,000 to $300,000 in fines, because it's the very thing that I am saying right now. I don't care. You know, if you go to the Bible, there's actually a story I really love. You might be familiar with it. It's called the captives that were in Babylon by the name of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Three. Anyway, the greatest force upon the face of the earth at that time was the Babylonian Empire. Nebuchadnezzar, the most powerful man in the world. And anyway, he knows Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and they're out there and they make a golden image, and they command everybody to fall down and worship the golden image. And Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they don't fall down. They don't worship it. And Nebuchadnezzar gets a little upset, but he knows them. He calls them up there and says, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know, if you'll just sign these mandatory terms and conditions and pay your grazing fees, it's going to be okay. We can work, you know, and the music will play again. You just fall down. Worship the golden image, and it will be okay. And I love the response. He says, because, Nebuchadnezzar goes on, says, because who can save you? Because if you don't, I will throw you in the fiery furnace. And what God can save you from the fiery furnace? And I love the answer. It's great. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego replies, says, O king, we are not careful to answer thee. In other words, saying, you know, we're not going to measure our words. We're not going to be tepid. We're not going to be timid. You know, they're speaking to the greatest power in the world this time. These 3 captives say, O king, we're not careful to answer thee. Our God whom we serve will deliver us. But if not, be it known unto thee, we will not sign those mandatory terms and conditions. We will not pay those grazing fees. And he will save us. And if not, so be it. But we will not bow. We will not comply. We will not bend. America, stand. If you want to know what you can do, here you go. Stand. I'll let you know what's going on. I'll keep updating you. I want you to download this so it doesn't get scrubbed from off the internet. Then share it, upload it, send it out. And you can follow me here. You can follow me here. You can follow Stanton Gleaves and Cliven Bundy. Here I am. And I'll document this as it goes forward. They've called me, said, okay, we're going to have to start doing something. Well, we'll see what the next step is. Maybe they'll just leave me alone. I hope they do, because it's not theirs. Stanton Gleaves has some county commissioners with some grit and some county sheriffs up there. He ranches in 5 different counties, and those county sheriffs are standing up against him. BLM says to Stanton Gleaves there, you can't turn out here in these pastures. And Stanton Gleaves says, yes, I'm going to turn out in these pastures. And the county commissioners and the sheriffs stand up behind him. proper form of government, government closest to the people. Those county sheriffs are elected by those people. Those county commissioners are accountable to those people. They have the power of recall. And anyway, they back them down. Now, I've talked to my county sheriff here. I'm going to go visit with him more. He's been very friendly over the phone. I'm going to visit with him, shake his hand, take the measure of the man, see how deep his love is for the Constitution, see about his understanding. But whether he backs me or not, I'm going to stand. But he's said some very kind things. The BLM tried to get him to give resources, the Mojave County Sheriff Department, man and power and stuff, to move against Clive and here recently, and told him no way. So good for him. We shall see how it goes. America, stand. The night is far spent. The Constitution has been shredded, but it lives in your heart. You know what freedom is and what freedom isn't. Stand, because when you stand, others will stand with you. And God can't stand with you if you don't stand. Once you stand, you can expect the hand of providence to be over you. Don't matter how it ends, it matters how you stand. This is Lavoy Finicum. One cowboy stands for freedom. See.
We're not going to cause any problems, right? The other thing is we don't want anybody run over, right? You guys form a military. Okay. So if it's not going to happen, then you get that back
Where's Alicia?
All right, let's get off of the highway here. Come on, let's move back off the highway. Back off the highway. Off the road.
Where's Alicia? I think she should move her car in here.
Off the highway. Back up off the highway. Get off the highway.
We should move your car in here.
Huh?
You should move your car.
I can't. There's traffic. I can't.
All right.
I'll do it after. Yeah, if everything else is.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I just want to go
Look at that. Like I used to have my... Sorry, man.
You're welcome.
You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you for keeping your house.
We're men. All you gotta do is stroke us a little bit, and you got our soul.
So we just the Thank you, officers. We love you. Thank you for
be a really bad place to start handing out tickets.
I agree. They want no part of it.
I'm so proud of all of you guys. I can't even tell you. I can't even talk about it.
The Cowboys showed up already? They're up there on the road. Oh, there they are right there. They're called perfect.
I always feel better when
Cowboys are here. Time to play Cowboys and Commies. They're on their way. No, they're right there.
Oh, there they are.
Cowboys.
Where are they? They're on the hill.
Coming down the hill.
Oh, okay.
Y'all in big trouble now. The Cowboys are coming. They're right there.
Yeah, you're right. There they are.
Oh, there's one right there if you're looking.
Let's see how this is going to be the template.
It's time for a big minute. Hey, Obama.
All right, I find it really interesting, but not all that unknown. But YouTube has hidden my live stream. Yeah, interesting, but not surprising. Anyway, I'm going to go off air and then come back and